2.
The deck with the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the Palafin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Mindjoke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Good morning, trainers. There's a cold breeze blowing, the leaves are changing, and just the faintest hint of mischief in the air, which means only one thing: it's time for the Toronto Regional Championships. My name is Evan Latt, and I am thrilled to be welcoming y'all, or maybe a little scared to be welcoming y'all to our spooky lounge here this weekend. The cobwebs are up, the Ariados have been busy, we got the pumpkins going, and it's going to be an interesting weekend here. I am joined by my good friends Gabby Snyder and Jake Miller. Y'all, welcome to Toronto.
Thank you. You know, it wouldn't be Halloween weekend without a little bit of tricks and a little bit of treats. So I'm hoping we'll see mostly treats on stream this weekend, but I wouldn't be surprised if
I'm
a couple
hoping for
tricks snuck
Well,
in.
and hopefully we don't move too slowly because the sticky web got set up everywhere.
Oh,
but
yeah, that's true,
it'll be okay.
actually.
I think we got it.
Well, for everyone who is watching at home, you can actually get involved right away. We are getting ready for our first round. That is round 3 of the Swiss competition here in Toronto. And those of you watching at home on Twitch can vote in our community poll. Vote right now to choose which of those 4 matches you would like to see. And I'm really excited to see what Twitch comes up with on this one.
Yeah, I think we tried to pick some local flair, if you will, for these Twitch picks for this first round. A lot of Canadian players we're trying to feature. So, you know, it's one of 2 regionals that Canada has every year. And I'm excited to see, you know, what the local talent has brought out.
Us as Americans here, we got to give Sierra her credit too.
Oh, yeah,
we got her
that's
on
true,
past,
yeah.
our Canadian talent. We'll give some back to the Canadian players because we're so generous with our North American regionals.
Yeah, and honestly,
treat.
Canada has had such an incredible showing in the last season.
Oh, very much.
Canada as a region has really come really far, and I'm really excited to see what the players have for us in store today. Of course, today is just one stop of many along our road to the World Championships. And next up is going to be our first international championships, the Latin American International Championships in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, you know, traditionally, I think Sao Paulo is one of the smaller international championships, as it's a little bit more difficult to get to as compared to London or New Orleans later on in the season. But this time without the Oceania International Championships, I'm wondering if we're going to see more trainers attend that tournament. And I'm hoping so. I've been very fortunate to go a couple of times, and the community down there is incredible. The energy is amazing, and it's definitely an incredible IC. So if you haven't gone, it's worth considering for sure.
It's a very vibrant and growing community as well. I know that there was a regional in Brazil in Curitiba a few weeks back that I know is very well attended, and we have some friends. Rosemary, one of our co-casters, went in attendance to play. And she said it was a fantastic experience.
Yeah.
Really, really popular, like a really, really friendly community. So big recommend. It's also wild to think we're like almost a third of the way through our regionals. This is our 4th of 12 in North America here in Toronto. it's gone by so quick.
Yeah, the first third of our season is about to end with this regional and then, of course, the international championship. And that means that people have got to start calculating how many more events they need to qualify for the World Championships. Of course, for the Masters division in the North American, the US, and Canada rating zone, you will need 500 championship points, which no one has just yet in our region. Of course, for Europe and Latin America, those numbers are 400 and 300 respectively. And I do believe we have a few people traveling across the ocean, at least from Europe, and I believe we may have some from Latin America as well here, competing in Toronto to try and get some of those points.
Yeah, and you know, these numbers are pretty big, but I do want to say that if you have a local community nearby, you can always enter those local tournaments as well to earn championship points. My partner and I just hosted one a couple weeks ago that was very well attended and a lot of fun, and it's a great way to get involved with community without committing to fly all the way across the ocean for a regional. So
yeah, those locals are very fun. I always have a blast going to those, whether it's for points or if it's a non-sanctioned, non-point tournament. Like, we go for the competition, we go for the community, we go for the Pokemon. So anytime you get the chance to meet up with some of your friends, play some VGC, we highly recommend.
Well, speaking of competition, Pokemon, and fun, let's take a look back at the Sacramento Regional Championships that just wrapped up 2 weeks ago and crowned a new regional champion.
Hey Pokemon fans, the Sacramento Regional was a blast with exciting Pokemon battles all weekend long. Time to go back and revisit the fun. Regulation E was developing in a variety of ways, with trainers bringing some interesting picks around their strong meta Pokemon, like neutralizing Weezing and Frigid Baxcalibur. We also saw a return of old dogs with new tricks, with the rise of the Dondozo and Tatsugiri combination that never seems to fall out of the spotlight for long. It wasn't just strong Pokemon of the past on the rise yet again, as Riley Fakshura was making his third deep tournament run this season. With a strong team of 6, it was quick 2-0s through the top 8 bracket to be the first finalist and the one to beat. On the other end of the bracket, we saw quite the unusual but somehow perfect pairing making their way to finals. Komao and Tyranitar, piloted by Michael Zhang. Going into the finals, it was time to see if Michael could take down the recent regional champion. With a strong start in Game 1, his Komao instantly set the pace, and Riley was never quite able to catch up. Adjustments in Game 2 from Riley brought the game right down to the wire, with the ultimate standoff between his Qianpao and Michael's final Pokemon. In the end, Komao was too strong, and Michael Zhang earned the title of Sacramento Regional Champion.
Komao survives, fires back an Ironhead, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley, becomes your Sacramento, California Regional Champion.
Now, it's your turn to show us you can compete with the best. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to join in on the action.
It was an incredible weekend in Sacramento, and not least of which, both Riley Faktura continuing his dominant run of these first 3 regionals in the season, as well 6 unique Pokemon in the finals, or 12 unique Pokemon, 6 on each side.
6, so they have the same team, just 6 unique Pokemon.
The opposite of what I just said.
It's a trick.
Riley, of course, you know, a championship, top 8, and finals in his first 3 regionals. Not even his first 3, the first 3 regionals of the season. Incredibly impressive. But more impressive in Sacramento 2 weeks ago was, of course, Michael Zhang, our champion, coming out with the Tyranitar and the Komao, which are 2 things that haven't seen a whole lot of success so far this year, but clearly good enough to take home a championship.
Yeah, you know, I think Komao is one of those Pokemon that's always been very situational. There's just a couple different ways you can play it. Back in Generation 7 in the Alola region, you had access to Z moves, and Clangorous Soul Blaze was really cool, giving yourself a stat boost. Now it's up for Body Press to boost your defense, and with all these physical attackers around, you know, that's a pretty nice thing to have as well.
Yeah, being able to actually deal damage based off of a sky-high defense stat seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, as long as you don't get crit, I guess.
We don't talk about that.
Michael was able to avoid the crits in his finals match and took home the regional championship in Sacramento. He joins James Beck, who won the Peoria, Illinois regional championship, and his finalist runner-up in Sacramento Sacramento, Riley Factura. Our 3 regional champions in the North America Regional. We will be crowning a new one this weekend. And you can see here is our leaderboard in North America. And of course, Riley is just running away with it. Came very close to hitting the 500 championship points marker to qualify based on points and based off of regional championship wins.
I think if he won the finals match in Sacramento, we would have had over 500. So we would have had an invitation from Sacramento and from Pittsburgh and from points. So he's set for like 3 years, right? They carry over, I think?
Yeah, about that. There's no rollovers, unfortunately. But there are donations, so Riley, hit me up.
Please.
Well, I do have the results of our community poll here for the match coming up. We are going to be seeing Edgar Menendez versus Olivia Maledzdi coming up for our first match of the day, which should be an exciting one, seeing some local talent here in Toronto, trying to keep a championship in Canada.
I mean, we'll have to see how that works out as well. I mean, it worked out very well at the Vancouver Regional Championships last year with Abdullah taking home the crown, literally his first regional as well. So I don't know, Toronto's across the pond. I know there's a lot of people from the New England area invading, as we don't typically have our regional championship this year, unfortunately. So we'll see. I'm personally Team New England, but I'm also very, very biased. So
I'm team whoever gives the coolest teams. I want to see fun stuff on stream.
So you're Team Cool Team.
Team Cool Team, yeah.
No, you're Team Rocket because you want to steal those Pokemon,
You can't tell people that. It's a secret.
All right,
well,
we have plenty of options to steal teams if you're Jake, or get inspired if you're anyone else, including from across the pond last week. The Lille Regional Championship saw Simone Sanvito take a win over Aurelian Sola. And these are 2 teams that I think are going to be extremely dominant and meta-defining in this weekend and probably in the Latin American International Championships as well.
I 100% agree. I just don't think there's a lot of time between now and LAIC and maybe even San Antonio for the metagame to really develop. And the things about these teams is that they're all very strong Pokemon. You know, they have very well-defined purposes. Chen Pao with the Swords of Ruin ability, dropping the defense across the board so that your physical attacks do more damage. There's great synergy there with Rillaboom, who gets priority Grassy Glide again, now that the TM was introduced in the DLC. Fluttermane, don't need to talk about Fluttermane.
We know Fluttermane.
All these Pokemon are tried and true. Like, they're just very good Pokemon. They're very strong cores. And I think what set Simone apart last weekend was just his ability to play through the matches, his ability to look at the board state and figure out, okay, this is my win condition. These are the Pokemon I need to win.
I feel a special need to give a shout out to the Thunderous. We haven't seen my genie brother that much this year, but finally coming through with a win.
And here we have our current regional champions from the European region. Of course, Simone Sanvito has joined 2022 world champion Eduardo Cunha as the 2 Worlds qualifiers already out of the EU region. So both 2 extreme threats for the World Championships have already qualified. And you can see we have Aurelian in the 3rd position after coming up in the finals in Lille. And we do have some of the players here. I know I saw Eric Rios on the roster competing here in Toronto. He's there in 9th place on the European leaderboard. But we're going to see plenty from these players.
Yeah, I love seeing trainers travel to these events overall. You know, I think that Pokemon is the best excuse to travel. You get to see all your friends, you get to hang out for a weekend, and then you can also see the local sites. You know, I've heard that Toronto has a lot of fantastic restaurants in the area.
Yeah.
We're like right on the waterfront, which is beautiful. So there's a lot to do here. It's a great location, and it's great to see trainers take advantage of that.
It's a great city to travel to. I think it's pretty accessible from a lot of places around the globe even.
Yeah.
So it makes it really convenient. I know one other player from Europe that's here is Marco Silva, who is a past IC champion as well. Not on that leaderboard just yet, but certainly trying to make his way onto it after this event.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there may be some shakeups on that leaderboard after Toronto in both the North American and the European region, which is wild to think about. But they're going to have to get through a grueling gauntlet featuring some of the top Pokemon in the world right now. And the top dog is Hisuian Arcanine, which has swept the Regulation E regionals so far, going 3 for 3 regional championships for this Pokemon, the Hisuian, the ancient form of the Cantonian favorite.
And it makes sense too. Intimidate's a really good ability. We've kind of hammered that on every stream we've ever had in this game for the last however many years it's existed. It's just one of the best abilities in the game. And especially now that it has the option to terrestrialize, that makes it gives it the ability to turn from a rock fire type, which isn't the best defensive typing necessarily, especially when you consider the other Intimidate Pokemon is Landorus, who would just wipe it out with Stomping Tantrum. But if you can turn it into a water type, a fairy type, a normal type, all common terrestrialized types for it, it gives it so much more mileage.
Yeah, and I think the thing that sets it apart from the Landorus Therian as well, because, you know, those are the two Intimidate Pokemon that we're seeing the most of. They both have Rock Slide, so obviously they kind of fill the same niche. But having access to Extreme Speed, being able to run Choice Band pretty comfortably, all things considered, and not having to use your Terrestrialization to deal damage, like you see with the Landorus Therian and the Terra Flying Terra Blast, I think is really valuable as well. So it's a fantastic Pokemon. It's a very good boy, and I am here for Team Good Boys.
Well, Team Good Boy is matched up really well into the existing meta because the meta is so physically based right now. There are so many top-tier threats that hit from the physical spectrum. We saw that was part of why the Como team was as strong as it was, being able to boost its defense and then deal damage based off of that defense. But you think about the top threats in the meta right now. You think of the Urshifu, you think of Rillaboom, Chien-Pao, Dragonite, Hisuian Arcanine, also the Landorus. So many top physical threats and not a whole lot of special attackers out there right now.
Yeah, there's also all of the Ogerpon, all of the great friends.
Ogerpon,
You know, I think that right now in the metagame where we're at, it's so physically offensive that one way you're going to see trainers pivot is run more Intimidates, is run more Will-O-Wisps, or the ability to just drop attack in general. I think the other way that we're going to see people adjust is by running Screens. So we've seen Alolan Ninetales get more popular as it has Aurora Veil, which sets up both at once. I think I've seen a couple of Grimmsnarls in play today who also have access to those screens. Klefki, Alberto Lara's Pokemon from last season. Basically, the way that you match that extra offense is you just slow it down with a ton of defense. And I think that's what we're going to see from this weekend.
Especially if you could think back to like the top 12 usage from the past few regionals, a lot of times it's like Fluttermane and 11 physical attackers.
Yeah.
Like there's so much incentive to bulk up against those physical Pokemon that maybe try to find a way to break through otherwise.
Yeah.
Totally. And you can see our caster predictions on stream here. I have opted to go for a full special attacking roster here. I am hoping that some of these Pokemon can break through. Of course, the Glamora is most commonly paired with Dondozo. It's out there in the field paired with Dondozo. I'm hoping for some special attacking Glamora out there as well. Alongside Salamence, which is the only special attacking Intimidator out in the field. You can sort of hack it with some of the other Pokemon, but Salamence actually has good special damage. Of course, Farigiraf, special attack, but also one of the best support Pokemon in the game with that ability to block priority. And Goldango has been a second tier special attacker after Fluttermane for a while now.
But why run Farigiraf when you could just fully commit to Trick Room? Just throwing it out there. You said you wanted some tricks. You said you did not want the treats. I'm seeing a lot of treats on your team. I don't see any tricks.
Yeah, you're right. Your roster does have the most tricks of all of them.
I feel like neutralizing gas is more of a trick. Like you thought you had an ability, think again. You got tricked.
But it doesn't have trick in the name. Trick Room.
That's true.
It's literally in the name.
Okay, I see what you're going for.
Give me this one.
You got it.
Well, let's take a look at some of our Canadian players to watch here. We have a roster of 3 incredible players from Canada that we're going to be keeping an eye on this entire weekend. Of course, got to kick it off with Abdullah Mohayyadeen, who of course, won the Vancouver Regional Championships, his first ever regional championships. We saw Justin Tang do that previously. Abdullah also did that, and then had a really deep run at the World Championships last year. So definitely a player to keep your eye on if you are cheering on Canada this weekend.
Yeah, Marcus as well. I feel like he's had so many close top cuts recently, and it's really great to see him on this graphic, and hopefully we'll see him do well today as well.
And Kylan, if you only follow Masters, maybe not a name you're as familiar with, but was the seniors champion at Vancouver last year alongside Abdullah in the Masters division, and did very well at the World Championships this past year as well. His first year as a Master, but hoping to make a big splash here.
All right, well, the competitors are out there in the field, and I don't know about you, but I don't want to let them have all of the fun. I want to compete too. And we are actually going to be having our own little art competition here in the lounge. Over the course of the weekend, you'll be able to see myself, Gabby, Jake, Sierra, and Aaron, and all of our casting team carving some pumpkins out here. And they're going to be real fun, and there will be a prize, and Twitch chat will be able
You
to
didn't
vote
mention
on
that before.
There will be a
Okay.
prize, and I have to tell you, as soon as I found out that there was a prize, my competitive nature kicked in.
It's on.
And, like,
Oh, jeez.
it's not going to be fun.
Oh, no.
Well, I would say good luck, have fun, but apparently we're just going to go throw hands. So I'll see you in the back
If you like
after
mysteriously find a hole in your pumpkin, it definitely wasn't me. I promise. I promise.
Well, if you want to vote for your favorite pumpkins ahead of time, or if you want to see some of the casters out there trying to curry favor, you can follow us on socials at PlayPokemon. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon to see all of the information and posts from the tournament. One of the most fun things of the weekend is seeing everyone posting their results. You can catch all the VODs on YouTube/Pokemon. You can also, of course, watch the stream there and on Twitch. And also catch up on Instagram and on all of your social channels to find out all of the pictures, all of the graphics, all of the fun things that are happening this weekend, because that really is, the competition that you're watching here on stream is only a part of it. Really, it's about everyone being here together.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are just about ready to get into our first match. We're going to take a real quick break, and when we get back, we will have our round 3 Swiss lineup, so stay tuned.
It's time to start getting underway with the Toronto Regional Championships. I cannot wait to get started with the competition and be able to be on the casting desk to kick things off. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Aaron Zhang. We're getting all the tricks and treats this weekend for Halloween. It should be so much fun, though, because it is, of course, another regional weekend.
Yeah, of course. It's been such an exciting start to the season, and to be able to do it in Canada, your home country, makes it especially exciting. So I am honored to be here with you, Sierra.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be that Canadian representative. They had to bring me out. There had to be at least one Canadian here. But before we get too far underway with our tournament, of course, we need to get everyone up to speed on how it's going to go down. So check this out.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open teamless format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And of course, being in Canada, we had to be kicking things off right over here to start off our competition and highlight some of the local talent that we have here in Canada. Because, hey, I know there's a lot of American regional champions. I know that there's a lot of American regionals, but we have some strong talent up here too, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's not forget that Canada represented North America at the World Championships, with Abdullah finishing in the top 8 in his first ever season. So definitely a player that I'm really excited to see, but we won't be featuring him for this very first round. It's going to be Olivia versus Edgar here, and it's going to be an exciting matchup because we've actually got a mirror match here.
Yeah, and looking back at these players as well, the teams might be quite similar, but their paths to be getting to this point are quite different. Olivia qualified for Worlds quite a few years, and as well getting day 2s in multiple regionals last year, whereas on the other end, Edgar, this is his very first event, so it'll be really, really interesting to see how that experience will come into play with the team. Though even though it is a 6 Pokemon mirror, some of the moves and stuff that we have are quite different.
Yeah, I'm really excited just because, of course, we've been playing this open team sheet format. You can see now we get to see the players' teams on the screen with all of the information. And so what you see on the screen right now is what Edgar has access to. So he knows all of the moves, the items, as well as the abilities that Olivia has. And once again, they have the same 6 Pokemon, but one thing that's going to be really important to pay attention into this matchup is the speed interactions. It's actually, I think, very unlikely that most of these Pokemon have the exact same speed stats. So many different speed tiers that you can hit with all of these individual ones. And so, yeah, we took a quick look at Olivia's team right now. Of course, now we're switching over to Edgar. And as you can see, there already are some key differences. For example, the Chien-Pao on Edgar's side does not have Sacred Sword. And Heatran here is a leftover set rather than an Assault Vest that Olivia's running.
Yeah, that Assault Vest instead being saved for that Rillaboom that he has access to. And then looking at even just the Dragonite having this double priority with this Aqua Jet as well as that extreme speed that we get to see on a lot of these Choice Band Dragonite sets. So it'll be quite interesting as well, because they do have access to this Farigiraf, that all of a sudden this creates quite a weird situations with the other Pokemon around.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of my big questions here is, do the players bring Farigiraf? Because Farigiraf blocks priority and both teams actually have so much priority. So from Edgar's side, and Farigiraf does hit the field from Olivia's side.
So right off of the gate, the priority over on Edgar's part of the field is going to be shut down thanks to this Armored Tail. Be interesting to see if he has that hidden in the back though. But over on Olivia's end, we were talking about the speed interactions. Of course, there is that option to be going for the Trick Room if you think that you are 100% slower, or you can just go for that straight up attack here.
Yeah, both Urshifus are in kind of a weird spot where I'm not sure you really want to commit to Surging Strikes. You see Olivia opting for that U-turn option. That's a lot of good damage onto Rillaboom, honestly, and you're able to pivot out your Urshifu as well. Also, we see that Olivia's Urshifu moves first, and so one of the big questions I had going into this matchup is whose Urshifu is actually faster. That could play a really important role in the SN game, but Dragonite a nice switch in here to be able to take some attacks from the opposing side.
Not the only Pokemon that's going to be U-turning out, though. It'll be that Urshifu with that U-turn into the Farigiraf, also dealing a sizable amount of damage. And now we're going to get an extra little peek of what Edgar does have in for the Pokemon in back. It will be the Chien-Pao in this case.
Oh, if it's a Woodhammer going to Farigiraf, I think Farigiraf just faints here. You get that sort of Rune defense drop as well. So let's see who Rillaboom targets. It is into the Farigiraf. Let's see if that's a knockout. It absolutely is.
And with that knockout too, that is going to be that priority blocking gone now. So Edgar, there is this opportunity now with this Chien-Pao later on to be going for that, or even unlocking the Grassy Glides with that Rillaboom.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to get rid of that because Edgar has priority attacks on all of the Pokemon he's revealed so far. There's the Grassy Glide on that Rillaboom, there's that Sucker Punch on the Chien-Pao, and Aqua Jet on Urshifu. And so now Dragonite is at least positioned where you can potentially go for that extreme speed. But if you're Olivia, do you worry about Edgar having Farigiraf as the potential 4th Pokemon? I think Dragonite's a really awkward one to bring into this matchup because it can be so strong, but if Farigiraf switches in at any point, with this being a Choice Band Dragonite, then you just basically won't be able to accomplish anything for that turn. But if it's not Farigiraf in the back, then yeah, this play makes a ton of sense. You can just extreme speed, knock out the Rillaboom, Surging Strikes with that Choice Scarf onto Chien-Pao. Super strong option as well. So I'm really curious if Edgar has hidden Farigiraf as the 4th option in the back.
It'll be so huge, and Olivia locking into that extreme speed as well. So it'll be quite interesting to see if that is in fact the 4th and final Pokemon, or if Edgar thought that going into this, it wasn't the choice. If it is in the back, well, it's not going to be coming and hitting the field yet, as instead, we're just going to be going on with things, and this is where we're going to see some terrestrializations. First, the water coming out from the Urshifu.
Yeah, the lack of a switch there makes me think there's just no Farigiraf in the back, and so this is a big turn. There's a lot of damage coming out here with that sort of Rune defense drop. Choice Band Extreme Speed just gets the knockout onto Rillaboom, preventing a Grassy Glide onto the Urshifu slot. This Urshifu is, of course, Choice Scarfed as well, so Surging Strikes just able to do so much damage into Chien-Pao. Is it able to get the knockout? It's quite close. Oh, I think so.
I don't know. I think it might.
Oh, my goodness.
Chien-Pao not going to be hanging on in this case. So that is going to be a double KO for Olivia on this turn. Sure, maybe Edgar unlocked the ability to be using the priority, but that +2 with the extreme speed, having absolutely no chance to do it, and now in such a bad position, we will be able to see that last
Farigiraf in the back.
It was the Farigiraf, so this had it plopped in just a little bit sooner. That could have made all the difference.
Yeah, there were so many potential switches that could have happened last turn. Now Dragonite forced to switch out, but it feels like Farigiraf came out maybe a little bit too late. The upside for Edgar right now is that you do get 2 free switch-ins, and you know that this Dragonite slot is just completely useless for the turn. But Surging Strikes onto the Farigiraf is a super, super safe play. And it's not like Edgar can get a quick knockout onto the Urshifu slot either. One play you do have is maybe something like a Helping Hand from Farigiraf into a close combat onto Olivia's Urshifu. I wonder if that's enough to get the KO, but then you lock yourself into close combat, which is part of the downside, right? So having a late game choice Pokemon when you have fewer Pokemon than your opponent can feel really awkward because you have to only commit to 1 attack. So for Edgar right now, it's a question of do you lock into Surging Strikes or close combat?
And of course, the Dragonite switching out, since it was locked into an extreme speed that was going to be shut off, it will be the Rillaboom hitting the field once again, as now we're going to be able to see that Terastallization coming out from Edgar's. Considering it is the Urshifu, not quite surprised to see that it is going to be this water type as well.
Yeah, the water type allows you to deal more damage with Surging Strikes, but Olivia having the faster Urshifu, we were talking about that earlier, and it's not going to do that much damage into Farigiraf, but every little bit of damage counts right now. And I think Olivia's just really well positioned, especially with Dragonite not really being threatened that much by Surging Strikes from the opposing side either.
At least the Surging Strikes is going to be doing just enough damage to get that Citrus Berry recovery onto the Farigiraf, trying to stay around for just a little bit longer, make sure it can be as useful as possible on the next turn, as now it's Edgar's time to go onto the offensive. Instead, though, targeting the Surging Strikes into the Rillaboom, of course, in resisted, it's going to be taking this so well. These are 3 critical hits, and it's not even bringing it down below half.
Yeah, Rillaboom just such a good Pokemon in this matchup because you have such good defensive capabilities against Urshifu. Trick Room gets set up, but now you have a Choice Scarf Urshifu under Trick Room against the Rillaboom, which has Wood Hammer. And so I think this game is basically over. That Trick Room makes sense. You're hoping for the last Pokemon to not be Rillaboom on the opposing side, but with Rillaboom out, it's just a perfect position for Olivia, and I think we'll see her comfortably take this first match. And a lot of it comes down to that one turn where we saw the double knockout. I think a Farigiraf switch in there would have drastically changed things, but nothing Farigiraf can really do here to prevent this knockout from happening.
No, that going on the offensive with the Dazzling Gleam, just doing a slimmer of damage, and it's nothing compared to the one-hit KO coming out with the Wood Hammer onto Edgar's Urshifu. So now, this Farigiraf that could have been so clutch, so key in this matchup, the only one around, and now it's going to have to take a barrage of hits from this Surging Strikes. Might be able to stick around for one more after this, but beyond that, there's nothing it can really do. So Edgar really having to reflect on that one turn.
Yeah, it was a tricky turn. I want to talk a little bit about why Edgar maybe considered not switching into Farigiraf. We know that Olivia's Dragonite here actually has Aerial Ace, so Edgar might have thought, well, I could have Farigiraf in the back. You have to respect that option, so if you go for Aerial Ace, then I can go for this Grassy Glide. I have that defense drop with sort of Rune on Shampoo as well. Farigiraf just going for a Helping Hand. Not very much to help out there as the opposing slot is already knocked out, but Rillaboom will deliver the finishing blow. And it's already interesting to see how mirror matches play, right? Because we saw slightly different approaches from both players here. Edgar brought the Shampoo, but Shampoo honestly did not contribute very much in this battle. And part of it is because of how Olivia was able to position in this game. Getting that Urshifu out with that Choice Scarf, with that Water Terran, just threatening Shampoo for a knockout was a really big deal. So I think this matchup is just so interesting because if you position the Farigiraf well, it can provide so much value, but Edgar's Farigiraf just wasn't able to accomplish very much in that battle at all. And I thought Edgar actually started the battle really, really strongly by getting the knockout onto Olivia's Farigiraf, but a lot about this matchup is just positioning, and Olivia was willing to take that trade to get free switch-ins into both the Dragonite as well as the Urshifu. And it looks like her Urshifu is faster moving first multiple times throughout the course of that battle over Edgar's Urshifu.
Yeah, my thing is specifically with the Farigiraf, if we're going to see it, we have to see it coming out sooner because, of course, you want to make sure that you're shutting down that priority. You don't necessarily have to be leading it like Olivia did, but since Olivia did lead it, it kind of put Edgar in the position of, hey, I have to be taking this out, get rid of this threat. But leaving Farigiraf in the back, I mean, we got to see that Helping Hand at the very last turn of when, of course, it can't do anything. That's a Helping Hand that maybe could be helping out quite a bit more earlier on in the match. So I don't necessarily hate the bring of the Farigiraf. It's just, it's that weird checkmate situation, and we need to see it quite a little bit sooner. But beyond that, Xian Pao, we're saying it's no good. What do we want to see instead?
Yeah, it's really interesting the point you just made, Sierra, because I think if Frugraph comes in early for Edgar and then Olivia's able to knock out Frugraph early, if you have Dragonite in the back, then it gets completely unlocked, right? I think Dragonite's an awkward Pokemon in this matchup. Olivia managed to use it really well in that previous game, but I think I'd be so stressed about the mind game of, oh, do I actually click that extreme speed, right? Because like, think how differently that last game would have played out if that Frugraph had switched in. But if you get the early knockout onto Frugraph, that opens the door for Dragonite. And for Edgar in that last game, I wonder how different things would have looked actually if he had that Dragonite in the back instead of Frugraph, right? Because Edgar actually did get the knockout onto Olivia's Frugraph in the beginning of the game. So many mind games, and I also feel like you feel compelled to bring Dragonite and or Rillaboom because otherwise Water Urshifu can kind of just clear through your team. So curious to see how both players adjust here. But no Frugraph from Edgar as the lead here.
No, instead going back to that Chien Pao, leading it next to the Rillaboom to be starting things out, going up against the Rillaboom over on Olivia's end, not leading with the Frugraph either. It will be that Rillaboom and Urshifu combination.
So it's such an interesting position once again because you do have fake out pressure on both sides, but of course Frugraph could switch in to block that fake out. I think the Urshifu here on Olivia's end is in kind of a weird spot where you, of course, could go for that Water Terra Surging Strikes onto Chien Pao again, but you might be more compelled to, like, U-turn out. I really like the lead from Edgar's end. I think there's actually a lot of pressure coming out from the opposing side, but you see Olivia considering that fake-out option, so a lot of mind games here, right? Like, do you expect a Frugraph switch in as Surging Strikes goes into Chien Pao? Like, if Chien Pao goes into Frugraph right now, you could just go for a Wood Hammer and knock out the Urshifu. That would be a quick knockout and would get rid of Olivia's Terra. So, once again, the mind game of does Frugraph switch in even with the knowledge that it might be potentially in the back?
It'll be so interesting too because of course it comes down to that game in that first game.
Oh, it's a switch, but it's the Rillaboom.
We'll have to see though if it's going to be coming in. No, it will be the Dragonite that's being brought to the battle, but it might be in lieu of the Frugraph as it does not hit the field. So it does mean that this Pokemon will eat up that Fake Out, which will be nice here as we see the translations come off for a very early water translation.
Huge credit to Olivia for just going for these priority moves, even with the threat of Frugraph. I think she's made the right call in both games, and this is a huge turn one for her. Fake Out actually does pretty meaningful damage to Dragonite as well, and it's just going to be Surging Strikes onto the Chien Pao slot. We saw this get the knockout in the previous game, so let's see. Is there any chance Chien Pao survives here? I think probably not.
The first time around, it looked either or, but this time it looks like no chance as the Surging Strikes in the Chien Pao is going to be delivering 3 swift hits to be eliminating it from the field, making sure there's no threat of that Chien Pao Dragonite combo that can be quite feared out there.
So Edgar made the adjustment of the Dragonite, but we know that Olivia actually has the Frugraph in the back. And so that's what's so awkward about this, right? If you are Edgar right now, what move do you commit to? Because you don't know if Olivia actually brought that Frugraph in the back. And if you lock into extreme speed right now, like commit your Terra, go for normal Terra extreme speed, it's just such a bad position. So an amazing turn one by Olivia, and I think right now, this turn, she doesn't threaten with that much damage, and so you're gonna try to do your best to just get some positioning, but I think Frugraph Dragonite, this is a perfect time for a double free switch in right now. So from Edgar's end, does he potentially call it? If you lock into that extreme speed, it's gonna be an absolute disaster.
Especially to be in the choice band. If you lock into something, that requires a switch, and all of a sudden, if Olivia's bringing out this Frugraph, you can have a Dragonite that is useless and stuck out on the field. Of course, we got to see what that selection was, so it will, of course, be that double swap. Dragonite coming out, followed by that draft we keep talking about, that great friend Frugraph. The Armor Tail shutting off priority, hitting into Olivia's end. No priority coming out, though. It's going to be Wood Hammer going into the Dragonite slot, assumingly with a move from the Dragonite, the Aerial Ace. No priority, a significant chunk of damage.
Yeah, great call by Edgar to not go for that extreme speed, but Aerial Ace just doesn't really do that much damage. You can't even go for something like Grassy Glide from Rillaboom plus an Aerial Ace onto Dragonite right now. So the way that the damage was split was a little bit awkward. I think if there was full commitment into one slot, things would look differently. But now Olivia going for that Outrage option. Outrage really, really strong here, especially if you don't expect Heatran to be in the back, and we can just potentially get a one-hit knockout here. So you know that the Aerial Ace is locked into the opposing side, and that's actually one key difference in this mirror match. There is Outrage on Olivia's Dragonite. There's no Outrage on Edgar's side, and this is a really, really good move. And so I really like the decision to commit to it right now, knowing that there's not really too much that can stop it other than a potential Heatran switch in, but would you really bring Heatran into this matchup when you're going up against Water Urshifu and Chien Pao, right?
Yeah, and sometimes you can see that the Outrage is it's a little bit weird if one of the Pokemon resists or is immune to the hit, but of course this Outrage can hit into anything and really be significant. Helping Hand, of course, gonna go before the Wood Hammers, so the Farigiraf is eliminated, but not before helping out the Dragonite just to do as much damage as possible. These Outrage super boosted into the Rillaboom to be picking that up.
It's big that it targeted the Rillaboom slot there, honestly. I think you could see Edgar was really hoping that... Oh my goodness! Did so much damage, does not get the knockout though. But yeah, basically the idea there is it actually targets the Dragonite slot. Rillaboom and Urshifu in the back from Olivia's end don't necessarily beat the Rillaboom on the opposing side that quickly, and so it's a big deal to just get that knockout immediately. Now Urshifu comes out from the opposing side, and Rillaboom, I think, in a super good spot where you pressure, of course, with fake outs. You can just go for fake out. We saw let Olivia's Dragonite move first, right? And so if it indeed is just faster, it gets another free outrage right now. And it's really awkward because Edgar cannot protect with either Pokemon. So it is the dream scenario for outrage where your opponent doesn't have something that resists it, just doesn't have something that's immune to it, and there's nothing that can protect against it either. So this is just Dragonite being so happy with outrage right now.
And of course, it's so awkward too with that fake out and the fact that this Dragonite was just living on the 2 HP because you have the priority moves selected like on your team, but you don't have the access to them with the fake out assumingly going into your Urshifu and the Dragonite being locked in. So there's no way to be taking care of this Dragonite before he'll be able to fire off a big attack. We will see finally a late game Terastallization coming out. This will be from the Dragonite.
Is there any chance let the Dragonite speed tie here? Because if Edgar's Dragonite does speed tie and it was slower, but it gets the aerial ace off here, this actually could look like a very different game. Let's see whose Dragonite moves first. Okay, it's Urshifu flinching. Oh, it's Olivia's Outrage getting targeted into the Urshifu slot, and now I think it is going to be really difficult to come back. Dragonite's just playing a 1v3 at this point.
It will try and do what it can, though, firing off a big aerial ace, but not even quite being able to pick up this Rillaboom. So it was definitely a nice attempt, but this aerial ace, you don't have that priority. It's just not enough damage. It's come so close, but being kind of a lackluster move in a lot of scenarios be quite difficult. And of course, now it's just going to have to take this number of attacks, but really well done from Olivia here. That final outrage to be claiming the match in a nice, clean 2-0.
What's so fascinating, once again, is that both trainers had the exact same 6 Pokemon, but we're talking about speed going into this game, and I think Olivia's Dragonite being faster than Edgar's was such a big deal. Not only was it faster, it also had Outrage, and both of those had such a significant impact on this battle. So that's why I think Pokemon is such an interesting game. You can give both players the same 6 Pokemon, but there are very different approaches towards how you play it, and I think Olivia played basically a perfect game 2 here, starting from the lead, making an incredible call on turn 1, and just really figuring out how to position that Dragonite in and being willing to lock into that Outrage. You know, Outrage is an awkward move to use because you basically have one slot that's just fully committed for at least 2 turns, but in this matchup, it made perfect sense, and it's just a dream matchup for Dragonite when you know that there aren't as many protects on the opposing side. For example, Dragonite, Urshifu, Farigiraf, and Rillaboom on Edgar's team don't have Protect.
Yeah, it definitely is just Dragonite's play around at that point. So it was a really, really nice move because it's not one that you see every Dragonite have, but it's really nice when you get to see it and it actually is able to just absolutely rain terror. So congratulations yet again to Olivia. That's definitely a nice way to be starting it out at your own Canadian Regionals, getting a nice 2-0 on stream.
I think I'm really eager to see how this composition performs. We saw it finish second at the most recent European Regional Championships just last weekend. This is not a new concept. It's very actually similar to teams that did well in Regulation D, especially the team that finished second at the World Championships this year. But to me, the return of Dragonite in this format has been fascinating. Yeah. We have seen some really strong performances after it feels like it fell off a little bit in the previous format. And Dragonite looked amazing in that one. I mean, I would say Dragonite was easily the MVP of that second battle. And I think one big question that I have is how do players train their Dragonite in terms of speed investment? And also what moves do you run, right? Because that Outrage made such a big difference, but not everyone runs Outrage on Dragonite.
Well, even just showing that this being the 6 same Pokemon that got second at Lille, but all 3 teams being ran quite differently, and the fact that we got to see this mirror, quote unquote, but it actually was quite different in quite a few ways with how the Pokemon were trained and the moves. It's really quite interesting to see that trainers are kind of aligned with a similar hey, these 6 Pokemon are good, but very core different ideas on how to be building them. And we got to see then Olivia's just being able to come out on top with a combination of how the Dragonite was trained and just a variety of Pokemon always outspeeding, despite the fact that this Farigiraf also has access to the Strict Room.
Yeah, I really want to talk about Farigiraf a little bit more because it is such an awkward Pokemon in this matchup. It could have completely turned the tides in Game 1 and Game 2. In Game 1, the turn that we were really emphasizing when Rillaboom and Champao got knocked out, if Champao switches into into the Farigiraf that turn, then the Rillaboom on the opposing side can get a knockout onto the Urshifu. And on turn 1 of Game 2, if Farigiraf were brought in the back and you switch Champao out into the Farigiraf, Rillaboom can then just Woodhammer into Urshifu. And I think those turns would completely turn how the game looks, right? But it's so awkward, and I think Olivia just has a lot of conviction, willing to make those priority calls, saying, I just don't think Farigiraf's going to come out right now. And I think in Game 2, you can probably feel even a little bit more confident in that because Edgar wasn't able to get any value out of Farigiraf in Game 1, right? So Olivia's probably thinking, I think it's likely you dropped it for that Dragonite. That's exactly what ended up happening. So huge kudos, because those are really difficult calls to make. And yeah, I can't stress how differently the game would look, I think, if Farigiraf had come out on both of those turns. But from Edgar's side, it's a difficult call to make, especially in Game 2, right? Yeah. You really feel comfortable bringing Farigiraf after just didn't do anything in the first game.
Sometimes you have to make the calls to get that win, right? So Olivia having the courage to be able to do that, and we'll have the opportunity to speak with her now over in our Halloween lounge.
Thanks, Sierra and Aaron. I am joined in our spooky lounge by our winner of the Swiss Round 3, Olivia Maletsky. Olivia, congratulations. What a great match to watch as our first match of the day.
Thank you so much.
I think it was really cool to see you out here being able to compete, representing Canada, but going up against a mirror match in this. When you sort of sit down and, obviously you've done a bunch of prep before this, so you should know the team in and out, but when you sit down and you see someone else running the same 6 Pokemon, how do you start prepping for that matchup?
So I had only started playing this team on Wednesday, and I had played the mirror once or twice, and I kind of identified that I really like Farigiraf and Sheep together. And going into Game 2 off of that, I'm like, okay, he's either going to lead what I led, or maybe try to really do what she did.
Yeah, totally. And so the Farigiraf seemed like it was a really key piece for this matchup. And in sort of Game 1, you had the opportunity to go for extreme speed, which you did, with the potential for Farigiraf to be kind of hiding in the back. So when you know that there is that risk that you could just sort of waste a turn by having your priority move blocked, what goes through your mind? Do you just not care about the giraffe, or how are you feeling about that?
So Game 1, the way he played and the way he led, I'm like, it doesn't really seem like he might not have it in the back. So I play as if he didn't, and he ended up not having it.
Yeah. And of course, the same thing happened in Game 2, where you had the opportunity to lead Fake Out with the potential for Farigiraf in the back, which it turned out that Edgar did have, but did not choose to bring in. When you're is it just sort of getting in your opponent's head to sort of say, oh, I don't think you're going to do it this time, or what goes into those plans?
So sort of. What I ended up doing is I saw the lead on his end, and in my mind, he's he has such a commanding position over what I led. I'm like, he's definitely going to try and commit and get my Pokemon here. So I ended up just going for the fake out despite my real being slower off the grassy terrain, and ended up getting a kill on Champao, which is probably the most important piece on his team, which is fine.
Yeah, the Champao did seem like a really good Pokemon for Edgar to bring, and each time you were able to just sort of snipe it with that Urshifu. Was that sort of the idea, that you just had to prioritize getting that Pokemon off the field no matter what?
Absolutely, because once I deal with the Champao, Dragonite's able to just start doing whatever it wants without really threat of dying.
Cool. Well, congratulations on taking this win in round 3. What does it mean to you to be able to be now 3-0? Obviously, there's still 6 more rounds of Pokemon left on the day, but here in Toronto, being undefeated so far, how does that feel?
It's really, really good because I've been playing for a few years now, and this is my home regional. Never been on stream before either, and it feels so nice to finally be on here, especially at home, with all my friends in the back.
Well, I'm so happy we were able to give you that moment to be on stream, winning in your home regional. Would you like to shout out any of your friends who are out there supporting you, probably here in the stadium? I think I heard some cheers during that match as well, or back home.
Big shout outs to Ryan, Brian, Kylan, Nicholas Borghi, I did not forget you. Jeremy, Charlie, and anyone else I didn't mention. I love you guys so much.
All right, Olivia. Well, thank you so much for spending some time to talk with me. Congratulations on the big win in a mirror match, no less. I'm really excited to see how the rest of your tournament goes.
Thank you.
For everyone back at home, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Swiss round 4, so stay tuned.
I'm your host, Anna Prosser, here in Yokohama for Pokemon World Championships 2023, and we're here in the Play Lounge. We're here with Judge Kaza to talk about first steps. What's first step?
ここは、ティーチングエリアです。カードゲームを最初にやる場所です。
If a player is just learning about Pokemon for the first time, what would you tell them when they come here?
まずは楽しんでくださいと。
What games can players learn here in the Play Lounge?
すべてのゲームできます。
Do they need to know anything before they come here, or can they start brand new?
Nothing. 初心者でも大丈夫です。
What is your favorite thing about the Play Lounge?
ティーチングが大好きです。
It looks like you're having a great time. We'll let you get back to it.
めっちゃ楽しいです。
ありがとうございます。
I'm so excited about this WCS in Japan.
And that's it from the Play Lounge. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
The 2024 season off strong, and what an event this was. Coming from Worlds, we continued on in Regulation D with a chance for players to refine old teams or try and reinvent the wheel. A few players rode on winning wins with Brambleghast, and we even saw a couple Gastrodons still kicking around.
These yawns are getting contagious.
With an impressive undefeated run in Day 1 of Swiss, Riley Factura continued that momentum through Day 2 and looked nearly unstoppable headed into the finals. Standing in his way was the opponent who handed him one of the very few losses he took along the way, Wolf Glick, who was having a strong performance to start off the new season. A very close Game 1 came down to the wire, as Wolf managed to wait out Riley's Trick Room before ramping up on the offense and taking the first match. Game 2 started out with a huge KO, as Riley's Cresselia decided to go on the offensive, cooling Wolf's chances of taking the match in 2 with a huge Ice Beam to kick it off before cleaning up the match. In a roller coaster of a Game 3, things started turning in Riley's favor as he ran Wolf out of options to take the victory and put yet another regional championship title under his belt, as well as an invite to the World Championships in Honolulu.
Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the first regional championships of the 2024 season.
Want your chance to prove you're the best? Check out Pokemon.com/compete and get in on the action.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in the living room today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Larian is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2024 Toronto Regional Championships here in, well, Toronto. No tricks there, only treats. It is a lovely crowd here today competing for their shot to qualify for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And we have just finished up round 3 of Swiss for the video game championship side of things, and we are waiting for round 4 pairings. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Jake Muller, and I gotta say, you're looking pretty sharp today.
I was gonna tell you the same thing,
Yeah.
Gabby. Love your sweater.
I love your sweater too.
Thank
It just
you.
really brings out the color of your eyes.
It does, it does.
But no, it's been a really interesting day so far. We had one match on stream that was a mirror match, same 6 Pokemon, a couple of different moves and items across the 2 teams. But I would love to take this time while we're waiting for our next round to sort of dive deeper into the metagame as we have the official reveal of the top 12 Pokemon here in Toronto. And yeah, really no surprises for me, honestly.
No, Fluttermane back on top where she belongs, right over that 50% usage. So if you're playing someone, you flip a coin, they'll either have heads Fluttermane, tails no Fluttermane, about how that rolls here. But right behind Fluttermane is the Iron Hands and the Landorus Therian. Those have easily kind of become like the top 3 of this format. They're just so powerful in this Regulation E metagame. It's almost kind of like a triangle there too, because the Fluttermane should be the Iron Hands, but the Iron Hands can just heavy slam it right back. Landorus has the option to like Stomping Tantrum it, but then Iron Hands just like doesn't take damage from anything. I don't know.
I was trying to make like a rock, paper, scissors kind of comparison, but then I realized only Iron Hands has hands. So
Landorus has little paws.
Yeah, and I guess Landorus is a rock type, so
yeah, and then
there's your rock.
Fluttermane needs to get haircuts pretty often with all that, like those long locks.
Yeah.
So she can have the scissors. I don't know.
There we go. There we go. We're making it work somehow.
There's a bunch of grass types up here as well, though. The Rillaboom that we just saw in our 3rd round, taking the number 4 slot in the day 1 usage, as well as the Ogerpon's. Interesting trend, though. The Ogerpon Wellspring Mask, the water type, is pretty considerably higher than the Hearthflame fire type.
You know, I personally like this adaptation a lot. We were talking about this earlier today. The Wellspring Mask Ogerpon tends to play a bit more defensively compared to the Hearthflame Ogerpon, as not only do you get the special defense boost when you Terrastallize and activate Embody aspect, you also get access to, well, I mean, technically you always have access to Follow Me, but Follow Me is a lot easier to play on the water type Ogerpon as opposed to some of the other types. And I think that given just how offensive the meta game is right now, I mean, I'm just trying to do some quick maths here, and I think 2 out of the 12 that I'm seeing are typically special attackers, which means 10 out of 12 for the other Pokemon are physical attackers. Maybe make that 3 and 9, because I forgot about the Tornadus, which Bleak Wind is a special attack. There's just so much physical power out in the metagame right now. Being able to redirect attacks away, being able to play a bit more defensively while still threatening the Ivy Cudgels, while still threatening big damage, I think is so important. And that's just an easier strategy, in my opinion, to play with Wellspring Ogerpon.
And given that there's so many physical attackers, it's also no surprise that there's 2 Intimidate Pokemon in this top 12.
Oh, 100%.
Kind of like we hinted on in the intro segment over in the lounge with Evan. The Landorus Therian and the Hisuian Arcanine, both in this top 12, attempting to kind of mitigate the damage from some physical attackers. But at the same time, a lot of the common physical attackers just like have ways to not care about Intimidate. Like Urshifu has its Surging Strikes and Wicked Blow, which ignores any attack drops. If Dragonite's running Inner Focus, it'll be ignoring those Intimidates as well. So one Pokemon not on this top 12, though we still see a lot, is King Gambit, which will not only ignore the Intimidate, but actually benefit from it from the Defiant. And so it is an important ability to have on your teams if you want to have the option to kind of slow down games, but at the same time, you still have to account for these physical Pokemon that just don't care.
Yeah, and if we want to take a look at our caster predictions as well, now I will say there was a gentle person's agreement here to not pick what we thought would be the top 12 Pokemon, and I think that we all were very successful in that part of the endeavor.
That's true.
But I do find it interesting just the variety of Pokemon that appear on here. I mean, going into Evan's predictions, we have the only special attacking Intimidate user with the Salamence. Sierra has the Light Screen and the Reflect user of Grimmsnarl with the Okidogi. I just put my Trick Room team in. You know, there's a lot of really unique options here, and I think that while you're not seeing any of these Pokemon on the top 12, I think we're seeing trainers pick and choose little bits of these caster picks into those top 12 to build their overall teams. Like, I mean, not to pick on your picks, Jake, but like Sinistra, I think is one of those Pokemon that is a bit more splashable, especially if you're looking for a defensive style of play. And then you have that Como-O as well, fresh off the Sacramento win.
I was certainly inspired by Sacramento. Both the Como-O and the Weezing had really good performances there. Specifically Como-O, like Aaron, I actually had Hisui and Gudra on my predictions for Sacramento as kind of like a Iron Defense body press, like bulky thing that's hard to take down and can eventually set up. But I had to change it after Sacramento because Como obviously put up such a strong performance. And I really like Sinistra. Like, I think Hospitality is a really good ability, especially if you're playing a more bulky game with the Pokemon that aren't doing a whole lot of damage right off the bat. You're trying to extend games. Having the ability to switch in your Sinistra and just immediately heal your Pokemon for 25% is really nice. And I think you have the option to like Rage Powder. A lot of people build it like physically bulky with like a Rocky Helmet, which can help punish those physical attackers. And along the same lines, Weezing, we saw a lot of a couple weeks ago as well with the Will-O-Wisp. Like that's kind of just its main thing, being bulky, being annoying with neutralizing gas, and surprisingly doing a lot of damage with Gunk Shot. That was something that shocked me every time it used it last weekend.
I know. I was able to tune in a little bit to the regionals last weekend, and I also found myself a bit surprised at just how the damage calculations were playing out. But, I mean, that's what you get when you are playing in such a physical metagame. I mean, going back to the previous match, we had 2 Farigiraf on stream.
Yeah.
Both of those Pokemon had Helping Hand, and I feel like, yes, you run Helping Hand to do more damage. Obviously, that's the purpose of the move, but it also kind of throws those damage calculations off. When you're preparing for a tournament, when you're sitting there with your calculator, a lot of trainers will know, like, okay, I will take this much damage from this attack, or I expect to do this much damage to this Pokemon. And Helping Hand kind of throws those calcs out the windows unless you prepared for that. So it's a great way to sort of catch people by surprise and just give yourself a little bit of an edge. And that's the same thing with Sinistra. If you have 125% of your health now to deal with, it really does change the game.
I think especially going back to Helping Hand too, in the match we just saw, Olivia did have the turn where she was able to go for the Helping Hand Outrage. And unless you're like a Fairy type, I don't think anything's taking that comfortably at all. If I'm a Choice Band Dragonite, it's like you said, it's just a really good way to kind of throw those damage calcs in your favor. Even if you are going up against something like a Reflect, like an Intimidate, you can kind of bridge that gap between your like main damage output and like the reduced output your opponent might be expecting.
Yeah, I will say though, the Outrage play by Olivia in that round 3 on Swiss was such a it made me a little bit nervous, I'm not gonna lie.
You have to commit.
You have to very much commit to the Outrage, and especially knowing that I think her play was literally Helping Hand Outrage.
Yeah.
The one downside to that move is that you can't pick the target, and I think she did a fantastic job of recognizing that there were no bad targets on the field that turn.
When you're using Outrage, I think that's kind of what you have to recognize. Like a lot of times there are situations where if you use Outrage and it hits the right target, you probably just win the game, but if it's the wrong target, you probably just lose the game immediately. Like there are certainly situations where that exists. And so if you're running Outrage, deciding to actually select it on a turn involves a lot more than just what's going to happen this turn. You have to think a few turns ahead. And I think in Olivia's case, when we in that game, I think we were down to a point where no matter which slot it hit, it didn't really matter because it would be taking a KO, and you can kind of deal from there. You can play, reevaluate your game plan from there. And more importantly, like if there are 2 Pokemon on the field that can't protect, if there are 2 Pokemon that aren't Fairy type and can't Fairy Terra, like go for it. I don't know, a Choice Band Helping Hand Dragonite using Outrage, it's going to be doing a lot of damage. In situations like that, there's a much less of a potential drawback.
Well, Pokemon video game, Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go is not the only competition we have going on here this weekend.
Oh, that's great.
We have our lovely caster competition going on here. And these are two good friends of mine. That is DeFi Stephanie Christine. They're dressed up as Karen from Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Crystal. She is the one who always plays with her favorites, if you've heard that quote. And of course, where would she be without her trusted partner Pokemon of that Umbreon, in this case, our good friend Alpha Phoebe, aka Nick. Shout outs to Nick, as every time I say quick maths now, it's only because of him. Because he said it once when I was casting with him in Go, and it just has stuck with me. So they're carving Pokemon, and I see Screamtail, and I believe that's a Fuecoco. Yeah.
If you're a Pokemon Masters EX player like I am, you will recognize you'll recognize the Karen and Umbreon combo as well. They're a pretty good sync pair over in that game. So we're bridging the gap between all of our Pokemon franchises here this weekend.
Yeah,
I'm so excited, Gabby, for these pumpkins. I know exactly what I want to do, and it's like not going to be simple, so I'm hoping I don't make a fool of myself, but it's fine.
So before Evan announced that there was going to be prizing involved.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm a very competitive person, just between you and me and everybody else watching. And I was originally going to take one of the stencils and just be like, you know what? I'm going to carve this thing because it gives me joy.
Yeah.
And now that there's prizing involved, I am literally sketching out my pumpkin behind the desk during downtime.
I can confirm.
Jake can confirm. I don't want to show anybody because I don't want spoilers.
Here, let me sketch mine real quick.
Okay, so
there.
Wow.
I'm a really good artist, you guys. It's really good.
Always smile. But yeah, no, the kitty gloves are off.
Yeah,
the kitty gloves are off, and the kitty pumpkin carvers are in.
And the pumpkin carving tools are in our hands, and we're ready.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. You can make sure to tune in before Masters Finals tomorrow if you want to have your chance to vote to pick your favorite pumpkin and determine the prizing. I am told that we were not supposed to try and bribe y'all at home, but I feel like there's going to be a little bit of that involved anyways. So yeah, it'll be great.
I'll like tweet out my Venmo or something, and no, I'm kidding. I would never do that.
I was just gonna say I actually brought so Pokemon started selling like the little trick-or-treat packs of cards.
Yeah.
So I was able to luck out at my local game store and purchase several not boxes, but like packs of those.
Yeah.
So I actually have them, and I was gonna post tomorrow like, hey, if you find me, say trick-or-treat, I'll give you some cards. But I don't know. Now I might have to use those for a personal gain.
No, we could never. We could never. No.
Yeah, I'm a very competitive person, and on that note,
I mean, we're both former players, turned casters. I think we have to be.
Are you gonna try and carve the genies of a healthy meta on your pumpkin?
Oh, shoot, I was gonna do something else, but maybe I should do that.
That might be too complicated. I don't know.
I think it would. I'm not that good an artist.
Risk reward it,
True, but like in that case, the risk is looking like a complete fool.
Yeah.
And my pumpkin just being like a mess.
The pumpkin just like collapses.
Oh no.
But anyways, we do have round 4 pairings up. We are not just stalling for time here. We are, I believe we are going to be featuring Jamie Boyd versus Justin Tang. Oh, Jamie Boyd versus Justin Tang as our next round. Okay.
That's really fun. We talked about some players coming over from the other side of the Atlantic, and Jamie Boyd is one of them, one of our English friends. But known for a very, very creative team building style, which, having peeked at his team earlier, Gabby and I were talking about JB's team right before we came on camera. It's very exciting, and I'm so happy we get to feature it, especially against Justin Tang, who's been one of our popular players to watch for the last 8 or 9 months or so.
Yeah, the one thing that I really love about Jamie Boyd's teams as well is that they're always like so built to reflect his play style, reflect his perspective of how to play Pokemon.
Yeah.
And like there was a period of time where I was actually trying to play his teams, and because I thought they were cool, all these unique Pokemon, maybe some strategies that you otherwise wouldn't have access to. And then I realized I just don't think the way that he thinks.
If I ever tried to use a Jamie Boyd team at a tournament, I would probably go like 0-4. I think if you're obviously Jamie has won multiple regionals in Europe, a very good player, very good team builder, but he's the kind of player and team builder that his teams work for him and like him only, because he plays the game in such a specific way that he knows how to use every tiny little piece, every move, every attack, every move and attack. Different things, same thing, whatever. Every attack, every item, every bit of training, every ability, like they all have a very specific purpose. And unless you are Jamie or get like a 6-hour crash course from Jamie, I don't think you could ever use one of his teams very well.
Yeah, and he did also just compete last weekend in Lille, so that is also going to be really exciting to see. I believe he day 2'd in Lille. I don't think he made top cut, but he was definitely up there in terms of points.
Yeah, I mean, not surprising at all.
Yeah.
Same goes for Justin Tang, like someone who, again, his first 3 regionals ever were top 16 win, kind of having a Riley Factor-esque season last year, but someone who, again, is capable of performing very well at any tournament they enter, and also has a pretty unique team. I believe we were also taking a peek at his earlier, and he's packing a Pelipper Salamence. So it's really cool to get to see these 2 really cool teams so early in this tournament.
Yeah, so it looks like our players have just seated down and they're going to get ready to get started. So we're just going to wait a little bit longer to get into the full details of that matchup. So while we are waiting, you know, it is great that we're going to see Salamence on stream. Like you mentioned, that was one of our caster picks. No fully dedicated Spam Trick Room teams yet. Waiting for it.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. How are you feeling about Weezing stocks right now?
I think they're pretty good. I know that Kyle Livinghouse, who did pretty well with that back in Sacramento, is also running it again. I know a few other people that are playing it. I also know that there's a Galarian Weezing with Misty Surge in the field, which is pretty cool.
All right.
Something that I think we've been missing in this format a lot is a terrain that isn't psychic terrain. So
or grassy.
looking to true, yes, you're right. Rillaboom exists. A terrain that isn't psychic or grassy, and a way to shut those off. So that's really cool. But obviously, the primary Weezing set that we're all kind of expecting to see is that neutralizing gas, whether it be the Cantonian or the Galarian, and it's doing pretty well. I expect someone like Kyle to perform well with it again. I know Colin Heyer is also running it, a player who we've seen at the top tables a lot. So I feel good about it. I think until I'm proven otherwise, I will feel fine at worst.
All right, well, we do have our notable matches from round 4 as well. So if you are watching along at home, do note that Brendan Zhang will be playing against Maddie Morgan this round. Paul Chua versus Rafael Bagheera. That is going to be a fantastic matchup. And Joshua Lorsey versus Marcus Dion. Marcus being one of our Canadian trainers to watch, and Joshua Lorsey being from the New England region, which I am inevitably biased towards.
Yes, Rafael, also a Canadian, a former finalist at the U.S. Nationals in 2015, before we called it NAIC. So someone to watch as well. I know Rafa was really excited to get to play in a Canadian regional again. And of course, Marcus, like you said, one of our players to watch. Someone who's made it to day 2 or been just at the cusp of day 2 of multiple regionals over the course of the last year. We've gotten to feature on stream a few times, so 3 really great matches.
And if memory serves correct, last time we saw him on stream, unless I missed him during the Sacramento weekend, which is highly possible, he was running 4 Illumise as his plush support squad. So definitely something to keep an eye out for as well if you're out in the hall. You know, check out those partner Pokemon plush hanging out on the tables, supporting their trainers any way they can.
Of course, it's the moral support, right? You got your team. You got your team in Scarlet and Violet, but sometimes you just gotta have a little extra morale boost with your little plush friends.
You know, I have to wonder if Sierra were to ever compete at a regional, like how much of the Piplup squad would actually make it?
Yeah, I think she said she brought 13 to this event.
I mean, they were all seated very nicely in her car.
That's true.
And I believe she did pack snacks for them, which is very important as well.
It is
because,
important.
You know, you gotta take care of the squad.
How many of those do you think she could fit on her, table?
I don't know, but I want to see. Like, I especially want her giant Piplup there, behind her, with one of those camping chairs that you can pack up and just set up and.
That would be so funny. Just watching over, maybe sitting next to her backpack, making sure it doesn't get messed with or anything.
Exactly. I mean, every little bit counts. I mean, you always need a Pokemon mom to help you out through the day, and for her, that's the Piplup.
Of course. Oh man, I love these tournaments so much, Gabby. It's so much fun. Both here as a player, anytime I'm in the building for Pokemon, it's just a great time.
Yeah, it's there's going to be a lot of shenanigans, I think, this weekend.
Yes.
But this is why I think Pokemon is just a fantastic esport to be a part of. like the fact that you can't just kind of let loose and have fun like this is really important. You know, at the end of the day, this is a hobby for most of us. Yes, prizing is absolutely incredible this year. You know, not only does the winner of the tournament walk away with an invite to compete in Honolulu, they also walk away with a substantial cash prize that they can use to then fund said trip to Honolulu, said trip to other regionals, maybe an international championship. If you're curious about what exactly that number is, I have it for you right there on screen. Thank you very much. $6,000. I believe that is US dollars, by the way.
Yeah,
for first place, along with 72 booster packs, which is just an incredible prize to take home. And again, it just makes it so much easier to get to additional tournaments, to get to the World Championships, and then get to have fun and see your friends all around the world.
I think $6,000 might even be enough to like fund an entire season's worth of tournament travel as well.
I think if you get frugal with it, I think so, yeah.
I don't know. The pricing this year is increased from prior years, which is such a blessing because now the players have even more to play for. The money, again, kind of being secondary for a lot of people, but of course, if you enter a tournament hoping to have fun and you do well, some money's also nice.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want more money?
I mean, no one's going to say no, right? And we're not going to say no to the start of our next round here. This is round 4 of Swiss. Jamie Boyd versus Justin Tang. And let's take a look at these teams because they are a doozy. They are the tricks and the treats all in one. And Jamie, who's going to be on the left-hand side of your screen, is running a Roaring Moon, the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the signature Ogerpon from the DLC, Hisuian Arcanine, Urshifu Rapid Strike style, Thunderous Therian, and Golden Go. Yes, Thunderous Therian. That is correct. It's the one with the legs.
The one with the legs. That Thunderous is really cool. I think it's not really something we see a whole lot of, especially because in the past, if you were to run Thunderous, it was almost always going to be the incarnate form. And depending on the metagame, depending on the year, either with Prankster or Defiant, 2 really good abilities. But this time we see the Therian form, which has Volt Absorb, which is handy when it faces any other electric types. But the Assault Vest, hoping to bulk it down a little bit more, it also gives Jamie the option to run the dual electric type moves. You have the classic Thunderbolt, and you have the Wild Bolt Storm, which is not something we see too often. It might even be the first of the new moves from the forces of nature that we've seen other than the Bleak Windstorm.
Yeah, on the opposite side of the field, Justin Tang is also running it's a Salamence, so give a few thousand years of evolution from the Roaring Moon and you'll get there, along with the Iron Hands, the Golden Go, the Iron Bundle, the Amoonguss, and a Pelipper, which is honestly a little bit reminiscent of what Gavin Michaels ran last year around the Oceania time frame, where he had that Pelipper and the oh my goodness. Palafin, thank you.
And Azumarill, he kind of switched between them.
He had his bulky water-type Pokemon, either the Palafin or the Azumarill, alongside of the Golden Go. You know, there's a lot of great synergy there, especially when you're running into so many fire-type Pokemon like the Hisuian Arcanine or like the Ogerpon with the Hourflame Mask.
And big credit to Evan, who predicted the Salamence. He was saying, you know, it's the only Intimidate Pokemon that can use special attacks. That's exactly what we're seeing here. We have the Draco Meteor, Hurricane, Air Slash attacks coming out from the Salamence, as well as a really fast Tailwind. So it's not a Prankster Tailwind, but it's fast. And so if you get that fast Tailwind, especially next to something like that Golden Go with a nasty plot, that could come in very handy.
Yeah, it's also really interesting to see a Choice Scarf on that Salamence in particular. I mean, you definitely need it in order to be able to outspeed a majority of the metagame. Fluttermane in particular seems like one Pokemon that Salamence would have to be very careful around without it. But still, if you do opt to go for the Choice Scarf Tailwind turn 1, that does mean that you're pretty much forced to switch turn 2. And with the Iron Hands and with the Amoonguss in the back of Justin's party, I feel like that does give you a decent amount of maneuverability with those Pokemon.
For sure. I think especially the Golden Go is kind of the main thing on Justin's team that benefits from that Tailwind.
Yeah.
It is the Leftovers Nasty Plot set, kind of the bulkier set that we saw towards the middle of last year. That typically has been kind of pushed aside for more offensive sets in recent weeks, but Justin opting back for that with the Terra Dragon defensive typing. A really cool adaptation that lets it take on all of the Urshifus, all of the Ogerpons very well. I also just really want to talk about the Ogerpon on Jamie's side. Like,
yes,
this is
please, yes.
That is not a typo. It is not the wrong sprite. It is the Tail Mask, the base form Ogerpon, the Solo Grass type, holding the Razor Claw, so hoping to take advantage of the boosted critical hit rate from Ivy Cudgel. I believe with the boosted rate and holding the Razor Claw, it's a 50% chance to get a critical hit every time you use Ivy Cudgel.
I believe that is correct as well, and in case people at home are curious, the really unique thing about Ogerpon in the teal mask form is that because it's always just holding that teal mask, it can hold a gold item alongside of it. Whereas if you opt for Wellspring, Hearthflame, or Quarterstone, you are holding those masks as your hold item so that Ogerpon can assume those types. So it is a bit of a disadvantage, I think, just locking into just the grass typing, given how useful having fire type with Molt Breaker or having the water typing with Water Absorb can be in the metagame. But knowing that you have about a 50% chance to hit a crit with Ivy Cudgel, and just knowing how powerful Ivy Cudgel is, and then also having the Defiant ability on top of that to benefit from any stat drops that may come through, it makes Ogerpon very, very scary.
Especially when you factor in Swords Dance, which Jamie is also running. He's got Ivy Cudgel, Stomping Tantrum for some coverage, Swords Dance, and Spiky Shield. And on top of that, when you terastallize a Teal Mask Ogerpon, Embody Aspect boosts your speed, which, you know, if you have a Swords Dance up, you get a +1 speed boost on demand. That could be very, very scary.
All right, well, turn number 1. This is Jamie Boyd versus Justin Tang, round 4 of Swiss. We're starting things off with 2 Golden Go on the field, alongside of an Iron Hands and Roaring Moon using Photosynthesis to boost its speed by 1 stage.
That's a really nice speed boost there. You get the option to go for something like a Protect, or a Tailwind rather, before anything else can attack. The speed boost not necessary for the Roaring Moon right now, just because Golden Go and Iron Hands are naturally quite slow, especially slower than Roaring Moon. But Roaring Moon does have some nice options here with the Knockoff, which is a new toy it got in the Teal Mask DLC. It did not have access to that move before, and now it has the option to knock off the Leftovers or the Assault Vest from the 2 Pokemon on Justin's side, which could come in very handy later on.
Yeah, especially getting rid of an item on Iron Hands. In this case, it will be the Assault Vest on Justin Tang's side of the field. You're essentially removing a bulk of its defenses at that point in time. Instead, though, starting things off with a very fast Breaking Swipe, which will drop the attack of that Iron Hands and Golden Go by 1 stage each. Shadow Ball, though, undeterred by that attack drop, will hit the Golden Go. It's super effective, but Golden Go able to hold on just long enough to get a nasty plot in to boost its special attack by 2 stages, but Iron Hands not gonna let that stick, doubling straight into that Golden Go for the KO.
Justin seeing through that very well, says that, you know, even if Breaking Swipe comes through, a Shadow Ball in combination with Wild Charge should be able to knock out this Golden Go. And the Golden Go on Jamie's side was actually pretty well positioned to go for a Nasty Plot there, as long as Shadow Ball didn't come out from Justin's Golden Go. Obviously it did, so it didn't pay off very well, but if anything else happened that turn, say a Nasty Plot, possible switch out from the Golden Go, that would have been a very, very powerful Nasty Plot that Jamie got off there, especially considering the Life Orb, and especially considering you have the option to Tailwind on the following turn. So I really like that play from Jamie, kind of going for a very aggressive Nasty Plot in the face of a Golden Go that could possibly Shadow Ball you. I think if you're Justin, that's a nice play too, because Knockoff is a big threat, but from a more supportive Roaring Moon might not be enough for when it KO, so you kind of make sure that no Nasty Plot goes off there unpunished.
Yeah, and we've seen so many Golden Go get those Nasty Plot boosts and then go ahead to just kind of roll through the competition.
Right.
So it's a little bit greedy, I think, to go for it turn 1, but if it had paid off, I think it, like you were saying, it would have just been a huge threat for Justin to have to pivot with. And now that Jamie started out game 1 that way, if we get into a game 2 or a game 3 situation, there's always going to be the threat of that Nasty Plot looming in the back of Justin Tang's mind.
Speaking of Nasty Plots, Justin's also is running Nasty Plot, and this might not be the best situation for it, facing down a Knockoff and a Flare Blitz, but it's something that Justin now has the option to do. Again, the Golden Go on Jamie's side is gone, so that's a Steel Resist out of the way. I think a lot of times if you're running Golden Go, getting rid of Steel Resist so you can make it rain freely is a big deal, and so that's not only a Pokemon advantage, but a really nice setup for the Golden Go on Justin's side after that first turn.
Yeah, Justin could easily even switch out that Golden Go this turn and then save it for the end of the game when it could come in and make it rain for the win, but instead it's that Iron Hands that's going to switch out into the Amoonguss, one of the least popular Grass-type Pokemon now, believe it or not.
That's so wild to say, too.
I know. It's one of those Pokemon that you always have to remember, given that it brings the threat of Spore every single game. But in this case, just going to take some damage from a Breaking Swipe. These attack drops will not make much of a difference, as both these Pokemon are special attackers on the field right now. And then Flare Blitz into the Protect on the Golden Go.
I think that's a respectable Flare Blitz. The double breaking swipe means that the Iron Hands would have been at -2, even a super effective Drain Punch into either of these Pokemon wouldn't have done a whole lot of damage. And now the Arcanine being locked into Flare Blitz means that if Justin wants either the Golden Go or the Amoonguss to survive a Flare Blitz, he has to Terastallize one of them or swap them out. But like the Iron Hands won't enjoy taking a Choice Band Flare Blitz on the switch, and so you have to be really careful this turn. I do really like the Amoonguss swap there because I think the Golden Go commanded a lot more attention. And so if you're going to be Flare Blitzing one slot, it's probably that one. Amoonguss comes in for free, and now if you Terastallize the Amoonguss, for example, you can start redirecting those Fire-type moves.
Yeah, the one downside, though, about the swap here into the Thundurus Therian is that it leaves Jamie vulnerable to a Spore from this Amoonguss, but it is just going for that Rage Powder. So no attacks being thrown by Jamie this turn. It will not be taking any damage, but that also means Golden Go is more than free to go for the Nasty Plot to get that +2 special attack boost and now start throwing Make It Rain or Shadow Ball, really, to threaten some big damage down on both these Pokemon.
Amoonguss either of them really not Terastallizing there is massive for Justin because he essentially kind of called Jamie's bluff. Like if you want to Flare Blitz on Amoonguss slot, you're going to take a lot of damage in recoil and potentially, get your Arcanine into a slot where any attack can knock it out. But now that Amoonguss isn't Terastallized, it is not a Water type, it is the Water type Terra on Amoonguss. And now it can redirect Electric type attacks from the Thundurus much better. That was a really big non-Terra from Justin on that turn because now he still has that tool at his disposal, possibly this coming turn, but more importantly, this Thundurus doesn't have the option to just Wild Bolt Storm and get a lot of damage onto Amoonguss and Golden Go at the same time.
Justin has selected Golden Go as the Pokemon to Terastallize in this game 1 of this set. And like its predecessors from the previous weekends, we do see the Dragon typing there. Knockoff will remove the leftovers held item, but it will not be doing super effective damage, and Make It Rain, bringing that Roaring Moon down into the red. Thunderbolt's following up with a Thunderbolt. It's not very effective to that Dragon typing, and Spore will be putting that Thundurus Therian form to sleep.
So speaking of having Terra at your disposal still, that is a massive turn for Justin once again, because Golden Go, you can tell, easily would have been knocked out by a combination of Knockoff and Thunderbolt if it hadn't Terastallized. And Amoonguss not really fearing anything from the Roaring Moon or the Thundurus right off the bat, just able to go for a Spore into the one slot that can't protect. So Thundurus now goes to sleep. The Dragon-type Golden Go is set up well to continue throwing out these Make It Rains, although it does still have to worry about the breaking swipe now.
Arcanine taking the field for the Thundurus. So interestingly enough, opting to swap out that turn instead of letting it burn its one turn of mandatory sweep. Breaking Swipe will do enough damage to pick up the KO on that Golden Go, but does leave both of Jamie's Pokemon here vulnerable to a Spore from this Amoonguss. And if Justin was able to predict that switch, or otherwise, I think even just play it very safe, you just target the Spore into that Roaring Moon. It can no longer go for those attack drops prior to Justin's Pokemon attacking. And now it seems like Iron Hands, or in this case, the Iron Bundle, is perfectly suited to take the field to get those KOs. And Justin looks like he's on his way to a win in this game number 1.
I think he's about 80% of his way to a win, because you do have to hit a Hydro Pump here to knock out this Arcanine, unfortunately. And it's known for not being the most accurate of moves. However, it's still a really good spot for Justin to be in. The Roaring Moon going to sleep means that Tailwind is off the field, or off the table for this coming turn. It will have to take at least one mandatory turn of sleep, which will be this coming turn if it stays on the field. And more importantly, his Arcanine is now facing down the Iron Bundle, which has a powerful Water-type attack. However, not wanting to be knocked out by one Hydro Pump will be Terastallizing.
Yeah, Jamie saving his Terastallization until the end game, opting to Terastallize that Arcanine into the Fairy type. A great defensive Terra here, as it will no longer be taking super effective damage, but that Iron Bundle didn't even target it down. Instead, opting to freeze dry the Roaring Moon for the knockout here. Arcanine next to attack will go for a Rock Slide. This will do some great damage to the Iron Bundle, but also bring with it a chance of a flinch. We see the crit. Will the Amoonguss be able to attack this turn?
This could be big.
It will first consume that Citrus Berry, so I think without the crit, Rock Slide still might miss a knockout, but it looks like this Arcanine will not have a chance to even go for it next turn, as Spore is able to connect.
If that had flinched the Amoonguss, that could have been Jamie's way back into this match. Really smart targeting there from Justin, knowing that the Roaring Moon could not protect because it was asleep, would be knocked out by a Freeze Dry, or would probably also knock out this Thundurus in the back that is holding the Assault Vest, but still a flying type and weak to that Freeze Dry. On a team like this, the Iron Bundle probably trained to be a bit more offensive because it is going to be taking advantage of the rain with the Hydro Pump. So Freeze Dry, a big threat there on either slot. And now that the Thundurus cannot Terastallize, Actually, it is just flying anyway, so couldn't dodge the freeze dry damage. But now the Arcanine has also taken up the Terra, so you can't use Terra Blast on the Thundurus anymore. And you still have the Iron Hands in the back to deal with, so Jamie looking like he might be seeing the writing on the wall here for this first game.
Yeah, I do like how you called out, though, that the Thundurus Therian form is that flying terrestrialization. You know, we saw that on the team preview slide earlier on in the match, but I think it's a really interesting indication of just how Jamie, you know, built this Pokemon into the team. It does feel like this Thundurus Therian is trying to take the highlights from the Landorus Therian in particular, with that flying typing, getting the Terra Blast boost with that as well. In this particular matchup, it did not make as much of a difference. A great use of the Assault Vest to be able to take that freeze dry, and that's really good information for Jamie moving forwards if he didn't realize that already.
Right.
But, you know, unfortunately, your Pokemon are still asleep. There was no wake up that turn from the Thundurus. I'm assuming that's what Jamie was trying to look for there. And it looks like he just locked in the forfeit. So Justin Tang takes game one.
Justin Tang takes a very well-played game one. I think at every turn there, Justin was making decisions that was furthering his game plan, while at the same time, like, limiting Jamie's options really severely, especially with when he chose not to terrestrialize the Mungus, and then when he chose to terrestrialize the Golden Go into the Dragon type. I think just really managing his resources very well. Interestingly enough, we saw the low damage from the freeze dry into the Thundurus on that second to last turn, and earlier in the game, we saw the Golden Go on Justin's side outspeed the Thundurus on Jamie's end. So that probably tells you that Thundurus is just trained to make most use of that Assault Vest, be very, very bulky, not necessarily as fast and slower than that fast Nasty Plot Golden Go on Justin's end.
Yeah, and going back through the replay of that game one, number one as well, like, the Golden Go being able to get that Nasty Plot, being able to use Make It Rain, that one turn it was able to get that combination was just so important there. Like, yes, it only really attacked that one turn, but overall it was able to do the damage it needed to do. It was able to put Jamie's Pokemon in a position where they were threatened by a subsequent knockout, and also just open the door for that Amoonguss to go for Spore. You know, I think that's something that people are having a little bit more trouble managing right now, because yes, while you do typically have a grass Pokemon on your team, it's 9 times out of 10 it is an Ogerpon or a Rillaboom rather than the Amoonguss, like we saw on the usage stats. And that means that you're probably not going to have a great answer for Spore, and if you're able to get that positioning like we saw from Justin, it just makes your win condition so much easier to lock in.
I think that kind of the two ways you can run Nasty Plot Golden Go is try to set it up for a sweep in the end, or use it to set up other things.
Yeah,
and you were hinting at that, Gabby. That's the second way is how Justin used it in that first game. He got that one Nasty Plot off, and they got that one big Make It Rain off, neither of the Pokemon that took it were KO'd. The Thundurus took a little under half. Roaring Moon was almost KO'd, but barely hung on under that 25% threshold there. But more importantly, just set up those two later on. So a single freeze dry knocked out Roaring Moon, one freeze dry plus anything else KO'd the Thundurus, and that really set up Justin for the rest of the game, because I think especially looking at Jamie's team, the Roaring Moon is kind of the way that Jamie has to control games between the Tailwind, the Breaking Swipe, and the Knockoff. Those are all really potent moves, both for damage and for utility, and getting it so low early on means that it didn't have as much room to go.
Well, we see a pivot from both these trainers going into game number 2. Jamie Boyd leading the Hisuian Arcanine and Golden Go against Justin Tang's Iron Hand and the Salamence. So while we do see Intimidates going off across the field, interestingly enough, no Roaring Moon from Jamie means that this Arcanine could just go for damage, or more likely is about to switch out.
The Thundurus on Jamie's side is like, these are kind of the two things that really wants to be sitting out on the field against. It won't take any damage from Wild Charge thanks to Volt Absorb. It resists the Drain Punch and the Heavy Slam. And the Assault Vest means that it will not take much damage from the Salamence either. So really well positioned Thundurus if it is to come in here, especially considering the Golden Go on Justin's side. Something else it can sit in front of pretty well. And more importantly, Jamie's Golden Go set up for a pretty good Nasty Plot this coming turn.
Yeah, Justin making a fantastic switch there, getting Golden Go on the field just as Jamie Boyd swaps out his Hisuian Arcanine into that Thundurus Therian, but we're not done yet, trainers. The Amoonguss is also going to be switching in for Justin Tang, so possibly looking to make a run back of his strategy in game number 1, but that must have been not a critical hit on that Amoonguss. That Make It Rain does so much damage to that Pokemon. Will proc the Citrus Berry almost immediately and put that Amoonguss within knockout range of a 2-hit knockout, which I think is so important, because now that the Amoonguss could be knocked out by a Make It Rain plus an attack from that Thunderous Therian, you don't have to worry about Spore as much anymore.
Well, and now we also see there is no Iron Bundle on Justin's side. We've seen all 4 of Justin's Pokemon, the Amoonguss Golden Go on the field, and the Iron Hand Salamence in the back, which means Thunderous is very well positioned for Jamie. Those are kind of the 4 things on Justin's side would want to see the most. Even the Pelipper would be totally fine for it. Really, just the Iron Bundle gives it trouble with that fast Ice-type moves. But now it has the Assault Vest into these Golden Go, and the Amoonguss is low enough that it actually has to swap out here, so Thunderous could make a really big impact in the next coming 2 turns.
Yeah, that Regenerator ability, though, will mean that when Amoonguss makes a return to the field, it will have some of its health right back. Iron Hand's taking its spot and taking some damage immediately from a Wild Bolt Storm, the signature move that Thunderous learned from...
Some damage.
Some damage from Legends Arceus, followed up with a Make It Rain, again, from the Golden Go on Jamie's side of the field.
The nice part about the Life Orb Golden Go is that you do have the Nasty Plot. You can try and set yourself up for some big damage later on. But if you're Jamie, you can also just go straight for huge damage, which we saw into the Amoonguss. Hopefully, he's probably hoping the combination of Wild Bolt Storm and Make It Rain would either KO or bring the Golden Go and JS Justin's side very low. Now, unfortunately, Jamie's Golden Go is at -2. It is facing down something that could probably KO it with a Shadow Ball in the form of Justin's Golden Go. So might be seeing that swap out here just to reposition itself for later on. But again, this Thunderous looking really strong here because it is able to resist pretty much everything that can be thrown its way.
Yeah, it can't take any damage from electric type attacks thanks to Volt Absorb, and it will be resisting and also having that Assault Vest as well for any special attacks coming through from that Golden Go. But no attacks coming through from it this turn. Fake Out plus Nasty Plot from Justin will ensure that the Golden Go is all set up and ready to go now that Roaring Moon is out on the field.
Roaring Moon's a nice switch here. You have the option to knock off, which will threaten big damage in the Golden Go unless it Terastallizes. You have the option for Breaking Swipe, which will prevent a lot of damage coming out from that Iron Hands. And now that this Golden Go is at +2 special attack, you have to wonder whether Justin's going to focus more on bringing back that Amoonguss, protecting it from a knockoff, maybe Terastallizing it to mitigate damage from knockoff or an electric type move from Thunderous. We saw Jamie getting some big damage out first, but now this Golden Go on Justin's side is pretty healthy. It's got those leftovers, keeping it even more healthy, and more importantly, is at +2 special attack without a real threat of being KO'd if it opts to Terastallize.
Yeah, I think honestly, given the position that Justin is in this turn, I feel like it's going to be very simple for him to just go on the offense with that Golden Go. When he's ready, he has Protect available to him, and with the Salamence switching in as well, this could be an attempt to try and get some speed control in favor of this Golden Go long turn. We see the first Protect from Roaring Moon and a follow-up Protect from Justin on that Golden Go, but this Thunderbolt, had it targeted that Salamence, would have done some great damage, but instead will just go into the Protect.
I respect the Thunderbolt, especially because I think with the spread damage reduction, it probably does more single target than Wild Bolt Storm, and more importantly, cannot miss. Wild Bolt Storm, I can't say that. Oh my gosh.
It's a trick.
It's a trick. I got tricked. It has a nasty little mischance there, so wanting to get some guaranteed damage in Golden Go makes sense. Salamence coming in here is holding the Choice Scarf, so it is naturally going to be faster than that Thunderous. However, the Roaring Moon does have its Booster Energy Photosynthesis Speed Boost, so it should still be able to outspeed the Salamence on Justin's end and go for something like a Tailwind or a Breaking Swipe if it wants to.
Well, what it wants to do this turn is Terastallize into that Dragon typing once again. Honestly, this whole board position is very reminiscent of what we saw in game number 1, so it is no surprise that that Golden Go wants to drop its Dark type weakness in favor of its Dragon type resistance. We see the first Tailwind come through from the Roaring Moon, but it's actually a Draco Meteor that just misses the KO on that Roaring Moon by 1 HP. Wild Bolt Storm will not connect with that Salamence. It's not very effective against that Dragon type Golden Go, who now fires back a +2 boosted special attack Shadow Ball into the Assault Vest Thunderous to just miss a knockout there as well.
Jamie's Pokemon are so clutch this turn. Those are 2 huge survivals because now, even though you missed the Wild Bolt Storm on the Salamence, I said it right. You still have the option to threaten it with some big electric type moves this coming turn. And the Roaring Moon hanging on is massive for Jamie because now he threatens a Breaking Swipe onto both of these Pokemon. Is intimidated, so won't be doing a whole lot of damage, but it is so much more than nothing, obviously, and it's really valuable to just have this piece still at your disposal there. So Jamie playing with a full deck still as Justin opts to switch out this Salamence.
Yeah, Salamence could have gone for another Draco Meteor there, but it would have been slower than the Pokemon on Jamie's side of the field, and it also would have had the attack debuff from the previous Draco Meteor. So swapping out so it can come back, maybe go for a different attack when it comes in next. Knockoff will remove the Assault Vest from that Iron Hands, followed up with a resisted Electrical Thunderbolt into that Pokemon. But without the Assault Vest, it actually does some good damage there. And now, once again, you have to contend with the threat of the Breaking Swipe from that Roaring Moon.
A really smart play from Jamie. I think protecting Golden Go there is kind of the easy play for Justin. 1, to stall out Tailwind, 2, to kind of reposition and give yourself the option for Fake Out here. So going for a knockoff Thunderbolt there probably KOs the Salamence, and more importantly drops the Assault Vest off the Iron Hands, gets some a little bit more chip damage on it, but if you're fighting an Iron Hands, any chip damage is valuable. And now just trying to make as much use of the Tailwind he has, as I believe he still has 2 more turns of it. Fake Out from Iron Hands should be able to help stall out a little bit more, and probably KOs either thing on the field if you're looking at Jamie's 2 Pokemon right now. But again, having the option to do these things is so much better than having lost either of these Pokemon the prior turn.
Exactly, and even without the Tailwind on the field, I believe the Roaring Moon still has access to the speed boost from Photosynthesis as well, so it will be the fastest Pokemon around for a while, which is exactly why it protects from the Fake Out on the Iron Hands. Rasnot will not KO the Iron Hands either, but Golden Go, recognizing a passive turn when it sees one, goes for another nasty plot. This Pokemon is such a threat right now.
I like that a lot. Faking out the Roaring Moon means that the one thing that can damage Golden Go in the form of the Breaking Swipe is guaranteed to not happen. You get some nice damage on Iron Hands there now that it's in that low of an HP. It might get knocked out by a Breaking Swipe, but more importantly, you free up the Golden Go because anything the Thunderous throws at it probably doesn't do too much damage. You get another Nasty Plot off here, and I believe it's at +4 now, which means that it has the option to KO pretty much anything at once.
Yes.
If you're a +4 Golden Go, like nothing really wants to be sitting in front of that, especially when you're at such low HP as the Thunderous and the Roaring Moon. So really smart turn from Justin there, kind of forcing Jamie's hand. You really don't want to be using Protect on Tailwind turns, but it does work out here because you preserve the Roaring Moon for this last turn.
Yeah, and it's a difficult decision for Jamie to make as well because he can't necessarily Terrastalize to get the benefit of damage on the Terra Blast, knowing that his Pokemon has such low health. And really you're forced to just wait, I think, until your opponent knocks out your own Pokemon to pivot things around. But instead, we actually do see the Golden Go on Jamie's side of the field take the place of the Roaring Moon and therefore take it, make it rain. But because of all those boosts from the Nasty Plot, that brings Golden Go down straight into the red. And depending on what attack this Iron Hand's locked into, it's very possible that we're going to be seeing a double knockout this turn. But Drain Punch doesn't connect with a Ghost-type Pokemon. It does not affect it, and therefore Golden Go is able to stick around for one more turn.
It sticks around one more turn, which is actually massive for Jamie, because if Jamie opts to bring in the Roaring Moon, it should be able to outspeed both the Iron Hands and the Golden Go. Could be able to set up a Tailwind, which will be really important, making sure your own Golden Go outspeeds Justin's, and more importantly, that potentially that Choice Scarf Salamence in the back. And since we have the Life Orb on the Golden Go, and the Golden Go at Justin's side is no longer a Steel type, Life Orb Make It Rain KOs Iron Hands for sure, especially without the Assault Vest. It should KO this Golden Go on Justin's side with the Life Orb. And so you've set yourself up to be actually in a much stronger offensive position. The Golden Go should be able to fire off 2 attacks before its Life Orb knocks itself out. And it'll go down to, I believe, 4 HP after one Life Orb attack. And switching into that Drain Punch was so good because that's the most, that's probably what the Iron is doing there, right? Like, it's best option into both those Pokemon. And so you get this swatch in the Golden Go. You have the option for Tailwind on this coming turn, which is going to be really big.
Its best option to maximize its utility at this point is to swap out so it can bring Fake Out back later, and Amoonguss is the Pokemon to take its place. Here comes that Make It Rain, and it is enough to knock out the Golden Go before it is able to utilize all of those special attack boosts. Amoonguss as well takes a good chunk of damage from that Life Orb boosted attack, and because it already consumed its Citrus Berry earlier on in the game, will not have the opportunity to consume it again. But Justin Tang sending in that Choice Scarf Salamence now will have the opportunity to lock into a move and potentially even switch out after that. Jamie's Pokemon are at such low health. We know there's the Arcanine in the back. We know the Arcanine is holding a Choice Band. I'm wondering what his out is here because I think he's going to have to pick an attack and just hope it can get 3 KOs.
Well, they're at such low health, but Golden Go, one more Life Orb Make It Rain is going to be really impactful here. especially because you also have the option to go for a breaking swipe or knockoff to supplement that. And if you do, even if you opt to protect the Roaring Moon this turn, you have 2 more turns of Tailwind following. You can knock yourself out with the Make It Rain if you need to, and get yourself that free swap into the Arcanine, and then try and win the game from there. The Salamence cannot protect itself, Iron Hands cannot protect itself, and there's no more terrestrialization available for Justin. So actually, Jamie put himself in a really strong offensive position here.
He did. Iron Hands maybe knocked out. Air Slash, for a second, thought it wasn't going to connect with its target because of accuracy, but instead did target the protecting Roaring Moon. We see Make It Rain lock in that KO against the Iron Hands, but that was by design. I think Justin made the choice there that his Amoonguss with another Regenerator boost was more valuable to his endgame overall than that Iron Hands and the Fake Out. So making that switch there, committing that the Amoonguss and the Salamence would be the final Pokemon standing for him, and also revealing that he opted to lock into Air Slash, which is, I think, a bit of a high-risk, high-reward play. Certainly does have more longevity against the Draco Meteor and the Hurricane options that he has otherwise, and I don't think you go for Tailwind at this point in the game because you just need to deal damage, of course. But will this Arcanine be able to shut that down is the big question.
Especially, I don't know, the Salamence is holding a Choice Scarf. We've seen it be faster than both the Golden Go and the Thundurus on Jamie's side of the field, even with Tailwind up, which is really good info for both players. Jamie possibly opting to go a little bit bulkier with his Pokemon, not maybe having not considered Choice Scarf Salamence to be a big meta threat. So coming in handy for Justin here, but Tailwind still up means that Breaking Swipe will come out first, almost KO this Salamence, but hopefully put it in range for something like a Rock Slide.
Yeah, I also saw Jamie contemplate going for the knockoff there as well to remove the Choice Scarf, and thanks to how speed works on the field, that would have immediately recalculated to ensure that the Arcanine was faster. But because the Arcanine was not the target of the Air Slash, it is able to go for the KO into that Salamence. But now we're in a very unique endgame as the Amoonguss is still on the field. It did go for Spore into this Arcanine, and now we'll have, I would say, 3 turns on average to figure out how do I get this knockout. Its only attacking move is Pollen Puff, and I believe that will be resisted by this Arcanine. So I think you need 3 critical hits, and it's not an Urshifu Rapid Strike. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle for the endgame for sure. Okay, way more than 3 critical hits.
I think that's a really smart Flare Blitz lock from Jamie there. The Salamence is really the only thing that is left that can deal big damage. And so by going for the Breaking Swipe and Flare Blitz, you guarantee a KO into that slot. You don't leave yourself open to missing a bunch of Rock Slides, which at that point is kind of Jamie's only lose condition in that game. So a really smart Flare Blitz lock, knowing that, again, Amoonguss only carries Pollen Puff on this set, and it's going to be dealing paltry damage to that Arcanine. So even if Arcanine stayed asleep for the maximum 3 turns, even if it got critical hit all 3 of those turns, I think it probably still stuck around, and a Choice Bend Flare Blitz is able to dispatch Amoonguss eventually once it wakes up. So a really, really well-played game from Jamie there. It was really great to see him kind of lose a lot of resources up front in the form of HP. A lot of his Pokemon lost a lot of HP at the beginning of that game, but this crucial turn where Salamence survived the Draco Meteor with 1 HP and the Thundurus hung onto a Shadow Ball, Jamie pretty excited about that one too. But giving himself the option to go for this late game Tailwind with the Roaring Moon after he brought it back in against 2 things that were slower than it, so he still set up Tailwind without the booster energy boost. It's a really well managed use of Jamie's resources there.
Yeah, you could see just what exactly Jamie needed for his win condition, because after he was able to get that Tailwind up, after he was able to position his Golden Go so that he could go straight for the Make It Rains, I don't think the health necessarily mattered on his side of the field, which was really key to keep in mind. The downside to that strategy, though, is that he's not guaranteed to survive the Draco Meteor a second time around. He's not able to guarantee holding on through another Make It Rain. And it does make me wonder if he is going to follow a similar strategy in this game number 3 and just hope for the best, or if maybe this is something he counted for. I mean, I don't know. You said he maybe wasn't prepared for a Choice Scarf Salamence, but I feel like Draco Meteor is common enough, right?
Honestly, if like anyone would be that in tune with the metagame and knowing that Choice Scarf Salamence is popping up, it would be Jamie. So if you told me Jamie EV'd his Roaring Moon or trained his Roaring Moon to survive that Draco Meteor, I would definitely believe you.
Well, we have yet another adaptation from Justin Tang in this game number 3, leading that Amoonguss next to the Golden Go. Jamie Boy leading the Arcanine and Golden Go on his side of the field.
I really like the Golden Go leads from Jamie in all 3 of these games. there are certain board positions, like let's say for example, Justin had led like Iron Hands Amoongus or something. That is like the freest nasty plot you could ever think of. And it's not as free this time around because you do have to worry about the Shadow Ball, but we have seen Shadow Ball not KO Jamie's Golden Go. So we are, basically a nasty plot is on the field here. If Jamie wants to go straight for nasty plot, it would be realistic to kind of get that up.
I was curious about this. I was looking at Justin's lead, and I was like, he's gonna terrastalize one of these, right? But the big question is, which one do you terrastalize? And Justin making an adaptation in game number 3, going for the water-type terrastalization on that Amoongus. It means it's going to be resisting the Flare Blitz from the Hisuian Arcanine, and also ensuring that it can take this huge amount of damage, and giving the Golden Go on Justin's side of the field the perfect opportunity to go for that nasty plot that we've seen it do time and time again. Now the big question here is just how much damage will Life Orb boost did Shadow Ball do? It's so much. It will not get the knockout, but I think it will definitely KO the Amoongus the following turn with a Shadow Ball.
That might even be Flare Blitz range. We saw the Flare Blitz do a pretty good chunk.
I think it's just shy.
I think you're right. I think you're right. It's gonna be really close though. Like the thought is there. If you're Justin, you have to wonder if Flare Blitz knocks out that Amoongus. We saw it do a big chunk on that first turn. And a really nice defensive terrestrialization from Amoongus there. It means that your Amoongus definitely sticks around. You have the option to redirect a Flare Blitz from that Arcanine, and now that your Golden Go is at +2 and outspeeding the Arcanine and Golden Go on Jamie's side, especially considering Arcanine cannot protect itself. It is Choice Band, doesn't have Protect at its disposal. This Golden Go on Justin's side is a huge threat now, especially considering it still has redirection right next to it.
Thunderous Therian taking the field once again for Jamie, and his Golden Go also protecting this turn. This leaves the field open for Justin. We see the Rage Powder coming through from that Amoongus, which means the Golden Go should have its choice of targets, but it picked the protecting Golden Go on Jamie's side of the field. So that Thunderous finding a way to sneak in onto the field, and unlike previous games, can now hit that Amoongus for super effective damage.
This is kind of the pitfall of terrestrializing that Amoongus, and this is what Justin did so well back in game 1, is he didn't terra that Amoongus, so the Thunderous did not have the option to just wipe it out with a Thunderbolt or a Wild Bolt Storm. But now it is a water type, a Thunderbolt or a Wild Bolt Storm should be able to KO it pretty easily. Consider as long as it hits, we gotta make sure it hits first. But if Thunderous does opt for a Wild Bolt Storm, it gets the damage onto Golden Go, which it really needs, because Golden Go is not a Dragon type, has no option to terrestrialize anymore. And now this Thunderous is very well positioned, because again, that Assault Vest, along with some possible training in the HP and special defense stats, means it is pretty well equipped to deal with this Golden Go to Amoongus pair.
Yeah, and a great defensive switch on top of all that, sending in the Dark type Roaring Moon to take a potential Shadow Ball as well from Justin's Golden Go. We do see another switch though. Justin's Amoongus will be swapping out for the Iron Hand. So I believe that's all 4 of this Pokemon for this game now revealed. Shadow Ball from that Golden Go does indeed target down the Roaring Moon, but as you can see, it's not very effective, even with the Nasty Plot boost, and Wild Bolt Storm able to hit both its targets and do a decent chunk of damage to that Golden Go.
I think the other issue with the Golden Go not being a Dragon type after that terrestrialization is now that it is weak to that knockoff. So if Roaring Moon has the opportunity to go for knockoff into that Golden Go, it probably gets knocked out. Iron Hands here is kind of the best thing you can have next to this Golden Go if you want to be facing the Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon has a really high special defense stat, which makes it a great thing to combat Golden Goes. Unfortunately, not a great defense stat, so not the best into Iron Hands', especially considering Drain Punch will be healing it right back up. But a nice defensive swap there from both players, really. Roaring Moon eating the Shadow Ball and Iron Hands coming in to help out.
Yeah, we see Roaring Moon go for yet another late game tailwind. So Jamie looking to find that win condition he found in game number 2. Fake out flinching the Thunderous, and Shadow Ball from Golden Go now targeting the Thunderous as well, and able to hold on thanks to that Assault Vest.
Assault Vest coming in really handy here, especially because it can't protect itself. The Assault Vest means that it guarantees stays around this coming turn. The fake out damage helping out a little bit, but more importantly, I think Roaring Moon is still on the field, and Roaring Moon did get the Tailwind up. Jamie really didn't get baited by the possibility of fake out there, because if you fake out the Roaring Moon, that means that you're not faking out the Thunderous, and Thunderous gets a lot of damage off itself. And it's a smart no protect there from that Roaring Moon, especially if the Salamence is in the back with Justin, to make sure you can try and have that speed advantage later on.
Yeah, Arcanine now taking the field, I think going for the Intimidate into that Iron Hands, just to make sure that the Roaring Moon is not threatened by any attacks that it can bring. Golden Go going for a Protect this turn, just in time too, as the Roaring
Roaring Moon did try and knock off that leftovers held item. That probably would have been enough for the knockout there as well. So Iron Hands now free to go for the Drain Punch into the Roaring Moon, but thanks to the Intimidate, Roaring Moon once again able to hold on and stick around for just one more turn.
Jamie, with these defensive swaps and his Pokemon being so well trained, hanging on with such low HP, again puts himself in such a strong spot because now Iron Hands can't protect the Golden Go from the Arcanine and Roaring Moon at the same time. Golden Go really has to fear this knockoff, and even if you swap out the Golden Go to dodge it, that means you are losing your boost, you're losing an item on something coming in, and you're giving this Arcanine a free shot at something as well.
Yeah, and we saw this Arcanine lock very quickly into a unique combination here.
Here we go.
A lot of times you see these Hisuian Arcanine opt for defensive Terras, but how many times can you say that then they use it for the offense alongside of a Terra Blast? This is going to be a Fairy-type Hisuian Arcanine going for a Fairy-type Terra Blast eventually. First, we do see the knockoff connect with that Amoonguss, but as it is no longer holding an item, it does not do that much damage. But this attack here is certainly going to pick up that KO against the Amoonguss, and also threaten some good damage against the Iron Bundle, or not the Iron Bundle, the Iron Hands, excuse me, as it is a fighting-type Pokemon. And Drain Punch as well, resisted by that Fairy typing. It's a very unique build for this Choice Band Hisuian Arcanine, and I'm so surprised to see it, but at the same time, it's Jamie Boyd. I feel like it's a very him move, and it's working out very well in this critical game 3.
It's another example of really smart targeting too. The Golden Go protecting the prior turn means that a protect there is really not the best option. And if it stays in, the knockoff either KOs it or puts it in range for the Terra Blast. I think best case, the knockoff just KOs it and you get the Terra Blast into the Iron Hands. But even if a swap comes out there, let's say the Iron Bundle comes in, the knockoff and Terra Blast does a big chunk of damage if not KOs it outright. Obviously, we saw the Amoonguss meet that fate on this turn, and so this Arcanine, with another turn of Tailwind still left up, I don't believe an Iron Bundle can knock it out on this turn, so a big Terry Ferra Blast is a risk that Justin has to worry about into this Iron Hands. And the Roaring Moon still has one more turn to get off something like a knockoff or a Breaking Swipe before Tailwind runs out.
Well, Iron Hands won't be sticking around for this final turn of Tailwind. It's going to be that Golden Go that takes its spot once again. So a lot of Pokemon on the field, but a great swap there from Jamie. Great targeting, I should say. Opting to knock off that Golden Go spot. Would have either removed the Assault Vest or locked in a KO. So a great trade there. Icy Wind missing the Roaring Moon. That would have been such a critical KO. The Arcanine will take a speed drop for its trouble, but it's able to still deal damage, and that's the most important part for Jamie's endgame. This Terra Blast is going to do so much damage to the Iron Bundle. It's a very solid 2-hit knockout. And now that Tailwind is gone, Justin Tang is down to his final 2 Pokemon in this match.
Tailwind is gone, which is a saving grace there. And Roaring Moon, even with the Booster Energy speed boost, will be slower than the Iron Bundle with its own speed boost. However, you still have to worry about the Roaring Moon now. Like, Jamie still has all 4 of his Pokemon. I think a 4th that hasn't even been revealed. We know the Golden Go, but maybe not the 4th one. The Thundurus. But at the same time, like, the Golden Go on Jamie's side actually looks really good right now. Like, there's so many things that Jamie can do now that he still has all 4 of his Pokemon. Maybe make some sort of switches, some smart protects, which will set him up for the end of this game.
Yeah, his first step, though, I think, is getting through this turn of fake-out threat from Justin unharmed, and that's indeed what he's going to do. Protect will stop the fake out on the Roaring Moon, and the Iron Bundle does land a Hydro Pump into the Thundurus, getting that knockout. But most importantly, the Hisuian Arcanine did not take damage this turn, can come in next turn and intimidate that Iron Hands once again, or you can swap in that Golden Go for that part of your end game. Jamie has several options here on how he wants to close the game out.
That's the nice thing too. Again, the Roaring Moon, like, if you target down the Golden Go with your Iron Bundle, which is really your best way of damaging it at this point in the game, that just means you leave the Roaring Moon open, and it can get off a big knockoff. Like, removing the Assault Vest from Iron Hands means that Golden Go is so much more able to damage it at later stages of this third game. Tailwind means that maybe the Arcanine, I don't know, Iron Bundle is actually really fast, especially with that boost energy, so I don't know if Tailwind is actually that high impact here. But Breaking Swipe and Knockoff are. And again, just like the threat of damage from that slot is now so much higher that Roaring Moon is still on the field. Golden Go in a really strong spot here. I don't think it gets knocked out by this Iron Bundle in any case, and so it's going to be able to get at least one attack off.
Yeah, and it looks like Jamie opted to prioritize removing the Assault Vest from the Iron Hand, so getting one step closer to setting up that Golden Go for its end game. Knockoff doesn't do a lot of damage, even boosted by a critical hit, but the loss of that Assault Vest is absolutely huge. Drain Punch will lock in the KO against that Roaring Moon, but its job is done. It has left the two Pokemon on Justin's side of the field vulnerable to this Golden Go. And if you are Jamie, I think you just have to decide, do you opt for Make It Rain and then use the Arcanine to pick up a little bit more damage to hopefully drive a KO? Or do you try and lock in for a Shadow Ball just for some big damage against that Iron Hands? I think the Iron Bundle honestly might even be within Extreme Speed range.
Right, a choice in Extreme Speed could be the difference maker here with the Arcanine. And also not a bad lock into Iron Hands too, should be able to do a good chunk of damage. And more importantly, the Arcanine having Terastallize means that it is resisting the Drain Punch. So like Drain Punch is kind of just off the table now. You're not going to damage Golden Go at all. It's resistant into Arcanine, which means that you're not going to be healing much, which is kind of key for Jamie in this sense. Because now the Assault Vest is gone, Shadow Ball does so much more damage. Extreme Speed comes out here into the Iron Hands though, directly, not opting for the Iron Bundle.
Hydro Pump from the Iron Bundle connects with the Arcanine, and it is enough to pick up that KO. So that would have been an attack Arcanine otherwise could not have used. So that was great recognition there from Jamie. Make It Rain from Golden Go, though, following up, gets the knockout on the Iron Bundle. It is just Iron Hands versus Golden Go left, and this Iron Hands can only use Wild Charge or Heavy Slam for damage into this Golden Go, and both of those are not going to be very effective. Opts for Wild Charge, which will get the same type of attack bonus, but also will deal some damage in recoil, putting it more than within range of the Shadow Ball for the KO. Jamie Boyd wins round 4 of Swiss here in Toronto, 2-1 against Justin Tang.
I'm so happy we got to witness the Jamie Boyd masterclass. That was such good gameplay. Even in game 1 when Jamie lost, and Justin played very, very well that first game. I think, especially that turn where he opted not to terrestrialize the Amoonguss, that was really big. Justin kind of in control that whole time. But games 2 and 3, especially in game 2, and Jamie kind of looked down and out. He had some very low health Pokemon remaining, into some pretty healthy Pokemon on Justin's side, and a pretty even Pokemon count. But thanks to some really, really smart positioning, able to put himself in a spot where Golden Go closed out that second game, and did the same exact thing here in game 3. The Arcanine using Extreme Speed at the end there, getting that chip damage onto the Iron Hands, knowing that the Iron Bundle was already in range to Make It Rain, and then just closing out with the Shadow Ball at the very end. The Golden Go on Jamie's side showing off why the Life Orb, in conjunction with Nasty Plot, makes it a threat in pretty much any scenario.
Yeah, and going back to this game number 3, you know, we saw the Thundurus with the Assault Vest able to take that Shadow Ball. That was huge. We saw the Drain Punch fail to knock out the Roaring Moon because of the Intimidate. There was just so much knowledge on Jamie's side of the field, you know, knowing how much health he had, knowing how much damage on average he could deal. I mean, even knowing that his Hisuian Arcanine could Terra Blast to KO the potential Amoonguss swap in there on that turn. Like you said, it really was a masterclass in how to just know your team, how to know your damage calcs, and then use that information to help your board positioning overall. And I'm so excited to see where this team goes in this tournament, because we didn't even see the Ogerpon at all from Jamie in these 3 games.
And like in his defense, Ogerpon into Golden Go, Amoonguss, and Iron Bundle, like, kind of hard to bring. Like,
oh, 100%.
No blame there, but I would love to see Jamie maybe come back and play tomorrow day 2 or in Top Cut to show off that Ogerpon. But it's just like the Ogerpon being that set, like the Tail Mask, Swords Dance, Razor Claw, and like not even like there are other things on Jamie's team that are like equally as interesting that we got to see him show off in this game. It's just kind of a testament to how good of a team builder Jamie is and how good he is at piloting those creations.
Yeah, and also I think his ability to run very unique teams, like just back to back. I mean, I was thinking about it during his match, and I'm pretty sure in Lille he was running the Alolan Ninetales on his team. And I want to say there was also Teal Mask Ogerpon on it, but honestly it's been a little bit, and I need to like go back and actually look to see what he did lock walk into, but just very, very knowledgeable, very, I think, talented with team building, like you're saying, and just able to really capitalize on a lot of very, very close calls throughout that matchup. So congratulations to him. Congrats to Justin Tang as well. I think that was a very difficult matchup at the end of the day. And, you know, he's such a strong player. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing him again. This is only round 4. This is only the first loss for Justin Tang. You do have to essentially win out throughout the remainder of the day to comfortably make it into day 2. But if anybody can do it, Justin Tang certainly can.
Yeah, I mean, after round 4, only an eighth of the field is at 4-0, and so you can't really, especially if you're 3-1 going into the midpoint of the day, the 5th round of the day, certainly not a bad spot to be in. You put yourself in a position where you're ahead of most of the field, still at 3-1, and you were 3/7 of the way to day 2 already. So
yeah, we're doing some quick maths here. I appreciate it.
The quickest of maths.
The extreme speed of maths, if you will.
Exactly.
Yeah, the other thing that I'm excited to see from Justin as well is just how the Choice Scarf Salamence is going to play out throughout the remainder of the tournament. You know, like we were talking about earlier, he's not the only one to be running that Pokemon here today. And it certainly is, especially to see it juxtaposed against the Roaring Moon in a matchup as well.
Oh, true. We got them both.
Yeah, like it was a really cool thing to see. Okay, this is what the Salamence wants to do. This is what the Roaring Moon wants to do. And I do strongly agree with Evan's caster prediction that Salamence does have a very unique opportunity to do well this weekend. And maybe this matchup wasn't it, but I'm pretty sure it will find some great targets, especially for Air Slash. I mean, talk about a great flying type damage dealing move that also has a decent chance to flinch.
Well, Jamie won the battle of the past versus present Salamences. We are ready to hear from him with Evan over in the lounge.
Thanks, Gabby. Thanks, Jake. I am joined in the lounge by a familiar face for those of you who have been watching our broadcast. Putting the rest of us casters to shame, Jamie Boyd has traveled across the Atlantic just to take round 4 here in Toronto. Jamie, congratulations on that win.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do want to do a lot more casting, as we've seen hopefully in the European region, but being able to still go up against the best and still come out on top is a very, very good feeling.
Yeah, and absolutely one of the best that North America has to offer. Justin Tang, who was, if not the Rookie of the Year for North America last year, definitely in conversation for
Absolutely.
it. What was it like drawing his name on your match slip and realizing, oh, this is who I have to play round 4?
Excellent, because I wanted to get on the North American stream. So as soon as I saw that name, I was like, this is the chance. And yes, it was. And it was a fantastic game as well.
Yeah.
I would have enjoyed watching that as a spectator. I'd have enjoyed casting over that as well, and the fact that I got to play it was the cherry on top.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit about the games themselves, but I also want to take just a moment to talk about your team. You know, Jamie, you are someone that we know and love for building teams that work for you and you alone.
That is a great way of describing it, Evan. Absolutely.
So tell me a little bit about this team. You have some rogue elements here. Of course, you have the Teal Mask Ogerpon form, and also what I loved seeing in that game, the Assault Vest Thundurus Therian form, and the Terra Blast Choice Band Hisuian Arcanine, which is not something that we've seen a whole lot. Most people just opting for like the head smash, like one-hit KO button if you need it. But talk to me a little bit about how you constructed this team and how it works for you.
Yeah, the main starting point was definitely the Roaring Moon. Back in Regulation D, my most successful team that I would have walked to the World Championships if I'd have been able to qualify had a support Roaring Moon with Breaking Swipe. Acrobatics at that point because it didn't have access to knockoff, but then as soon as one of my friends, Taran, pointed out that now it gets knockoff, I don't need to Terra to actually do damage with it and get you great utility.
Yeah, and knockoff
was
is
a
like,
no-brainer.
It's one of the best moves in the game.
Fantastic, and that just made the Roaring Moon just even better than it felt back in Regulation D, because it felt very strong with the Breaking Swipe. Now it was like pure support, still can do great damage, but really, really, really strong. And I just prefer it to Tornadus, basically.
Yeah.
I see it as a better Tornadus. You win the mirror against Tornadus because they can't taunt you, you're a dark type. You outspeed them after you've matched Tailwind because of the booster energy. So the Roaring Moon was definitely the starting point, and then I just put a load of Pokemon that can hit very hard, let's say, around it. The Thundurus Therian, I wanted a strong special attacker that was off the ground. Thundurus Therian is the strongest special attacker that is off the ground. It was as simple as that. But then the Assault Vest has come in absolutely clutch already. You've seen on the stream already. In my round 2, we was able to survive a Choice Banded Rock Slide from an Arcanine, which was amazing, and just clutched the game. And then the regular Ogerpon was the last thing that I had going into this. It was like a brainwave moment that I had on the way back from Niagara Falls yesterday. And it was like, because I did originally have the Wellspring Ogerpon, and then we were just talking about the Ogerpon in the car, and then one of them just mentioned the Teal Mask one, and then it just light bulb. Oh, Defiant. That's what I've been looking for. I've been trying to pick King Gambit on, and I can't. But here's Defiant, and his speed boost as well, and it's been fantastic. It absolutely steamrolled round 2 and round 3 for me. It was brilliant in those ones.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting choice to use the Teal Mask Ogerpon because it's the only form of Ogerpon that actually gets to hold an item.
Yeah.
So you have the Razor Claw, I believe it is, to boost the critical hit rate of that Pokemon, including the Ivy Cudgel. So you actually get a lot more utility. A lot of people are spending turns like using a Focus Energy, but you have that built in with that Pokemon now.
Yeah, I basically get half Focus Energy and Swords Dance at the same time, so can really do some significant damage. The Razor Claw about half the time. That's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, it's. I see it as slightly better than the actual Wellspring, Hearthstone, or whatever mask you're wearing, because that's a significant boost, but factoring in the fact that it's a half chance to get a critical hit or not, it's actually technically slightly stronger overall than the mask boost. So then that justifies just running the item in the first place to get that initial boost. But being able to crit through things like Dondozos, because that was a matchup I was struggling with this team, and now that's much more in my favor about half the time.
Yeah, and they're back.
Yeah, and it does seem like they're back, yeah.
Well, I also wanted to, before we talk about the games, that Roaring Moon came up so huge, and especially games 2 and 3, just how bulky it was. I mean, surviving with 1 hit point, literally the invisible Focus Sash in game 2, and then just every time you left that Pokemon in game 3 especially, I was like, what's Jamie doing? Iron Hands is just going to knock this Roaring Moon out with Drain Punch, and Roaring Moon just did not go anywhere. It was a brick house.
Yeah, I tend to be very good at placing my base points in the correct places, because I have survived in the red on single-digit HP so many times. Not just in this tournament, just across my career. I seem to be pretty strong at correctly training my Pokemon.
Yeah, well, and let's talk a little bit about these games then, because we had a 3-game set here, which was really close, and it was really tenuous. Like you said, you were in the red in multiple times during this set.
Yeah.
And, game 1, obviously that was the one that Justin won. It really seemed like, he was able to snipe the Goldango really early on in turn 1, and then Amoonguss just went crazy. What was it like looking at that Amoonguss and obviously turn 1s like that, there's always a little bit of guessing of, well, if I could probably win this game immediately if I get the Shadow Ball off, but in game 1, Justin was able to get that read in turn 1, and then Amoonguss went crazy. How do you sort of recover from that and then move on into those games 2 and 3?
So I definitely thought I had lost immediately on game 1, but I don't tend to immediately give up. I either look for information in game 1 that can help me in the game 2 and game 3, think of what my adjustment will be going into game 2 and game 3, because the opponent, they're probably going to win at that point, and they're still thinking about, I'm going to win, how do I just guarantee that I've got this win? Whereas I'm now thinking, okay, I'm going into game 2 and game 3, I need adjustments, what are they going to be? And I can use that time that I probably lost the game with to focus on the adaptations, and they seem to work out pretty well in the game 2 and the game 3.
Yeah, we definitely saw moments, especially after that first turn, where you spent the entire time
I got that about.
Yeah. It was really awesome to watch, to see just that's how a top trainer recovers from a disastrous turn 1.
Yeah, the speed tiers on the Golden Go was quite important as well. So it's quite uncommon for Golden Ghost to outspeed mine. So him outspeeding was very significant information. Even though it was a disastrous turn 1, that was actually very good for me to know in the rest of the set.
Yeah, and then in games 2 and 3, you were able to sort of preserve that Roaring Moon. In game 2, I believe you got a second Tailwind off. You may have done that in game 3 as well, where then the Terra Fairy on the Arcanine came up huge to really put down that pressure, and you preserved the Goldango in both of those matches, which really seemed like it was the deciding factor versus game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Losing it immediately was definitely not the player. Definitely needs to preserve that a bit more. Being able to just be ignoring Amoonguss completely, very nice. If I could position it well enough, I could get the Shadow Ball K into the Goldango, either force them to Terror into their Dragon, and then, like we saw, we got the Terra Blast from Arcanine can threaten it, Break and Swipe can threaten it, doing some very good damage as well. And yeah, that was definitely more important, preserving that Goldango.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to let you get ready for your next round, as you are undefeated. You've got 3 more rounds to make it into day 2, and of course 5 more for a potential fully undefeated record this in day 1. Before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out and make sure that you could get your thanks out there for the people who helped you get here?
Yeah, thank you to the rest of the EU casters. Definitely go and check out any of those tournaments. There's been Barcelona and Lille so far. They've been great tournaments. Absolutely go and check them out.
Absolutely, those were fantastic. I loved watching. I was on vacation and I was watching the Lille tournament last weekend. That's how good it was. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have Swiss Round 5 from Toronto, Canada. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Trainers, let's start the International Championships.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. We can hear the crowds. It looks like we have another GBL Lindos going to top 8 here. Is this enough to KO the Stumpus? And it is.
Down
what
goes
a game
Galarian
3.
Stumpus.
This is huge. I mean, this Latin American community, we're always hyped, and I feel so happy because it's huge for us as a community, it's huge for the game, and it's huge also to receive any new players, so you're always welcome.
JW Naldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away. He goes up for it, and that is it.
JW Naldo is your first Latin American international champion here for the Pokemon Go Championship Series.
The community is awesome, the card game is awesome, and I think everybody have some fun playing it.
This is the perfect time to start playing Pokemon.
There it is. Luigi has the Serena. Let's see if he plays it. Does indeed play it. Brings up the Mew VMAX, and Luigi will be the Latin America International Champion for the Juniors division.
Go for the flip, and it's double heads.
It's a double heads! That means Yuichi wakes up, Snorlax can take out the other Snorlax, and Yuichi will win the Latin America International Championships.
We have 2 incredible players lined up here. Tord, of course, 3-time international champion, and trying to accomplish the unthinkable here with the 4th win.
I see the quick roll that he also did top deck. Lugia gets discarded. Charizard will get fully powered up here, and there's no way this Lugia can survive here.
That
there's the
will be
game.
Enough. Tord Reklev, he has finally taken over the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
Feels absolutely unreal to win LAIC. That was the missing piece. Now I have this champion trophy from each continent that I can bring home and feel extremely proud and happy about. I'm absolutely speechless.
Eu ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido, então estou muito feliz. Ainda não pego a ficha.
Winning international feels awesome. Me sinto muito bem, muito realizado. Era o meu sonho ganhar internacional e agora estou à procura de ganhar mundial.
I've never been to Japan before. I'm really looking forward to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the world to me, especially winning it in my home country.
E seria incrível, né? Você ter conhecimento mundial, você se provar como jogador, seria sem palavras.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Welcome back to Toronto, everybody. We're here for the 5th round of Swiss in our 2024 Toronto Regional Championships. I'm still Jake Muller, and I still got Gabby Snyder, my sweater buddy, by my side. And that was such an exciting match we saw in that last round. I'm still kind of hyped up from that one. It was so good either way, and we just got nothing more than...
You missed it.
Oh no.
The Bidoof were being haunted by the Gengar, Jake. We need to go save them. We need to go save them.
Oh no, how do we do that?
I don't know. Well, I'll work on it. Oh no,
Oh,
see?
Ah, oh no,
Marshtop's trying. Oh no, there's so many tricks and so many treats here happening this weekend for Halloween, as I'm sure y'all at home have noticed. And fortunately, one of the treats that we have to feature this weekend is all the incredible matches that we've had on stream so far here for the video game, for Pokemon Go, and for the TCG, who I think are just kicking things off as well.
Yeah, it's great. It's some incredible competition across all 3 games in our Pokemon family. And though we're the VG casters, you obviously have done a lot of Go yourself. I like playing Go, and TCG is also really fun. So if you like any of those games, please join the action for all of them.
Yeah, and if you like Pokemon, there is some incredible programming happening this week on Twitch as well, culminating in the 2015 Winter Regional Championships in TCG, obviously. Culminating in a screening of Pokemon the First Movie on Saturday at 6 p.m. Unfortunately, if you do tune in chat, you will not get the special promo cards that were given out all the way back in the day. If you saw Pokemon the First Movie in theaters, shout outs to the Dragonite with the mailbag. That was always my favorite one.
That was a good one.
But it is one of those movies that tends to kind of sit with you for a while. I mean, I remember being a kid and something happens in the 3rd act, as happens in movies, not to spoil anybody out there, and I was crying alongside of all the Pokemon.
Of course.
There's also going to be some Pokeween thrills and chills on Tuesday, and on Thursday, I'm assuming we're going to be featuring a new Beyond the Pokedex episode for Mew, because I don't think they've done Mew yet.
That's exciting. That's a really cool one. There's so much like lore behind Mew as well, so tune into that if you want some of the Mew education.
And I love the combo of having like the Mew Beyond the Pokedex entry episode, and then going straight into the Pokemon the First Movie, which was obviously when I think a majority of people were introduced to Mew as a Pokemon, because prior to that, Mew was really just playground rumors in my circle. So a good thing.
Did you like do any like hunting under trucks in the parking lots for it?
Dude, don't get me started. I might have been out there, yes.
Who wasn't? Like,
who wasn't?
It was hard not to be.
But still, plenty of action to look forward to. And if you miss out on any of these streams, if you miss out on any of the live Twitch screenings that we do at the Pokemon Twitch, you can go to Pokemon.com/PokemonTV and have an opportunity to watch. I think literally like almost all the episodes of the animation are up there, a majority of the movies are up there, and a bunch of other cool featurettes as well.
Certainly no shortage of Pokemon content out on the internet, but of course no shortage here in Toronto as well, where we have at least 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5 more rounds of Swiss for you today.
Yes.
And the next one coming up being round number 5. Crucial point in the tournament, these trainers we're going to be featuring are 4-0, which means they have a really, really great start. Obviously, haven't lost a match yet. And if they want to make day 2, getting to that 5 win point means they're just 2 away. So both of these trainers looking to put themselves in a really good position for those last 4 rounds.
Yeah, the one thing you have to keep in mind, especially during day 1 of Swiss, because we have day 2 of Swiss now as a part of the video game tournaments, it's not enough to go into day 2. If you want to make it to Top Cut, if you want to have your best shot at winning, you need to have as little losses as possible, because those losses will carry over into day 2 of Swiss. So being undefeated for as long as possible really does pay off in dividends, and that's why we try to focus in on these undefeated trainers on stream, and really only swapping focus to the win-ins towards the end of the day when there is a lot more on the line, because at that point it's like, yo, my entire tournament rides on this win. So maybe I should work on that.
Yeah, once you get to that 7 win point, obviously, like you said, every win matters. You don't want to kind of let off the gas once you're at 7-0, for example. But a 7-0 match, I think, a little bit less important in terms of like tournament life and tournament standpoint.
Storylines,
exactly,
if you will. Yeah.
So once you get those 1 or 2 losses, it becomes much more important to continue winning as fast as you can.
Yeah, so we do have a nice look at the crowd here in Toronto for y'all while we're waiting for our players to get seated. I don't see any tricks or treats. I do see a couple of costume trainers out there wearing their school uniforms. Glad to always see people adhering to the dress code, so to speak. But no, it's been such a fun day so far. I saw a couple of people dressed up for the holidays. I think I saw one Ash Ketchum out there, which is kind of exciting. I'm assuming you've seen Jeremy, the TCG caster today. He has a fantastic costume and just a lot of shenanigans going around, which is great.
So much fun.
Yeah.
Especially a big shout out to the crew as well, who decked out the lounge you've seen so far in a lot of spooky Pokemon Halloween garb. It's been so much fun. The environment here is just really, really fun this weekend.
Yeah, and shout outs to all of our co-casters as well, carving their pumpkins or drawing their pumpkin plans on their note cards during break. So that way when we're done, we can just immediately head over there and start, hacking away quite literally.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, we are waiting for our trainers to get seated, but we will be featuring Ryan Tan versus Ryan Losetto. So a couple of Ryans on the street coming up. Ryan Tan, a longtime video game player. I believe in 2014 he qualified for the World Championships via the LCQ.
I think he lost in the last round.
Oh, he lost in the last round, right? I know he made it close.
Yeah.
Other accomplishments as well, that for some reason that was the one that just came to mind. And Ryan Losetto getting second place last year at the Vancouver Regional Championships. So another Canada versus United States matchup. Some interesting Pokemon are going to be shown as well, but you'll just have to wait a little bit longer because we're going to keep those treats close to our sleeves until our players are seated and ready to go.
Before we show you guys the cool stuff for this next round, we have some rankings for you here in Toronto. A lot of players up at 4-0 that you're going to recognize. Kazuki Kanehiro, we've seen on stream a few times. Marcus Dion, one of our Canadian players to watch. Of course, Ryan Losetto and Ryan Tan, who we're about to see. Gavin Michaels, another name you should be familiar with. Jeremy Parson, I believe we featured in Sacramento a couple weeks ago. So a lot of players here setting themselves up very well at the beginning of this tournament.
Yeah, Adrian Hurley, one of the locals actually that comes to compete in my neck of the woods. So always cool to see familiar names, familiar faces, and even some familiar faces as well making an appearance in our notable matchups from this round 5 of Swiss. Jamie Boyd, we literally just saw him. It doesn't get any more familiar than that. Playing against Brendan Zhang this round. Paul Chua playing Anthony Kassoon. Gavin Michaels versus Jason Tang. Marcus Dion versus Eric Bush, and Alberto Lara versus Jonathan Giron. I wish that we had time to feature all of these incredible matches. I'm sure Jamie Boyd versus Brendan Zhang in particular is going to be really exciting to watch. Hopefully we can have one of them on later to give us the recap, because I'm sure that's going to be a fantastic game.
The Tang gang showing up in full force here in Toronto. We just saw Justin. Jason's at 4-0 playing Gavin. Shi Yang Tang, who won, I believe, Hartford last year, was also doing well so far. I believe actually just lost to Ryan Tan in the last round they played. And so like 3 great players. Obviously these matches are all fantastic. And like Gabby said, we wish we could show you all of them. Unfortunately, we just have time for the one. It's going to be the Ryan versus Ryan showdown.
Yeah, and it's always really exciting as well to feature, some of these old school trainers, if you will. Ryan Tan's been playing since 2006, which was the Journey Across America tour year for Pokemon VGC. It wasn't even called VGC back then. And fun fact, you had to enter that by entering an online quiz, which then kind of rolled into some other qualification stuff that you had to play through. Like, it was literally like a line in the mall for my tournament for that.
That's funny.
And you played the person in front of you, and then you kind of just worked your way through the bracket that way. So we've come a long way from there for sure, but we've unfortunately lost the Pikachu Freeze Dance game in the process of that. So just saying, got to bring it back.
Yeah. Ryan Tan is someone who's been around, like you said, for a long time, a very well-liked person within our community. But shows up at tournaments not as often as he used to, but still has the potential to perform very well. Obviously starting 4-0 today, but I remember back in 2018 at Dallas Regionals, it was kind of after a period of not having played a lot in the past couple years, and just shows up and makes top 8. So he is very capable of pulling out these more interesting teams. If he's well practiced, he's got a good shot at making a deep run.
Yeah, and Ryan Lusetto as well, like I said earlier, you know, got second place in Vancouver last year, losing to Abdullah, who had a fantastic breakout year for sure. Also a longer time Pokemon player. I don't think he dates as far back as 2006. That is an accomplishment.
Not many people do.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty old right now, not gonna lie. But also, you know, one of those trainers that you definitely have to keep an eye out for. I remember occasionally he'd come down to Seattle for our locals down there and was always a trainer to watch out for. Known for just his ability to really think through and play through some pretty difficult board states, I'd say.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what he's going to be running this weekend as, I mean, I'm just looking at it, I'll be honest with you. It's going to be a pretty exciting matchup, but now you can look at it too as we are getting into our matchup, and Ryan Lusetto will be on the left-hand side of your screen. He's running a team of Baxcalibur, Heatran, Landorus Therian, Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask, Rillaboom, and Alolan Ninetales.
This is the kind of team, I don't remember exactly if this is the same 6 that Raghav Malavia was using a couple weeks back, but the kind of Alolan Ninetales Baxcalibur setup with the Swords Dance and Loaded Dice, Icicle Spear, and Scale Shot. It's a really cool opportunity to set up with the speed boost from Scale Shot and of course the attack boost from Swords Dance in conjunction with 2 multi-hit moves that really benefit from that Loaded Dice. So looking at Ryan Lusetto's team, that's kind of the main like setup option that he's got going for him.
Yeah, but he also has some great support alongside of that setup. You can let the Landorus Therian intimidate your opponent, go for a super fast attack or possibly even a U-turn depending on how you want to position it long term. Heatran is arguably one of the best Pokemon in the format right now, with a Life Orb in particular allows you to deal a surprising amount of damage. But his opponent, Ryan Tan, is running a, I would say, permutation on the Dusclops Ursaluna Blood Moon core that we've been seeing do well in recent tournaments, running those alongside of the Landorus Therian, the Rillaboom, Fluttermane, and Ogerpon with the Heartflame Mask.
I really like this team. This is really cool. There's a nice combination of like speed and like slowness on this team, especially if you consider the Dusclops, which will be setting Trick Room, and the combination of Brick Break and the weakness policy on the normal Terra Ursaluna Blood Moon form is really scary. Like, you have the option to set up Trick Room, activate your own weakness policy with the Brick Break, fire off some really powerful Hyper Voices or Blood Moons or Earth Powers, and thanks to the Mind's Eye ability, your Ghost types aren't even safe. You will be taking huge damage from those Blood Moons.
Yeah, the being able to activate your own weakness policy, especially with Dusclops as your support Pokemon, was a strategy that was first seen back in Sword and Shield. It felt like it really took off because Dusclops was the best Trick Room setter Pokemon available at that point in the metagame. And having it come back in this form as well is super interesting because it's I think the only Trick Room user currently viable in the format that gets access to Will-O-Wisp as well. So if you do decide to go for Trick Room, you do have some great support options there to neutralize the attack of your opponent without having to swap that Dusclops around on the field. But what's really unique about Ryan's team is that it's one of the few Trick Room teams, I'd argue, that doesn't commit to Trick Room, because if you do find yourself in an unfavorable matchup, you can just go the Landorus Therian, Rillaboom, the Fluttermane, and the Ogerpon and just have that option. Or you could run it 2-2 style where you have the Trick Room in the front or in the back, depending on how you think it's going to play out. So a lot of flexibility on Ryan Tan's side of the field. Whereas I think Ryan Lusetto is really just going to, focus on the Baxcalibur, like you're saying. There's a lot of good setup options there. Or even just let the Alolan Ninetales use the Aurora Veil to boost the defensive of all of his Pokemon, as that does give you so much more time on the field, which helps out with Trick Room especially.
It does, but the nice thing about the Dusclops running Brick Break to activate weakness policy is that you could also just run Brick Break to destroy the Aurora Veil.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
That's a really nice tech there on Ryan Tan's end, because like you said, Gabby, a lot of times Aurora Veil is something that's used to stall out Trick Room, and it's a very great use for it. But, however, Brick Break has 2 uses here. Activate the weakness policy, break the Aurora Veil, and that could be really, really important for Ryan Tan here, because if you get the Ursaluna going in Trick Room, there are no, like, the Heatran is the only thing that's going to be resisting the Blood Moon or the Hyper Voice, and the Landorus Therian with the Choice Scarf, the Assault Vest Rillaboom, the Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask. Like, a lot of these Pokemon can be bulky at times, but I don't think anything is bulky enough to just be freely taking attacks from a Terra Normal +2 special attack Ursaluna Blood Moon.
And that's the scary thing about Ursaluna Blood Moon as well. You know, when the Teal Mask DLC was first dropped, I think a lot of players were afraid of Ursaluna Blood Moon because if you do give it that perfect opportunity for setup, it will just run away with matches, similar to how we saw the Golden Go function in the previous round.
Right.
I think that Ryan Tan, has found an interesting formula that doesn't necessarily build his entire team around setting up that Ursaluna, but because the Dusclops is such the perfect partner for it, has that mode available to him overall. I would love to see him try and go for the Dusclops Ursaluna Blood Moon, maybe as 2 Pokemon in the back of this game #1 to sort of see how Ryan Licetto is going to approach this matchup overall. But it's also, you know, it's not necessary. Like I was saying, he could just opt to go for those tried and true non-Trick Room variant Pokemon if he desired, because they're also all in the top 12 graphic for a reason. They're very powerful.
Well, that's again the nice thing about Ryan Tan's team is you called it flexible, Gabby, and that's exactly what it is. You have the Fluttermane with the Icy Wind. It is carrying the booster energy, and that probably gives away that it is the speed boosting variant if it's running Icy Wind. You have the Rillaboom, which can set up grassy terrain for the Ogerpon and boost its grassy glide, but none of that just yet. We are right off the bat getting the Dusclops and Ursaluna Blood Moon facing down the Heatran and the Rillaboom.
It's finally time for some tricks here in Toronto, as with Dusclops on the field and no real way to stop it. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing a Trick Room coming up. The one option that Ryan Licetto has to stop Trick Room right now is to try and do enough damage, but knowing that Dusclops is holding that Eviolite held item that boosts its defenses as it is a not fully evolved Pokemon, it's going to be a tall order for Ryan Licetto to find his way through.
Ursaluna going straight for Protect, not wanting to take any damage from a possible Heat Wave or grass type attack from this Rillaboom. Heat Wave does come out, does not hit the Ursaluna because of Protect, but it's a good chunk of damage to Dusclops. It takes some Life Orb recoil there, and Rillaboom goes straight for a Wood Hammer into Protect. This is a free Trick Room.
It is, and I am so happy that we can finally set some thematically appropriate decorations on the field for this lovely Halloween weekend.
Well, I think too, like, that was a really free turn from Ryan Tan. Like, you can maybe try and call Ryan Licetto double targeting the Dusclops, but if you do, and you attack with Ursaluna that turn, you just lose it to the Wood Hammer. So really smart play there, especially considering I don't think Dusclops gets knocked out by Heatran and Rillaboom unless there's like 2 critical hits.
Yeah, and that's the other nice thing about Trick Room right now in the metagame too, is that yes, you know, it is a very predictable lead. You protect, you Trick Room, you Terrastalize, you go on the offense. But at the other hand, your opponent has to respond to it.
Here it comes.
Here we are. We're seeing the Grassy Glide into that Ursaluna. Brick Break to activate the weakness policy after that normal type Terrastalization. Now this Ursaluna has its choice of attacks to go for this turn. Opts for Hyper Voice. This is going to do so much damage to the Rillaboom and the Heatran. Despite it was resisted. Flash Cannon into the Ursaluna. Unfortunately, is able to pick up the KO there, so that Ursaluna not sticking around for as long as it probably would have liked, but Ryan Tan maybe anticipating that Heatran not sticking around on the field, given that the Earth Power was right there to threaten the Heatran in particular.
Yeah, it looked like Ryan Tan really didn't expect that much damage to come out into the Ursaluna that turn. I really liked the Brick Break Hyper Voice play, especially if you Terrastalize the Rillaboom there, because you're not taking super effective damage from a grass type attack from Rillaboom. However, Heatran staying in there does take a lot of damage, but it's not enough for the KO, and they Life Orb Flash Cannon doing a huge chunk to that Ursaluna. So it was looking like a really strong turn for Ryan Tan right up front, but Ryan Licetto not letting himself kind of get baited into playing super defensively by that really scary Ursaluna and getting a big KO there.
Yeah, and that's something that I think is really going to pay off now for Ryan Licetto in particular, as Ryan Tan was forced to send in his Landorus that has the Choice Scarf held item. So it's great that the Intimidate went down onto that Rillaboom, especially with the grassy terrain still in play. It's going to be dealing some really big damage there. And also going for a
I'm assuming this is a defensive terrestrialization there to stop the Will-O-Wisp from connecting with it. So a great prediction from Ryan Licetto. Woodhammer will connect with the Landorus for some good damage, and the Heatran can follow up with a 1-2 punch with the Heat Wave for that knockout. And this is the unfortunate part of Dusclops. Yes, it's able to set up Trick Room. Yes, it's able to deal some good defensive support with the Will-O-Wisp, but if your opponent has the Fire-type terrestrialization to stop that, all they really have to do is focus in on your partner, and Dusclops kind of struggles a bit.
So what was a really strong start to the game for Ryan Tan on that first turn kind of turned disastrous pretty quick. You know, the Fire-type terrestrialization from Rillaboom there was really nice because it dodged the burn from the Will-O-Wisp. The combination of Woodhammer and Heat Wave able to KO Landorus before it can even attack. And like you said, Gabby, Dusclops having not a whole lot to do anymore, especially with the Fire-type Terra coming in clutch, because kind of Trick Room and Will-O-Wisp is like the two things Dusclops does very well. And if you have two Fire-types in the field, the Will-O-Wisp becomes useless, like useless entirely, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah, the one thing that Ryan Tan could try to go for here, especially seeing the Ogrepon swap in, is that the Dusclops does know Pain Split, which will add its health to the target's health and then essentially have it between those two Pokemon. So if you're able to connect a Pain Split with a full health Pokemon, it's a really fun, unique tech that will buy you some more time on the field. Unfortunately for Ryan Tan, though, he did opt for Brick Break into the Heatran there, going straight into the Protect. Fake Out as well, just not doing any damage. I think Ryan Tan trying to stall out his own Trick Room at this point in time, but especially knowing that Heatran is still in play for Ryan Licetto, it does feel like it's only a matter of time. If the Rillaboom is able to try and land some attack into that Heatran here, that could be an out, but it is not carrying anything that'll deal super effective damage.
Unfortunately, not running a ground move like the high horsepower.
Exactly.
It is the Woodhammer Grassy Glide U-turn Fake Out set. So Woodhammer coming out from Rillaboom will be redirected into the Ogrepon. Does a big chunk of damage thanks to that grassy terrain boost. However, Heatran on Ryan Licetto's side will have the option to fire off yet another Heat Wave. Misses the Dusclops, but that is the least important of the two targets. Rillaboom does get knocked out here, and Heatran on Ryan Licetto's side is doing some massive work, taking 3 KOs already before Trick Room can even end.
Yeah, the Life Orb in particular paying dividends as well. That was an Assault Vest Rillaboom, believe it or not, on Ryan Tan's side of the field. I think a lot of times people forget that Heatran is also known to deal a ton of damage when supported properly. There was a moment in the metagame where it felt like everybody was running more bulk on that Pokemon, maybe running a Shucka Berry so that you don't take as much damage from ground type attacks. But in this particular situation, Life Orb does the damage needed. We do see the reveal of the Baxcalibur from Ryan Licetto, which is interesting. I personally would have maybe not revealed that Pokemon. As it does seem like this Dusclops is going to clean up eventually. Or excuse me, the Dusclops will be knocked out eventually.
Will be cleaned up eventually.
Will be cleaned up, as that Brick Break just did not do any substantial damage to Baxcalibur.
Yeah, I understand. I think this is probably the easiest way to like confirm you close out the game is getting the Baxcalibur in here and getting some Swords Dances up. There are probably worlds where you don't need it. So like you said, Gabby, maybe there's value in preserving that Baxcalibur, or preserving rather the info that you brought the Baxcalibur for later games. But still, it's just kind of a matter of time. Like even if Baxcalibur doesn't get revealed, then it has to come out later on. Like this game's essentially over. Dusclops is not going to be able to close this game out offensively before Ryan Licetto is able to kind of whittle it down.
Yeah, and we do see Ryan Tan lock in the forfeit there. So Ryan Licetto will win game 1 in this set. And, you know, I think you're right, especially seeing that Tan did lock in the forfeit after the reveal of the Baxcalibur and the Swords Dance. That was a good play for Ryan Licetto to just ensure that, you know, yes, there is a possibility that there could be some Dusclops shenanigans, but overall, Baxcalibur will be the end game for this. But you do have to wonder about just how much information that's going to give to Ryan as we go into game 2. You know, we saw him try to use Trick Room in game number 1, but unfortunately, due to the double up into the Ursaluna Blood Moon, especially given how much damage that Flash Cannon did, thanks to the Life Orb in particular, it just was not the mode for Ryan Tan to win this game. And especially knowing the Baxcalibur's there as well. Baxcalibur tends to be on the slower side of things in the grand scheme of Ryan Tan's running a lot of very fast Pokemon of things. So I do have to wonder if Ryan Tan is going to leave Trick Room behind entirely. He tried it, did not work out. Game number 2, maybe just go Flutter Mane, Rillaboom, Ogerpon, Landorus, and hope that you can handle that back Celebi just a little bit better.
I think there's certainly worlds where Trick Room is still good for Ryan Tan here. Like the second turn of that game went really south really fast, but there are certainly worlds where it doesn't. So like for example, like if you have the Ursaluna out and you go for a Earth Power into Heatran and it doesn't Terrestrialize, then Heatran gets knocked out and all the normals just are gone and you just kind of win. Like that's how the game just ends right away.
Yeah.
So like if Ryan Tan wants to keep the Trick Room mode up, there are certainly ways he can do that while preserving like the HP on his Ursaluna, for example, which is kind of the most important thing if you're running Trick Room. But then again, I also agree with you, Gabby. There are certainly worlds where looking at Ryan Liceto's team, something like the Flutter Mane, Landorus, Rillaboom, Ogerpon setup can go to work too. Like the Ogerpon has Swords Dance as a way to boost itself, and thanks to the Mold Breaker ability, unless it Terrestrializes, will be able to hit the Heatran through the Flash Fire. And so there are certainly ways that Ryan Tan has to set up his Pokemon, get some really big damage out without resorting to the Trick Room.
Yeah, and there also is the option as well for him to just commit to picking up the knockout on Heatran that turn with a ground type attack. But going into game number 2, Ryan Tan is switching things up with the Ogerpon Hearthflame Mask form and Landorus as well, intimidating both the Rillaboom and the Heatran out on the field for Ryan Liceto.
I like the mix-up from Ryan Tan for sure. I think if you're going to stray away from the Trick Room option, this is a really good start because you get the Intimidate out right away. You got the Ogerpon on the field right away, which is the big thing threatening a lot of damage. The Ogerpon will take very minimal damage from any Grass-type moves from Ryan Liceto's Rillaboom, but it is actually running high horsepower instead of U-turn, so it does have the option to get a decent chunk out. Will be neutral until it Terrestrializes thanks to the Grass typing, but at the same time, you do still have to worry about this Landorus too, which is a big threat to the Heatran, kind of the one big piece Ryan Liceto had in that first game.
Yeah, and I don't think Ryan Tan necessarily wants to Terrestrialize as long as Heatran is still in play, just so that you hold on to that Mold Breaker ability for as long as possible. Because once you do Terrestrialize on that spot, you give up Mold Breaker for Embody Aspect, which, yes, you get an attack boost for your trouble, but at the end of the day means your Fire-type attacks will not be doing damage into Heatran long term. We do see the Landorus Therian pivot out into the Dusclops, interestingly enough, for Ryan Tan. Going to be revealing that Pokemon, probably hoping that it takes some hits a little bit better than the Landorus Therian that was in that spot prior. Heatran does opt for a turn 1 Terrestrialization for Ryan Liceto, going straight for that Fairy typing. Ogerpon will use Sword Stance to boost its attack up 2 stages. Heat Wave from the Heatran will miss the Dusclops, but connect with the Ogerpon, bringing it down to half its health for the cost of a little bit of damage. And high horsepower into the Ogerpon is not enough to pick up that KO, as it is still a Grass-type Pokemon.
That's a really smart trend, I think, from both players. Preserving the Landorus is nice for Ryan Tan because you make sure you have that Intimidate still later on. And also a huge Sword Stance there. And smartly not Terrestrializing, I think, because if you do Terrestrialize, you take a little bit less from Heat Wave, but you take more from high horsepower. And again, like you mentioned, you lose the Mold Breaker, which is really important. Now, Ogerpon at +2 kind of has the option to just KO whatever it wants, I think, especially because neither of these, or the Rillaboom can't protect itself. Heatran already Terrestrialized, which is really nice info for Ryan Tan. Now, like, if you do happen to Terrestrialize that Ogerpon, you can still Grassy Glide it for big damage, and you don't have to worry about having, like, no damage options into it at all. But the +2 Ogerpon now is a big threat for Ryan Tan, and hopefully looking to capitalize it here on this next turn.
Ogerpon on Ryan Liceto's side of the field does make an appearance, holding the Wellspring Mask. Ivy Cudgel will not connect with the Heatran on Ryan Liceto's side of the field, though, so no damage from Ogerpon this turn. Will-O-Wisp from that Dusclops targeting the Rillaboom slot will once again burn the Ogerpon like we saw in Game 1.
That's nice, though. The Ogerpon does come in and take the burn right off the bat, which is going to be nice for mitigating some of the damage from those Ivy Cudgels or Horn Leeches if it does opt to go on the offensive. And more importantly, that Rillaboom that was on Ryan Liceto's side of the field no longer has the option to Terrestrialize because the Heatran already has. So no dodging Will-O-Wisp burns this time around. Either the Ogerpon or the Rillaboom would have caught the Will-O-Wisp coming in. And now we might have to see how the speeds interact here between these two Ogerpon, because even though it is burned, Ivy Cudgel still does a good amount of damage. No speed ties here though, so follow me straight up.
Yeah, Follow Me ensures that the Heatran will be able to go for an attack this turn, which is exactly what Ryan Licetto wants to do. But that Ivy Cudgel is a one-hit knockout onto Ryan Licetto's own Ogerpon. That Swords Dance coming in handy, and Ogerpon also following that up with a dodge of the Heat Wave. Heatran will be able to do some damage to the Dusclops.
I don't think Ryan Tan wanted that miss.
Yeah, who goes for the Trick Room.
Oh, wait.
So there are upsides and downsides to this position, and it's something that I was debating touching on earlier, but I didn't want to because it's kind of a read. But this Dusclops does have Pain Split. Pain Split does take your health, add it to something else, and then half it. If Ryan Tan wanted to try and heal up his Ogerpon, you could target yourself with a Pain Split.
Right.
And certainly with the Twisted Dimensions, that does become way more viable. But I agree. I think he wasn't expecting that Heat Wave miss. I think he was hoping to set up Trick Room and get the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the field, and unfortunately that just was not what was in the cards.
That would have been such a strong position. If you take the KO on the same turn, you get the big knockout. Grassy Glide doing a big chunk there. Okay. Trick Room, not the big deal.
Yeah, as long as you do have access to priority, and that really is thanks to Ryan Licetto's own Rillaboom in this situation. You are still able to make the best of it, and that is indeed what we see Ryan Tan do, able to burn the opposing Baxcalibur as well prior to the Ogerpon finally being KO'd by that Heat Wave, which then also burned the Dusclops of all things.
Yeah.
So Baxcalibur now the last Pokemon to move in this Twisted Dimensions room will go for Swords Dance to boost its own attack by 2 stages. But now that that Pokemon has been KO'd, I think you send in the Ursaluna.
You've got to, right?
I think you go straight for the weakness policy Hyper Voice, right?
Yeah, I mean, the burn there, like, not the worst for Ryan Tan because you're doing less damage to yourself with the Brick Break. Kind of the delayed gratification from the Trick Room there. I think ideally, if you're Ryan Tan, you maybe wanted the Ursaluna on the field 1 turn sooner to get the maximum use of Trick Room. But now you have the Ursaluna and the Dusclops safely on the field. You can still terrestrialize the Ursaluna, get some huge Hyper Voices going, and more importantly, you do get the Baxcalibur burned on the same turn it goes for a Swords Dance. The nice part about Baxcalibur opting to run Ice Body, if you are playing against it, is it does not have thermal exchange anymore, so it can be burned. So we're going to see Ryan Tan hopefully get the setup he was looking for in the last game going on this turn here with the terrestrialization.
Yeah, once again saving that terrestrialization for the Ursaluna Blood Moon form, getting to boost its normal type attacks thanks to the normal type terrestrialization as well. Also making it the perfect target for a Brick Break. We'll see if Ryan Tan went for it. There's the Protect from that Baxcalibur. Here comes the Brick Break into his own Ursaluna to activate that weakness policy. And the only question remaining is just how much damage will this Pokemon do to the Rillaboom on Ryan's side of the field. It will be Hyper Voice. It will not connect with that Baxcalibur. But to a Rillaboom holding an Assault Vest, this is going to do more than half of its health worth of damage.
That is some really big damage, and thankfully for Ryan Tan, there are still 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, so even though the Ursaluna probably gets faked out on this coming turn, you have 1 remaining turn to get those Hyper Voices off. This is kind of where the miss comes more into play because in an ideal scenario for Ryan Tan, this Ursaluna has 3 remaining turns of Trick Room instead of just 2 now. And so you do have to kind of worry about, you know, am I going to get stalled out of Trick Room? Will I have the chance to get the damage off with this Ursaluna? The nice part, though, is that the Baxcalibur is burned. The Heatran is at low health because of that Grassy Glide. The Rillaboom's at low health. Rillaboom and Heatran easily in range for the Hyper Voice. And Baxcalibur should get felled by a Blood Moon, maybe even a Hyper Voice because it's not holding that Assault Vest of its own. So Ursaluna is healthy. It will have the option to attack before any of its opponents on the following turn. Just does have to waste this 1 turn because of Fake Out.
And the Dusclops as well, because of the Fake Out, free to target down something with an attack. It goes for a Pain Split into the Baxcalibur. So the health is averaged across these 2 Pokemon, while Baxcalibur free to go for another Swords Dance, but thanks to that burn is still I think it's going to be doing slightly more damage than if it was unburned and neutral attack at this point in time. But still, that is a great position for Ryan Licetto to be in, as now he can just protect to stall out the remainder of Trick Room.
He can protect the Baxcalibur. He can't protect the Rillaboom, though, and he can either swap it out or sacrifice it on this turn. If you swap it out to bring the Heatran in to take the Hyper Voice and then bring Rillaboom back in, that means you set up the grassy terrain again, which I don't know if you really want, just because this Dusclops is now back at a pretty good chunk of health because of the Pain Split. And so even if Trick Room gets stalled out here on this turn, you have the option to possibly stick around the following turn and set up another Trick Room. I really like this swap though from Ryan Tan, bringing the Landorus in so it's ready for when Trick Room ends.
It's ready for when Trick Room ends, and it also intimidates both that Rillaboom and that Baxcalibur to bring that Baxcalibur down to doing slightly less than neutral damage at this point in time. Heatran as well will be taking the field once again for Ryan Licetto, so that grassy terrain will be coming back as Baxcalibur uses Protect to get through this final turn. Hyper Voice will pick up the KO on the Heatran, so Ryan Licetto enters the final phase of this game number 2 with access to Fake Out and with access to some super effective damage onto the Landorus thanks to the Baxcalibur, but will that be enough?
I'm not sure, Gabby. I really like that proactive Landorus swap, because now that Trick Room is ending here, the Landorus holding the Choice Scarf will be faster than both Baxcalibur and Rillaboom. It is, I believe, carrying the U-turn attack, which means it has the option to, possibly kill this Rillaboom with U-turn before the Baxcalibur can attack it, swap back out into Dusclops, and get the Dusclops the option to be on the field. Maybe soak up some damage, maybe set up the Trick Room once again. But thanks to the Intimidate as well, Baxcalibur at +3 attack. When you factor in the burn, it's still doing, I think, very slightly more than average damage, but thanks to the burn, it's much less of a threat than you might expect.
For sure, and it looks like Ryan Licetto as well is really focusing in on this Ursaluna, and that turns out to be the correct play as the Landorus will swap into the Dusclops, but Ryan Tan could be trying to find an opportunity for yet another Trick Room here. All he has to do is protect that Ursaluna, and indeed that is what he opts to do. Icicle Sphere from the Baxcalibur and the Woodhammer, I think, from that Rillaboom will not be doing any damage this turn as a result.
Really smart play from Ryan Tan there. The Ursaluna is the bigger threat, hands down. The +2 special attack like Terra Normal Hyper Voice will just end the game. So if you have the option to double target it on this turn with the Icicle Spear and the Woodhammer, that's your best chance to knock it out. But what you do by protecting and switching on this turn if you're Ryan Tan is you get the Grassy Terrain recovery, which might be non-negligible. Like if the Ursaluna barely hangs on this coming turn, that will be the difference maker. And more importantly, you have the option to switch the Dusclops back out into Landorus, get another Intimidate off, so the Rillaboom will be at -1, the Baxcalibur will be at +2, which is just essentially neutral when it comes to the burn. And that gives yourself the option to possibly give yourself the Ursaluna another chance to attack. No target here into the Ursaluna, though, means that Ursaluna should get off and attack this turn, and the game might just end.
It might just end. Ryan Licetto trying to do everything in his power to stop Trick Room. Icicle Sphere hits a couple of times. Woodhammer finishes up the final amount of damage into that Dusclops, but with Ursaluna Blood Moon ready to go for this next attack.
Big
this Hyper Voice is going to pick up a KO on the Baxcalibur, on the Rillaboom, and Ryan Tan finds his win condition in this game 2 to bring us into this game 3 showdown in round 5 of Swiss here at the Toronto Regional Championships.
That was really well done from Ryan Tan. The nice mix-up there in the beginning of the game meant that the Ogerpon's a really big threat, and by getting that Swords Dance off, getting the big Ivy Cudgel into the Wellspring Ogerpon on Ryan Licetto's side of the field, you took away a really big piece for Ryan Licetto, because the Follow Me can be really annoying if you're playing against the, or like let's say if you're the Ursaluna and you need to Earth Power something, Follow Me kind of negates that entirely. And obviously Hyper Voice doesn't care about Follow Me, but just making sure that Ryan Licetto doesn't have that piece of the puzzle to play with gives Ryan Tan so much more wiggle room. And funny enough, like we saw the Ursaluna in Trick Room with its boost in game 1 just kind of get immediately wiped off the field without taking a KO, whereas it won the game outside of Trick Room in game 2, thanks to the setup from the Landorus with the Intimidate and just the threat of Trick Room from the Dusclops.
Yeah, and I also think the fact that Ryan Tan led his Ogerpon in that initial turn and got that Swords Dance and was able to deal so much damage initially in this game was so important for him, as he ultimately removed, I think, the biggest threat to his Trick Room setup in that Heatran. He was able to bring it down to such low health so quickly that it just was no longer a threat, and by the time the Ursaluna was on the field ready to go, that Hyper Voice was more than capable of picking up the knockout onto that Pokemon, and again, just opening up the board state for him going into the end of that game. As we enter game number 3 here, I think the biggest question is, will Ryan try and commit to the instant Trick Room lead we saw in game number 1, or if he's going to swap things up and
follow a more, I will say, flexible strategy going into this game number 3. Trainers are ready, trainers are locked, and we are going to get the Dustclops and Ursaluna lead from Ryan Tan versus Baxcalibur and Rillaboom from Ryan Lassetto.
I think it's a cool mix-up from Ryan Lassetto, because if the Landorus and the Ogerpon lead again from Ryan Tan, the Baxcalibur threatens a lot of damage onto Landorus. Obviously, it probably just a 1-hit KO thanks to that Icicle Spear. But at the same time, Baxcalibur is also threatening this Ursaluna. An Icicle Spear, unless it terastallizes, should do a lot of damage. I kind of don't really see a world where Ursaluna allows itself to take an Icicle Spear without terastallizing, especially because you want that damage boost as well from the normal terastallization. But I really respect going back to like the first Game 1 lead from Ryan Tan, because I think that Game 1 can go so much differently.
Yeah, and unlike game number 1 as well, I think we're going to see Ryan Lassetto swap things up. We're not seeing a double into the Dustclops or its partner just yet. We do see him swap in the Ogerpon in the Wellspring Mask as for that Rillaboom. As Ryan Tan goes for the normal type terastallization on that Ursaluna, meaning it will be able to take this Icicle Spear a lot more comfortably. We see 3 hits. Will we see 5? It is holding that loaded dice item.
Just 4.
Just 4 this time around. Ursaluna going straight for the Hyper Voice with no weakness policy boost just yet. Will still do some decent amount of damage to Ogerpon and Baxcalibur, and this frees up the Dustclops to go for Trick Room to end the turn.
Hyper Voice 2-hit KOing Baxcalibur here without the boost is really, really big for Ryan Tan, because now the Ogerpon is on the field. It has the option to redirect the Brick Break away from the Ursaluna. So now you don't really have the option to go for the Brick Break weakness policy combo because it just gets redirected. However, Hyper Voice, again, just doesn't care about redirection. So if you're not protecting Baxcalibur this turn and Ryan Tan goes for another Hyper Voice, it maybe just gets knocked out even through the redirection and the Follow Me. And Brick Break might just be the damage dealer here to KO that Ogerpon too.
Yeah, on the one hand, you could target Brick Break into your own Pokemon to try and activate the weakness policy, but on the other hand, Brick Break does enough damage that if there had been a Hyper Voice there, that would have been a KO, but instead we do see the Blood Moon connecting with that Ogerpon for the knockout. So Baxcalibur will have the opportunity to Swords Dance this turn, but once redirection is off the field next turn, it's going to be in a bit more danger.
Yeah, I like the Swords Dance there. You kind of, I don't know, you take more advantage of the Follow Me. The only issue there is now that the redirection is off the field, you just have the option to Brick Break yourself in Hyper Voice, and the Baxcalibur gets knocked out. The Rillaboom on Ryan Lassetto's side, it can buy you a turn with a Fake Out, but at the same time, if you're Ryan Tan, you can just protect. And there's 3 more turns of Trick Room left, so I don't know if there's a way for Ryan Lassetto to stall out enough that will allow him to get rid of this Baxcalibur. I like the Blood Moon choice there from Ryan Tan. If the Ogerpon opts to terastallize and get that Embody Aspect special defense boost, it probably survives of Hyper Voice, especially because it can't, again, you get redirect the Brick Break, no weakness policy. So Blood Moon ensures that KO even through the terastallization. But again, it's +2 Ursaluna. I don't know, it's really tough here because you probably just protect this turn, make sure Ursaluna doesn't get any, kind of +2 Icicle Spear headed its way, but it's, you have the option to burn it still if you're Dustclops. You can't Fake Out the Dustclops.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Ryan Lassetto reveals the Rillaboom, tries to feint a Fake Out, and then will swap that Pokemon out for Heatran. Does draw the Protect in from the Ursaluna Blood Moon, but will the Dustclops target down the Rillaboom with the Will-O-Wisp, I think is the big question this turn, and we see Will-O-Wisp, but it does indeed target down the Baxcalibur. So Ryan Lassetto maybe trying to get a bit of a Flash Fire boost out in action for that Heatran. But instead will just have the Pokemon on the field, which is still a great position for him to be in, but I think it draws the big question here of, do you terastallize or do you try and draw out an Earth Power from that Ursaluna instead?
That's the thing. If Earth Power comes through and Heatran doesn't terastallize, it gets wiped off the field immediately, and that's kind of it's not a bad option for Ryan Tan, because you do again have the option to burn this Baxcalibur. It is the Poison Terra, so you can't terastallize into a Fire type like the Rillaboom could to dodge it. There's also plays where you can go for something like a Brick Break like weakness policy boost and a Blood Moon into Heatran, and we saw the Hyper Voice do a lot of damage, and maybe like a +2 Blood Moon KOs it here, but we all use the Brick Break setup right away. Ursaluna will be boosting itself with this weakness policy and hoping to clear these Pokemon off the field.
No protects from Ryan Licetto either, so it's only damage that's going to be dealt this turn. Ursaluna opts for the Hyper Voice, so that should be enough to pick up the KO on that Baxcalibur.
That's
brings
massive.
Heatran down to about half of its health. So the final remaining question of the turn is what attack did Heatran go for? It is Heat Wave, and it misses the KO on the Ursaluna. Does get a burn, which it's going to be close, I think, here to see how much damage the burn would deal to the knockout. But because Grassy Terrain Recovery activates first in terms of this in-between turn order, it is not going to be enough to knock out that Pokemon.
A little bit of an unlucky break for Ryan Tan there, but I think more importantly, you get that KO onto the Baxcalibur. That is a really, really big turn there because Baxcalibur at the +2 attack was kind of a big threat, especially we can see Ryan has the Landorus in the back. Ryan Tan hasn't had to reveal his last 2 Pokemon yet, and Ryan Licetto is already down to his last 2. So this is a really good position for Ryan Tan to be in. Grassy Glide will KO the Ursaluna here, which isn't great for Ryan Tan, but again, if Trick Room runs out here, that kind of gives you the space to bring in your Ogerpon and your Landorus to clean up this game.
Yeah, Ryan Tan's endgame, especially knowing his final 2 Pokemon, was always going to be something without Trick Room. And even though Ursaluna will be knocked out this turn and Dusclops taking a ton of damage as well from that Flash Cannon, it is going to open up the opportunity for Ryan Tan to take advantage of his naturally faster Pokemon. And especially knowing that the Grassy Terrain runs out as well, there will be no way for this Rillaboom to rely on priority to outspeed the Ogerpon with that Hearth Flame Mask.
Yeah.
So still has access to Mold Breaker. There is still Terrestrialization in play for Ryan Licetto, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to help too much here. Maybe it allows you to take 1 or 2 more Ivy Cudgels than you can otherwise. But still, you need to find time, and I'm just not sure he has it.
I really don't think he does, especially considering this Heatran usually relies on its Flash Fire to be dodging damage from those Fire-type attacks, but thanks to Mold Breaker, Ogerpon just has the option to just Ivy Cudgel straight through that Mold Breaker, which is going to be really important for Ryan Tan here. Opting instead for Spiky Shield this turn, though, dodging any damage from Heat Wave, possibly hoping to let Dusclops go down this turn to an attack from the Heatran and Rillaboom. Heat Wave does come out. The Life Orb chip damage does a lot of damage to the Dusclops. Does a little bit of damage to itself, but Dusclops does go down here. So Ryan Tan is down to his last 2 Pokemon, much like Ryan Licetto is, but considering that Landorus is in the back, I think a much stronger position for Ryan Tan here, thanks to the Intimidate on Rillaboom and the threat of big damage from a Stomping Tantrum or even U-Turn into the Rillaboom slot.
Exactly. I think if Ryan is nervous about this Heatran terastallizing into that Fairy type like we saw earlier on in the series, you target down that Heatran with the Stomping Tantrum, you go straight for the Ivy Cudgel into that Rillaboom. Alternatively, you could just target that Heatran down with that Fire type attack, as it is below half its health and it's going to be dealing a ton of damage, as Ogerpon is, again, one of the most powerful Pokemon in the format right now. So Ryan Tan, I think, just doing a fantastic job of showcasing how these Trick Room but not Trick Room teams can function very well in a metagame like this. It does come down to a lot of predictions, but if you are able to land your attacks on their intended targets, such as the Stomping Tantrum onto the Heatran and the Ivy Cudgel.
Here it comes.
Yeah,
big Fire-type Ivy Cudgel into the Rillaboom. Enough for the KO here, and Ryan Tan expertly navigates his way through a rough beginning to that first game and comes out the 2-1 winner in round 5, moving on to 5-0 in Toronto.
Yeah, so congratulations to Ryan Tan winning the showdown of the Ryans here. A really wonderful team. I am very biased towards Trick Room, admittedly, but being able to see just how the team functioned both with Trick Room, without Trick Room, with that initial focus on Trick Room versus a more late game focus on Trick Room, I think was really special, and indeed just the approach you want if you want to be utilizing this form of speed control in the set. You know, we saw the Blood Moon target down that Ogerpon, like you were saying, to opt for or to optimize for a possible terrestrialization there with the special defense boost. We saw the Hyper Voice as well. This was really Ursaluna's game to win.
It was, yeah. Ursaluna put in so much work in this third game. We saw it poised to do that in the first game, but taken down untimely. But Ryan Tan not letting that happen in that third game, making sure Ursaluna was set up for a big sweep at the end. And even in game 2, put in a lot of work. It's just so well played for Ryan Tan there, making sure he uses the Trick Room and the Intimidate in the fast mode on his team.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see Ursaluna Blood Moon do so well too, after really feeling like it should have its moment for a while now. You know, I've seen other people bring it to regionals, but I don't think the fully dedicated Trick Room team was the best fit for it. I really do love the duo, and then having like the rest of the team be a bit more of a good stuffs combination, if you will.
Yeah,
so that's really exciting.
Ryan Tan also got to take good advantage of Ryan Liceto's own grassy terrain as well. We saw Ryan Tan's team has the Rillaboom on it, which will empower the grassy glide on his own Ogerpon. But I think in that second game, even when the Trick Room went up before the Ogerpon got knocked out by Heatwave, he got a big +2 grassy glide off because of Ryan Liceto's own grassy terrain. So kind of managing not only his own resources, but his opponent's resources to his own advantage as well. Really, really well played from Ryan Tan there.
Yeah, and also remember, these trainers aren't out of the running just yet, as this was Ryan Liceto's first loss, and you still have all the opportunities to win out in Swiss as well. So I think we're going to be taking a quick break while we get our interview set up, as TCG may or may not be carving pumpkins in the lounge right now. And I don't know about you, but I want to see what they're doing over there.
I love that.
Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break while we get this interview set up. Please stay tuned, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Toronto Regional Championships. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined by the victor of our last stream match, Ryan Tan, out here proving that we old dogs still have some tricks up our sleeves.
We do.
What an incredible set of matches against the fellow Ryan there in that round. And I would love to go into some of the discussion about the games, but also start off a little bit of the team construction, because you revealed something to me just before we sat down that kind of blows my mind given how those games went, which is that the Dusclops Ursaluna pairing was kind of a last-minute decision.
Yeah, it was actually on the ride here from New York. I was driving with my good friend Oliver, and we've been going back and forth with this team for a while. I've been practicing with this team for probably a month, and I had a pretty core set 4, the Flutter Mane, the Landorus, Ogerpon, Rillaboom. That was solid. I was pretty comfortable with that pick. It was just the last 2 that I was kind of struggling with. At first, it was Milotic, Urshifu Dark, and then after Andrew Ding did really well in Sacramento with Tornadus Urshifu Rapid Strike, I was just like, wow, that's just my team, but a lot better. So I tinkered around with that, and then I just found I had a little bit of trouble with a couple key matchups, and then in the car, I was just, you know, a little tired on the road, and I was just like, you know, what if I added a Trick Room matchup? And what if I added one of the best Trick Room sweepers that we've ever gotten, and Ursaluna Blood Moon? So
yeah, perhaps the best Trick Room sweeper we've ever gotten. And so, like, what was it about those 2 Pokemon that was filling that niche in your team that you really needed some help covering?
Yeah, so I did have a lot of trouble with Indeedee Armarouge, Torkoal kind of stuff, as well as a well-placed Dragonite Chenpao, which we've seen a lot of.
Yeah.
So at least that you can see covers the Dragonite Chenpao pretty decently, and I had at least a fighting chance with, you know, the Indeedee Armarouge, Torkoal.
Yeah, those are 2 of those pairs that people often say have their team and are like, maybe I'm weak to Indeedee Armarouge, maybe I can dodge it, but...
Yes, and it's the team construction itself is also very similar to kind of what I've been comfortable with. I'm very comfortable with like lots of damage up front, like usually it's like Ogerpon, Rillaboom, just right in the front, and then I just do a bunch of damage, and then once they're kind of all weak, that's when Ursaluna and Dusclops can come in the back, set up Trick Room, and basically clean up from there.
Yeah,
so
what I love about teams like this is you do get to kind of decide and like shuffle around when you want your Trick Room setter to come in, especially because you're using a Pokemon like Dusclops that doesn't necessarily need to rely on having fake out support every time. Like we saw Dusclops tanking hits and being able to dish damage back in the form of a burn or set up a Trick Room. So like, let's talk a little bit about the matches. Because like starting in game 1, it looked like you were in a good position to potentially, you know, run through the team, but unfortunately that Ursaluna just went down a little bit too easily.
Yes. So game 1, I kind of thought that he would Terra his Heatran to a Terra Fairy because I was pretty sure I wanted to click Earth Power into the Heatran slot because I knew I would be able to take the Rillaboom Grassy Glide pretty comfortably, but I was not too sure about the Heatran. I was like, if it's Terra Fairy, then maybe it'll balance out, and then that kind of hurt me in the end. And then game 2, I tried to like adjust a little bit, bring a different lead, but I knew in game 3 because it felt pretty comfortable, I was going to bring that lead back. So I already made that decision around end of game 1. That game 2 will be a little bit different. Game 3, I'll probably just bring it back.
Yeah. So what's that thought process like? Because you know you're going to switch things up in game 2. Is it just to sort of try to get your opponent in their head, thinking about like, well, who knows where that Trick Room mode's going to be coming? Because obviously the Ursaluna, once it got rolling, like game 2 was just like the Ursaluna show over and over again once it got in. It's like it really seems like you were trying to get in Ryan's head there a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I tried, and honestly, I thought in game 2 it looked a little bit tricky at the end there with Trick Room has expired, and I thought that he might double target the Ursaluna, then it'll be a Rillaboom Baxcalibur versus Landorus endgame, which I was not really comfortable with.
Yeah.
So I thought it was going to be quite close, and then when I saw him double target the Dusclops and allow me to get a free attack with Ursaluna, then I was like, well, that's the game.
I've got the damage.
Yeah.
It turns out at the end of the day, Pokemon is a game about who deals more damage against the opponent's Pokemon. Well, like we mentioned, you've been playing all the way since 2006 for the Journey Across America.
Yes.
People who have that kind of video game championship after having played. Hey, me too, buddy. Don't worry. We're together.
I feel like honestly the competition has gotten a lot better. Like for sure, 100% people have really like grown to love this game and grow the game. And the way that the metagame has shifted throughout the ages, it used to be a lot. There was a period where it was very offensive, attacking using things like Explosion in Generation 4, which was a really big thing, to more bulky defensive in Generation 5. Kind of ebbs and flows, kind of like goes very offensive, very defensive. Obviously now I feel like we are in a little bit more of an offensive period in our Pokemon.
We have so many just like extremely strong Pokemon out here, like having Urshifu, having all the Paradox Pokemon. There's just so many stats to contend with.
Yes, exactly. So, but you know, out of all the offensive Pokemon, Dusclops can still take it all, you know?
give that Dusclops an Eviolite and it's still going to be standing there at the end of the day.
Yes.
Well, Ryan, thank you so much for taking some time to share your insights and to discuss your matches with us. It was really fun watching that set, and it's been a privilege talking to you. Is there anyone you'd like to shout out and, you know, who has helped you along this path so far?
Yeah, of course. Since we're talking about 2006, obviously I got to shout out my family, my parents, and my sister watching back at home. And obviously my friends in the boiler rooms in Ohio, etc. They're all been here to support me throughout this entire journey. So I really appreciate it, and I hope to continue battling and hopefully, you know, keep competing.
Well, you are on track right now at 5-0. Two more wins get you into day 2, and then of course there's still 2 more after that because records carry over. How are you feeling about the rest of your matches?
You know, take it one game at a time. That's been my approach, and I think that's what I'm going to keep doing.
Well, that is a champion mindset. And we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have round 6 from the Toronto Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, you know, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now. But it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow. Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what, you know, other people are looking.
everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Regional Championships. We're about halfway through our day now, but it has only been treats on the stream and cannot wait for even more great Pokemon action. I'm Saradon, joined here yet again on the casting desk with Aaron Zhang. I've really enjoyed the matches that we've had so far. The last two are bangers.
I think it's so interesting because I feel like the format has been developing so rapidly, but at the same time, we've also seen so many teams that would have been legal in Regulation D, so it's kind of funny to see how things come in full circle. And I'm just eager to see what teams continue to do well, if there's any new innovation. I mean, we saw Como Tyranitar win the last North American Regional Championship. Those two Pokemon weren't really on my radar at all. So my question for this event is, do we continue to see new meta innovating picks, or are we going to see a return to those super strong Pokemon? For example, we had a regional championship in Europe last weekend, and that team that won was a team that was very strong in Regulation D. So I'm hoping to see some brand new picks. I really believe in things like Alola Ninetales and Clefairy. We just saw Ursaluna Blood Moon and Dusclops put in work on stream. So I just can't wait to continue to see what the top players are using.
Yeah, and we got to see Jamie Boyd earlier with the Thundurus, not the one you would think that it would be either on stream. And currently, I believe he's sitting at 5-0 record. So showing that, hey, even just one kind of unique pick, you can definitely kind of make your way through that. And I'm really intrigued too, because we're at the point now with Regulation E that things have kind of settled, but that's where things start really developing, because you can start really pinpointing exactly what's working, and that's where new Pokemon can really start to break through.
Are there any new Pokemon that you think have the potential to do well?
I'm looking at a lot of kind of screens out there, which is funny because we just saw a Brick Break Dusclops out there, but I don't know. I feel like we're kind of in a place now. As soon as a new format hits, I feel like it's all high offense, and then as it kind of develops, we kind of get into a little bit more slow, more balanced. We can actually see the screen, so that'll include your Alola Ninetales, of course, being able to have the Aurora Veil, also Grimmsnarl, because Grimmsnarl's never really gone away, just kind of snoozes for a little bit and then comes back. So that's what I'm kind of keeping my eye out for. What about you?
I think Dondozo, not a new Pokemon, but one that I know had decent performances at the last North American Regional Championship. And when Regulation D rolled around, Dondozo became way less popular because you had Urshifu introduced to the format, and Urshifu being able to get those guaranteed critical hits against Dondozo when it combines with Tatsugiri obviously makes it really difficult to use. But I've seen some top players and team building groups that did bring Dondozo to the most recent regional championship, and many who placed in Day 2 just missed out on the top 8 cut. And so that's one Pokemon I'm just curious about, because I think that there is always room for Dondozo to thrive in any given format. It's just such a strong combination with Tatsugiri. Weezing is something that looked really cool when I saw it at Sacramento Regionals, but I don't think it's really the easiest Pokemon to use. And I think a lot of top players, it's a Pokemon that they actually have had some probably practice against, just because I think many top players had it on their radar for things to expect. That's something else that I think would be cool. Clefairy is an interesting one for me because I don't think you need it on any one specific type of team. I've seen it on Trick Room-oriented compositions where you use it to help support Trick Room. I've seen it on teams that really like using setup-oriented strategies, and so I've seen Clefairy a bunch as well. Those were all Pokemon that I had my eye on, and my brother was really selling me on Hisuian Goodra.
Oh no.
Which was a Pokemon that I thought was actually really underused in Regulation D. So curious if Hisuian Goodra can make a run today. I don't think that many players are using it, but we're in a format right now that is still very physically oriented. That's why we saw Iron Defense Como win the last regional championship in North America. So Hisuian Goodra can do something similar to that role.
We got to move away from the Hisuian Goodra talk, that's for sure. But of course, if you have any thoughts on what you're expecting to see kind of pop up and rise up through the field, you can use that hashtag #PlayAtPokemon over on X, or just let us know how you're enjoying the event so far. And there's already been a couple of tweets out there that we wanted to be taking a look at. First off, this was coming out from Overload Event. Largest turnout for Toronto to date. Absolutely love that. Of course, last year, this was in the weird period where we didn't quite have our VGC competitions up, but the event was still such a blast. So it's really, really cool to see just how many people were able to come out to the great north for this event.
600 plus players in VGC is incredible. I think when I think about what large events used to be in VGC, even breaking 300 would be a huge milestone. And so this new era of competitive play is just amazing. And to see TCG almost break 2,000 is mind-blowing to me. Like, these tournaments are just so large now. They're so difficult to win, but that's what makes the competition all the more exciting.
100%. And looking over at our next tweet, coming out from Alex. Happy Halloween, Pokemon fam. Have fun at regionals. Did Alex carve these? These are absolutely fantastic. That Gengar, for example, that teeth detail must be so difficult.
I'm really impressed. Yeah, we're supposed to be making our own during the segments in between, and I'm a little bit nervous because my artistic skills aren't nearly as good as Alex's. So kudos to Alex, because yeah, that Gengar is absolutely incredible.
Alex, can we just give you our pumpkins and just say that we carved them, pretty please? But, one more tweet before we get focused back onto our matches. Hey, this one's coming up for me. This is actually talking about our TCG casters. It's so funny. Over on the VGC side, I feel like we had all of the Halloween spirit. Jeremy's kind of holding all of that together for TCG. Right now on the Pokemon TCG stream, he's broadcasting with Pablo right now, and it's so funny. Pablo has the suit and tie, and there's Jeremy in his cosplay.
I think my favorite thing is just looking at all of their faces. They all look so serious, and Jeremy is just staring into the distance. But huge props to him. He came and delivered for Holo Weekend here on the Pokemon stream.
Yeah, honestly, like that is a top tier costume. That with the wig as well, to actually make it stand up and do like the spiky hair stuff, like I couldn't. But looking at our next match, I'm like cracking up. Like,
just thinking about it, yeah.
It's so beautiful, it's so good. But we got a match that we got to start looking ahead to. And we're narrowing down that field, those undefeated players. And we're going to be taking a look at Jeremy Parson and Nicholas Borghi up next.
It's interesting because we were talking about strategies and comps before diving into this round, and we started the day off with the team that finished second at the most recent European Regional Championship, and Jeremy Parson is actually running the same 6 Pokemon: Heatran, Dragonite, Rillaboom, Farigiraf, Urshifu, and Champao. This is a team that was legal in Regulation D as well, so none of the brand new Pokemon from the DLC. And his opponent, Nicholas, is running Clefairy. We just spoke about Clefairy for a little while, so I'm really eager to see it, supported by just some really strong attackers. There's also a Champao, also a Urshifu, also a Rillaboom, but you've got the Fire Ogerpon with that Swords Dance, as well as the Nasty Plot Golden Go, which I feel like has made a huge comeback in this format.
100%. So I'm excited to see, especially looking at Nicholas' team going into this. But before we head too far into our match, let's take a look at our Swiss standings to see who's kind of leading the charge on the day. Quite a few 5-0s here, though we are getting less and less. A couple of well-known names here, of course, looking at Gavin Michaels, OCIC winner, looking at Alberto Lara, and then, of course, our matchup over there on that top right, Jeremy and Liz, and Paul Chua as well. So a lot of great players here kind of leading the way.
Yeah, and as a quick reminder, any player with 7 wins or more will be able to advance on to tomorrow. There's 9 rounds total, so these players are all in very, very strong positions to advance on, but of course you have to treat each round as its own. And for me, I think it's really exciting because there are actually a lot of names here that I don't immediately recognize, and there have been so many newer players that have entered the scene and gotten into the game. We've saw new players who literally attended their very first tournament last year and win a regional championship, and that's one of my favorite storylines to follow. Will we see a seasoned veteran take home the tournament, or is it going to be a newer player that just started recently?
And with that 5-0 start, is definitely, you still have a couple more, so they can't get too ahead of themselves. There's definitely people that have gone from that 5-0 to that 5-4 so tragically, but definitely a great start for a lot of those players. So best of luck to all of them looking to make their way to that 6-0, make their way into that day 2. And looking at Nicholas and Jeremy, I mean, we even got a fun fact from both of them before the match. And coming out from Jeremy, he's 0-1 lifetime up against Nick. Nick's fun fact is he's 1-0 lifetime against Jeremy. So.
And they submitted those fun facts, I think, independently of each other. So they decided that their one fact would be about each other, or their record against each other, which I find absolutely hilarious.
Hey, they got the chance to change that now today, right? Or it could just be that, you know, Nicholas is 2-0 against Jeremy lifetime. So we'll have to see, but quite intrigued is seeing how this one's going to be playing out, especially too looking at Jeremy's end. If he's really going to know, like, playing around this Clefairy and the rest of the tools that Liz has, because that could be a tough Pokemon to kind of break through at times, and then getting the KO on the partner Pokemon as well, considering that Friend Guard.
Yeah, I really want to talk about Clefairy because it is such an interesting support-oriented Pokemon. So Clefairy used over Clefable because it gets access to Friend Guard, and you can, of course, use Eviolite on it, so a really strong combination. It's just really bulky and difficult to knock out quickly. So Friend Guard is also just an amazing ability that, of course, protects your Pokemon a little bit more, and it's really valuable in setup-oriented strategies. And so Nicholas's team here has the Nasty Plot Golden Go. You've got the Swords Dance on the Ogerpon as well. And this Clefairy has one very tricky move to play around, and that's Sing.
Well, I mean, 45% of the time, it's not anything to worry about, right?
But 55% of the time, it is an absolute nightmare to go up against. Sing, of course, probably one of the most inaccurate moves that you'll see a competitive player use in VGC, but the theory behind Clefairy is that it doesn't really have that many strong attacking moves. So when people use Clefairy, it's very much designed around support. Clefairy sometimes is in a weird spot where you don't really get any value out of going for the follow me or moves like Helping Hand. So Sing is one of those moves where it's like, okay, I'm gonna flip a coin, but if the coin lands in my favor, I can just completely shut something down. And Clefairy's a really slow Pokemon as well, so often it's gonna be using that Sing after a Pokemon moves, and so you can really just fully shut something down. But Jeremy, of course, using those 6 Pokemon we were talking about earlier, feels like this team is just one of the most popular in the format right now.
It's all the good stuff at this point. It's just how you're building around this good stuff. So looking over at this, offhand, it seems to be all of the stuff that we really like to see on the Pokemon. Going to be that Dragonite with that Outrage to making sure that there is a really, really strong attack. Also having the aerials, great coverage all around. And it will be the Metal Plate onto the Rillaboom to make way for that Assault Vest over on the Heatran. So I feel like this is more of the a typical way to be seeing these Pokemon.
Definitely. I think with teams like this, there's some deviation on the Heatran item like we saw in round 1, maybe the Rillaboom item, but the core Pokemon and strategies are just, let me attack for as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. Nicholas, on the other hand, using a team that has a little bit more setup involved. You've got the Nasty Plot Golden Go, which we were talking about earlier, as well as the Ogre Pond with Swords Dance, and so there's the ability to boost up quickly, especially with the Clefairy support, and then deal massive amounts of damage. We've also got a Choice Scarf Urshifu and a Rillaboom, as well as Chien-Pao on this side. Notably, the Chien-Pao here does not have the Sacred Sword. It's Haze instead, but Haze, I think, not really valuable in this matchup against Jeremy because he doesn't really have any setup moves.
Yeah, I love that coverage on the Chien-Pao for when you go up against something like the Dondozo. You go up against other people that are... I know that Nicholas's team has this setup, but if you're going up against someone who has even more than you have a way to shut it down. But in this matchup, it's kind of just null and void. I love to see... Urshifu's my favorite Rock Slide user. You don't get to see that one all the time, but definitely a nice little treat. But no, I think a lot of this will just be that Clefairy and just how it can enable everything else out here, especially too with Golden Go being such a great Pokemon in the format right now.
Definitely. I think Clefairy, in my opinion, is a really strong support Pokemon, especially because of how bulky it is. As you can see, both players really getting into
dance
it.
Party.
I think when I think about shutting down Clefairy, you do have the super effective Flash Cannon on Jeremy's end, and Jeremy's team is just really strong, right? You have, for example, Water, Terra, Urshifu, Surging Strikes, combine that with Chien-Pao, try to double up into the Clefairy and get it out of the way immediately. I think a single Sing from Clefairy can be a huge nuisance for Jeremy to deal with, right? So I think if I'm Jeremy, I might be thinking, well, let me try to figure out combos that can deal with Clefairy as quickly as possible. And then the other thing I always think about with Farigiraf is the mind game of, do you bring your priority Pokemon into this matchup? Do you feel comfortable if you're Nicholas bringing that Rillaboom, going for Fake Out on turn 1, knowing there might be a Rillaboom coming out?
Especially too with the amount of priority over on Nicholas's end. I mean, in Ogre Pond, once it gets that Swords Dance, the Grassy Glide can be absolutely so difficult to be dealing with, but definitely since there is a way to be shutting things down, I'll be intrigued to see exactly how that goes, or if it's even a place where Jeremy feels confident in bringing that Farigiraf, because it's one of those Pokemon, as we got to see earlier, it can do absolutely so much. It can also do absolutely nothing at the same time, and it doesn't have that get out of jail free card like the Clefairy and just going for these things and just, hey, if it hits, then you can be in a really nice spot. It's kind of, Sing Clefairy kind of reminds me of the Fissure era last year, where it's like, hey, it's probably not going to hit, but if it does, it's about to look real good for you.
Yeah, I think the other interesting thing about Farigiraf here is its matchup into Golden Go. Golden Go loves going up against it because it can just Nasty Plot while you're not threatened by any offense from the opposing side. So I think dealing with Golden Go in itself is going to be a big deal. Something like Clefairy Golden Go can be quite annoying to deal with, but there are a lot of resistances to that Make It Rain, especially Urshifu and Heatran. So I think those are Pokemon that likely should make an appearance here, because otherwise Golden Go can just boost very quickly. And for Nicholas's side, if I were in his shoes, I would probably prioritize Clefairy. The question is, do you want to lead with it immediately and start going for those boosts, or maybe do you want to start dealing some damage first and then try to close out with a late game Nasty Plot or Swords Dance? Let's find out.
Well, heading into the game, Clefairy nowhere to be seen. A very aggressive start with the Chien-Pao and the Ogre Pond to start, whereas over on the other end, it is going to be that classic Urshifu and Rillaboom combination we get to see.
The Urshifu here, of course, applying a ton of offensive pressure with Surging Strikes, and Rillaboom has that Fake Out pressure as well. Of course, one thing to consider on Nicholas's end is that the Chien-Pao is Ghost Terra. So you could theoretically Ghost Terra if you wanted to get around a potential fake out on turn 1, but I think right now Jeremy with the stronger lead, putting on a lot of offensive pressure immediately. I think Urshifu here has the potential to go for that water terror surging strikes, but you can see Jeremy opting for that U-turn. U-turn is just such a nice option with Choice Scarf for Urshifu because you break through Focus Sash, you get some damage off, your opponent can't protect in front of it, and you're able to save late game Urshifu and potentially dominate with that. So yeah, Champao's gonna pivot out here. We'll see what switches in.
Well, at this point, it's going to be Rillaboom of Nicholas's own to be taking these hits. As his Ogerpon going with the Grassy Glide. Super effective hits, going to be doing a good chunk of damage into the Rillaboom on the opposing end. Little chip of damage there, but the U-turn going to be doing significantly more. Being able to switch out as well, bringing that Rillaboom down to just below half.
Yeah, that Grassy Glide did a ton of damage. I was curious whether or not the Urshifu could survive a Grassy Glide if the Champao was also out on the field with that defense drop, but either way, a lot of damage done on both sides immediately. Now for Nicholas's end, you do get Rillaboom in safely, so there is the pressure of fake out from that side. Talking about Ghost Terra though, Champao here also has Ghost Terra, but I think one of the most awkward things is, do you really want to commit your Terra just for one turn? You can see he's thinking about it. It's a debate of basically if you go for this Terra, it's really just to avoid one turn of fake out, but sometimes that one turn alone can swing so much momentum into your favor. So Jeremy here looks like he is willing to commit to it, recognizing this can swing things heavily into my favor.
I feel like, too, with the Ghost Terrestrialization, that it's the biggest potential bait and switch out there, considering it is the open team sheet. So your opponent knows that there is this Ghost Terrestrialization and that you could be tempted to click it. So then they could just be like, well, I'm not even going to bother wasting my fake out to anything else. In this case, though, we are going to be doing that cheeky little swap back into the Chien Pao. So great time with this Terrestrialization to just get this burned and out of the way.
Yeah, exactly like you said, Sarah. The Rillaboom doesn't bother going for fake out, instead actually switches out. So now the Terra is a little bit awkward. I mean, it does prevent the super effective hit from the opposing Ogerpon, but I don't think that makes that much of a difference, quite frankly. So Rillaboom just opting for the safe protect here, but fantastic play as Ice Cold Crash comes out onto Ogerpon, does not get the knockout. No flinch, but Ivy Cudgel goes into Rillaboom's protect.
All right, if that was a hit potentially into the Champao, that could have done the most, but instead just having to take a bunch of damage. At least there was the safe reposition over on Nicholas's end. Though the Champaos going up against each other, this is always a little bit of a tough one, considering that there is the access then to the Sucker Punch to try and deal damage that way.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about this matchup is the Champao dynamic, because one has Haze, Nicholas's side, whereas Jeremy has Sacred Sword. So Sacred Sword, of course, allows you to hit the Champao on the opposing side for super effective damage. It is a little bit funny because of the Ghost Terra that happens, so now you could, of course, potentially go for that Sucker Punch, like Grassy Glide Sucker Punch onto that slot, but no Glide coming out from the Ogerpon here.
No, instead it'll be a Grassy Glide from Jeremy into the Champao. Well, there's the Ice Cold Crash fired back in retaliation. The Sacred Sword, super effective hit. Already, though, so low. That Champao is going to go down.
I would assume it's Ivy Cudgel here, but no, it's actually the Swords Dance. Okay, Swords Dance is interesting because, of course, now Ogerpon's threatening with even more damage, but the question is, do you need it, right? There was the potential to go for the Ivy Cudgel, knock out the Rillaboom, or the Grassy Glide to knock out the Champao. You're boosted, but you still have to worry about something like a Sucker Punch from the Champao. But Rillaboom comes out now, and this is where the Ghost Terra actually does end up being relevant for another turn, because you don't have to worry about that fake out on that slot this turn.
Yeah, so at least you're getting something out of the Terrestrialization at this point. You don't have to be worrying about that anymore. So that'll always be nice. Of course, there is the potential of the switch on the horizon, but this is such the weird spot with that Chien Pao Sucker Punch into the Ogerpon, but the Ogerpon, you could have that Grass Glide now boosted back in return, like, because you also don't want to be going for a move to potentially just get Sucker Punched, right?
Yeah, and I think the other thing you have to worry about is Nicholas, for example, could go for Spiky Shield with the Ogerpon and then just Grassy Glide the Champao with Rillaboom, and then you would just lose Champao here. So a lot of potential plays here. Part of the question is, does Rillaboom want to go for Fake Out onto what was the Rillaboom slot? Does it want to go for the Grassy Glide onto the Champao? Champao here is going to protect, so kind of baiting it out, but Nicholas celebrates. I wonder if he called this and went for an Ivy Cudgel.
To see, because the Rillaboom, well, that was an attempted hit going into this Chien Pao. That has protected, but it will be the Ivy Cudgel into the Heatran.
What
and
a call!
that is a clean AO there coming out.
So I was talking about Swords Dance earlier, right? And I was like, well, I don't really know if it's that valuable, but to see Heatran get one-hit knocked out by a fire-type attack is absolutely wild, of course. +2 attack from the Ogerpon and the defense drop from Qianpao's ability, so really nice call there. Qianpao, of course, could have just gone for Sucker Punch onto Ogerpon there, and you would have just gotten rid of Ogerpon, gotten Heatran in for free, but really nice call by Nicholas. That is an aggressive prediction, and it pays off so heavily.
It's so nice, especially too, Heatran can be such a pesky Pokemon to try and be working around. So being able to get that clean one-hit KO onto the swap and get that prediction is so nice. That will be a free swap then, of course, then for Jeremy. So this is the potential to go for the fake out, but Nicholas just swapping out that Rillaboom that was targeted.
If there's any world in which the Ogerpon attacks again, this would be an amazing play by Nicholas, but yep, he does opt for the safe spiky shield. So I think both players making a really good play here. A fantastic switch in for the Urshifu, as it's going to be able to take this Icicle Crash comfortably. Nicholas, of course, could have taken another big gamble and attack there, and that still does so much damage even with the resistance, but Grassy Terrain healing it just over 50%. Ogerpon there could have taken a chance to attack, but of course you risk just getting hit by Sucker Punch once again. But critically, no more terrain, so there's no more Grassy Glide priority pressure for this turn.
Yeah, so considering both players would have that access, a little bit of a blessing, a little bit of a curse, but it will only be the Qianpao at this case with the priority that could really start to be putting out that impact at this point. So the seed, it will finally connect here, as it was targeting into a Pokemon that was attempting to attack. So all those boosts in the world doesn't matter. That Ogerpon is going to go down. Now the Surging Strikes firing back. The Qianpao's finally dealt with, but it got to leave a lasting gift there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I made kind of a shocked noise there because I was curious if Ogerpon would consider going for another Spiky Shield or even a Sword Stance just to get around Sucker Punch, because you know that the Surging Strikes onto the Qianpao is pretty safe, but now Woodhammer comes out and that's just going to be a double knockout for Jeremy, so really swinging things back into his favor.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. If there was the attempt to try and make sure that the Qianpao was dealt with first, and that could have been absolutely everything, but the double KO and having those boosts completely gone now, well, that's definitely a little bit of a tough situation. Now Urshifu quite low over on Jeremy's end, will be coming out, and with Rillaboom making a reappearance over on Nicholas' side, the Grassy Surge will make the Grassy Terrain reappear once again, but it's only Pokemon left on Nicholas's end.
Oh, it's Rillaboom versus Rillaboom here. Nicholas does have U-turn on his Rillaboom, and so you go for the Glide to knock out the Urshifu, but I think the problem for Nicholas is that his Rillaboom has just taken so much damage at this point, and so, yeah, we'll see how much Woodhammer does here. It's Grassy Terrain boosted still, and oh, that's a lot.
The Grassy Terrain, this point too, you have your Meadow Plate. Woodhammer already just hits for so much damage, so that's going to be doing such a good amount. So the Rillaboom beat Rillaboom, but that health is going to be all the difference. So the Terastallization right at the end of the battle.
This is a big Terra. It's been held on until the end, and it is a Fire Terra, so of course it allows for the resistances, but I can't help but wonder whether or not that should have just come out last turn.
Yeah, at this point, you've already taken so much damage. That U-turn, super effective hit, is definitely going to be chunking that Rillaboom down.
Oh,
but already, you've taken so much damage. Resisted hit, still going to be taken down.
Yeah, I guess actually in retrospect, the Terra doesn't do anything because Jeremy's team is just Woodhammer, Grassy Glide, Fake Out, and Protect on Rillaboom, so you resist either way, just going for it for style. I really think what could have changed this game was the turn that the Ogerpon just got hit by Sucker Punch. I think that was a possibility to go for a double Spiky Shield or another Sword Stance, because then what happens is you bring out your Rillaboom, you reset that terrain, so then you can go for the Grassy Glide with your Ogerpon onto the opposing Urshifu, or just glide the Urshifu and then go for an Ivy Cudgel onto the opposing Rillaboom. So I think one big dynamic in this matchup that we saw play out is how Jeremy utilizes the Qianpao. Qianpao was able to just do so much damage with Icicle Crash, and even though Nicholas made that incredible read by going for that Sword Stance into Ivy Cudgel play with the Ogerpon earlier, I think Jeremy had really nice control, kind of just stayed in it, and yeah, managed to just get so much free damage off with Qianpao throughout the course of that battle.
It's always so difficult with that Sucker Punch mind game going up against the Qianpao too, because you can take the additional turn to be setting up, but all of a sudden you can also get really punished for that in some cases, so it's definitely one of those things at the back of your mind, but ain't it wrong this time. Notably too, we didn't really get to see the Clefairy the first time around. Maybe it's not it for this matchup, but I don't know, being able to have that follow me redirection and stuff, and just that longevity could be really nice at some points.
Yeah, we were talking about Clefairy before this matchup, and basically I think my theory behind Clefairy is that it is bulky enough where you can get one big move off with any partner Pokemon. I think Nicholas's reason for maybe not bringing it is knowing how much offense exists from the opposing side and the fear that Clefairy just gets doubled up and knocked out immediately, right? And so I do think there's still room for it. The Clefairy here is Fire Terra, which is a little bit awkward. The Fire Terra is really valuable into things like Rillaboom as well as Chien-Pao, but of course, if you go for Fire Terra, suddenly you're weak to Urshifu's water-type attacks, and so I wonder if, yeah, Nicholas just thinks, well, the boosting on Golden Go and the Ogerpon don't really make that much of a difference, and it's not really worth that trade.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And you want to make sure, too, that if there's the offense that's coming out, maybe you can take that turn to be setting up like we got to see in that first game with that Swords Dance on the Ogerpon, but you want to make sure that you pressure back in return, being able to get those KOs when you can, especially on this big swap-in. So it'll be interesting to see going into our game 2 here if there's going to be any notable switches to start things off, and there is going to be coming out from Nicholas's end. It will be the Clefairy paired up with this Ogerpon going up against the same lead from Jeremy's.
So there is just so much offense from Jeremy's end, right? You could go for something like Surging Strikes plus Wood Hammer into the Clefairy here. I think Urshifu loves going for U-turn. The choice card for Urshifu's, I feel like, often just go for U-turn on turn 1, but you can see Jeremy willing to really lean into aggression here, going for that fake out Water Terra Surging Strikes play and just saying, you know what, I've got so much damage on my side of the field right now, I'm going to just lean into it immediately. And the fake out here, of course, covers for something like a Helping Hand Grassy Glide onto the Urshifu slot.
And seeing that Terrestrialization be starting off the match, making big waves potentially in the fake out to make sure this Ogerpon doesn't get it to hit and return or have this opportunity to be setting up. Nothing from the Clefairy yet though, so I'm curious to see how that one's going to be panning out.
It's going to be the same. There's only one option here. The Ogerpon will survive the hit. So does Clefairy hit the Sing? Will it make something fall asleep? Okay.
This is going to be the moment it connects!
Oh!
The Sing, it's such a big risk, but when it works, it worked. Sure, the Urshifu got a big hit, but it's going to be sleeping for the next turn.
That is a big deal. I was talking about Clefairy earlier. I think if the Sing misses, it's just an absolute disaster, but connecting there gives Ogerpon the ability to potentially set up. I think the tricky thing here, though, is do you actually want to go for that setup? You've already taken so much damage. Maybe it's better to just go on the offensive, but the Rillaboom here pivoting out does not want to take an Ivy Cudgel, and Dragonite is just such a good switch in because it just resists all of the attacks that Ogerpon has on the opposing side.
Well, at this point, the Clefairy with the Follow Me, nothing will be going its way considering the swap and the sleep this time around. We'll have to see if Nicholas did think it was worth going for the setup, and yes, we will see that Swords Dance coming out, making sure that, hey, when this Ogerpon goes onto the offensive, that it can be doing as much possible with that +2 attack.
Yeah, the Urshifu here already taking 1 turn of sleep. I mean, if it just wakes up here, I think it's a complete disaster. And the extreme speed is also a really good lock-in here. I think maybe if you're Nicholas, you hope to get a Sing-Off into the Dragonite once again. So yeah, here we go.
Oh no, does he hit it twice? The extreme speed hitting into the Clefairy. Now we'll have to see.
It
no
stays
wake
asleep.
Up. Is the Sing gonna connect? Can he?
Oh, 2 for 2!
He does! Both Pokemon asleep over on Jeremy's end with this Clefairy that's just going nuts.
Yeah, notably there, Ogerpon had the ability to attack. Jeremy calls that the Ogerpon is going to Spiky Shield there, and so giving Urshifu the chance to wake up there, right? Like, there's so much that could have gone wrong for Nicholas so far. If the Sings miss, if the Urshifu wakes up, but this is what Clefairy can do. It is slow. It is able to actually put things to sleep, and if those coin flips go your way, it can really snowball the game. So now I think Nicholas in a really good spot to finally start dishing out damage.
The swap over on the Urshifu, bringing the Rillaboom in as the Dragonite will be taking that first mandatory turn of sleep. Follow Me coming out, just making sure if, hey, there was the wake up on the Urshifu, that it was going to make sure this Ogerpon was still safe as it fires off this +2 attack into the Dragonite. Resisted, but still so much damage.
This Ogerpon is getting so much value out of grassy terrain, by the way. It's actually healed back a meaningful amount, and with that Terra committed, one of my questions is how much an extreme speed from Dragonite even does to Ogerpon. Can it get the knockout through Friend Guard? Rillaboom now at least is able to pivot back in and pressure with Fake Out and Wood Hammer. Dragonite does manage to wake up here though, so it is going to be the extreme speed, but it goes into the Clefairy, not into the Ogerpon slot.
No follow me, but the Clefairy still taking the hit as the second Ivy Cudgel into the Dragonite is going to be enough to be picking up this KO. Now the Rillaboom is just freshly swapped in, going for the Wood Hammer. Clefairy is gone. No more stings on the board.
Yeah, that Clefairy did so much though, right? It put 2 Pokemon to sleep. It allowed the Ogerpon to set up. It cleared the Dragonite, which has extreme speed, which is such a big deal because this Ogerpon actually applies so much offensive pressure. Grassy terrain ends now, but Nicholas can just pivot in his Rillaboom and put on more pressure with it once again. So Chien-Pao switching in for Jeremy's end here. This time around, of course, cannot go for that Ghost Terra either, so you are vulnerable to Rillaboom switching in and just getting hit by Fake Out. So wouldn't be shocked for Nicholas to just pivot in Rillaboom right now, Fake Out into Chien-Pao and Ivy Cudgel into Rillaboom, but it's actually going to be the Urshifu switch in instead.
All right, so no Fake Out pressure over onto Nicholas's end. And of course, now the potential of the Sucker Punch coming out from the Chien-Pao, since there is no fear of this redirection from the Clefairy either. The Sing's offline, the redirection's offline. But of course, having the ability out on the field, all the moves are going to be doing so much damage, and that Ogerpon's looking definitely so threatening.
Yeah, it's this dance that we saw in the first game, right? It's like, does the Chien-Pao make the read, predict the Ogerpon to go for Spiky Shield or Swords Dance? When does he click Sucker Punch? I think Nicholas probably recognizes that he maybe could have gotten away with a little bit more in that previous game if he had read into that Sucker Punch at the end game. So Chien-Pao here pivoting out though, so making a unexpected play. Let's see what Nicholas did in response.
Yeah, it'll be the Urshifu taking its place as the Ogerpon goes for the Spiky Shield, making sure that it wasn't going to be the target of an attack coming up from the Chien-Pao, as the Urshifu will take the chance to reposition, hitting a super effective U-turn into the Rillaboom. Like this, there's the opportunity now to have the Fake Out on the board for next turn, when you actually can put up some offensive pressure out.
Yeah, I really like that play by Nicholas because now you just pivot in the Rillaboom, and Rillaboom plus the Ogerpon are so well positioned. There's so much damage coming from the opposing side, and we also have to remember, like, late game, Water Urshifu also just very good against Chien-Pao. So really fantastic play there, and there's really not too much that this Rillaboom can do. Sure, you get a Wood Hammer off into the opposing side, but it only does like 35%.
And with this Rillaboom coming back in as well, it's going to be the resurgence of the grassy terrain. So this Ogerpon, it has stuck around for so much more than I thought it would, considering how much damage it took off the gate. It's over half at this point.
Absolutely, and now I think you have a really safe play of just going for something like Fake Out onto the Chien-Pao slot if you're Nicholas, and then just go for Grassy Glide onto the Urshifu. I think the knockouts will start coming pretty quickly. Chien-Pao switching out is a really big deal because it means it does not even apply Sucker Punch pressure.
Yeah, and that will be then a thing going on. You have an asleep Urshifu, you don't have the Chien-Pao for the pressure, so this Ogerpon, it has the potential to just output so much at this point. So Jeremy in a little bit of a rough spot here, trying to figure out, of course, there has been that mandatory sleep of turn already done by the Urshifu, so now it's just a waiting game of when it is going to be waking up, as the Chien-Pao does rejoin the field at this point.
Yeah, I think what's really pivotal here is, yeah, you have to get the knockout onto the Urshifu slot. No reason to give it a chance to wake up. If it wakes up and you didn't target it, that could actually result in a comeback for Jeremy. But this Ogerpon has just put in so much work, and a fantastic U-turn as well there, which does even more damage to Chien-Pao than a Fake Out would. The Urshifu now able to pivot back in and can just very easily knock out the Chien-Pao on the opposing side. So Clefairy was the MVP of this game. I mean, I know Ogerpon did all the damage, but those early stings were so pivotal.
That makes the potential of looking at this game 3 though so dangerous, considering then it was this Clefairy and it was the stings and those impacts, because I mean, almost half the time that's going to be something that you can't necessarily recreate. It's all down to the luck. I don't know the VGC equivalent of the Heart of the Cards, but we might just have to see it and might just have to find out.
I think it's wild to think that Ogerpon started this game, turn 1, at like 10% health after taking the Surging Strikes, and now it's at like 60%. Like, it's just stayed on the field, hasn't taken any damage since then, basically, and the grassy terrain has slowly healed it back up. So, at this point, Jeremy is down considerably and up against an Urshifu. There's the Surging Strikes pressure, or close combat. You can really just close combat either slot right now. Of course, the Ogerpon could just go for a Grassy Glide onto Chien-Pao. Could Spiky Shield here, for example. So, I think very difficult for Jeremy to pull off a comeback at this point.
and it's just going to be the Urshifu swapping out once again to be bringing this Rillaboom back in. Those Pokemon have swapped more than anything, as we're going to see the exact same play telegraph the Spiky Shield onto the Ogerpon to make sure that it's safe and it's not going to be falling victim to the Fake Out pressure over on the other end, as Nicholas is bringing his own Fake Out pressure in for the next turn. A little bit of damage on the way of the Spiky Shield, but the Icicle Crash targeted into the Rillaboom is going to be picking up this KO to bring Nicholas down to his final 2.
Yeah, that's actually a really big play, because now Urshifu comes back out. There is the defense drop as well from the opposing side, and there is the Sucker Punch pressure. So one of the things I'm wondering about is, does Sucker Punch 1 get the knockout onto the Ogerpon? I don't know, it's close. I feel like Ogerpon should survive here, but if it actually gets the KO, you could just Sucker Punch Grassy Glide the Urshifu there. So really big Icicle Crash onto the opposing Urshifu. I was talking about how I think it was really difficult for Jeremy to win the game, but he found exactly the one read that I think keeps him in this one. So let's see.
Yeah, it'll be a big moment here with this Chien Pao. Excited to see how this one will turn out, especially too, if we were talking about 3 turns ago, it could have been very different with that Sucker Punch damage, but it'll be interesting now. We're gonna get the late game Terastallization. It will be this Ogerpon, that huge mask that it hides behind.
Yeah, I think here you can go for it, get the attack boost, and then I would think maybe just Grassy Glide into the Rillaboom slot. I can't help but wonder if that's enough to knock out. Here's Sucker Punch. Does it KO? It does not!
It does not. Ogerpon,
yep.
That recovery was so good, and the Grassy Glide in retaliation is going to be able to pick up the KO onto the Rillaboom. And now the close combat into the Chien Pao, of course, so effective. We'll be taking it down. Nicholas taking this to a game 3.
Oh, that was so close though, right? Like Sucker Punch almost got the knockout onto that Ogerpon. So the Grassy Terrain recovery was so critical throughout the course of this battle. Somehow Ogerpon healed back what felt like over 50% of HP, and Ogerpon was just able to dish out so much damage. But yeah, really nice read by Jeremy to go for that Icicle Crash to at least put him in a position where he could potentially win. I think Clefairy was the main problem here for Jeremy to deal with, right? And I think if you replay that game multiple times, Jeremy probably ends up on the positive end more often than not, because Sing's accuracy is just so rough. But huge credits to Nicholas for identifying, hey, like game 1 was just kind of tough. I feel like we have similar tools, but Jeremy executed better. Let me introduce something that's completely new to this matchup. And even though Clefairy is a Pokemon lad, of course, does result in a lot of coin flips. If those coin flips go your way, it can lead to a victory. And Sing is just that kind of move.
It just seems so difficult in that game too, for Jeremy for allowing this Ogerpon to stick around for so long. It always goes down to you always want to target the partner because then there's something there, or the Ogerpon's taking a KO, but truth be said, that was an Ogerpon that set up on like the first turn of things and had a +2 attack boost that was allowed to continue throughout the battle while it just recovered health. That ended up being so pivotal in that end game. So the Clefairy was targeted down, completely eliminated, but then the Ogerpon never really being taken care of after that. So it'll definitely be a little bit of just a play difference, I think, for Jeremy going in this game 3. But for Nicholas, you really have to be looking at this with, can you rely on this Clefairy and this Sing? Is there a different strategy, or do you just have to rely on that Sing and hoping that it lands?
Yeah, if I were Jeremy, I would probably try to knock out Clefairy a little bit sooner instead of aggressively targeting down the Ogerpon slot. Heatran's something that hasn't come out yet, but I could see coming out. It would be amazing actually against this lead. So do we see a Heatran? No Heatran. It's just back to the basics, Urshifu plus Rillaboom. So this time around, Golden Go being used as the potential setup user, and of course that threatens with the nasty plot, but Make It Rain, even at +2, not sure it'll get the knockouts as quickly as something like the Ogerpon did earlier. So now you can, go for Water Terror. You could just Surging Strikes into Clefairy and Wood Hammer it. Clefairy here, of course, could go for a Protect, but the Surging Strikes will go through Protect. So I think Jeremy recognizing, I had good Pokemon in the last game. I just didn't necessarily deal enough damage to Clefairy early. But okay, we're seeing the hover into the Golden Go slot. So wondering if Clefairy is maybe able to do something once again with that Sing.
The classic, you can't disrespect the Golden Go, you can't disrespect the Pokemon next to it. So starting things off right with another big Terastallization into the water type Urshifu to make sure the most offensive pressure comes out as possible here. Now with the Surging Strikes and notably no Follow Me, we'll have to see how that Sing goes later. But first off, we're going to be taking a considerable amount of damage into this Golden Go.
That means Clefairy, though, once again, no protect, no follow me, no helping hand. It is going for Sing this turn, so I would think Golden Go's going to go for a nasty plot. There it is, and I don't think the Rillaboom's going to get the knockout here onto either slot, so big turn. Does Clefairy hit the Sing here? Let's see.
Golden Go hanging on, but was it worth it?
Oh, it
this thing is not going to connect at this point. The Golden Go had taken so much damage for that attempt at the Sing, but now at least the Golden Go, that is going to be this double recovery with the Grassy Train and the leftovers. You have the option now in the next turn to go for the follow me, so you can start outputting some damage, but that connect would have been huge.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's the thing, right? Sing does not have the best accuracy. You can't expect to hit every single one of them, so there's a lot of damage distributed onto the Golden Go slot immediately now, and there is just so much offensive pressure onto Clefairy. I would think a double up here gets the knockout, but let's see.
Well, it's definitely going to be into the Clefairy with the follow me, making sure the Golden Go's going to stay nice and safe at this point. Now the Surging Strikes with the water terrestrialization. This is going to be the one to watch out for. This could actually be really
It's close, yeah,
though.
it might survive.
The Seed, oh, just getting this KO. Clefairy, it's going to go down. No Sings, but at least it kept the Golden Go safe for this turn around. Now it has this +2 special attack boost and firing off the Shadow Ball into the Urshifu.
Oh my goodness!
It's gonna hold on though.
Wow, I thought the Urshifu was definitely gonna get knocked out there, but one of the things about this special attack boosting Golden Go with Nasty Plot is you often invest a lot in bulk and you don't go max special attack in a lot of cases. And so as a result, the drop in potential special attack investment allows Urshifu to survive, and that's a really big deal. Now, however, Ogerpon does switch in safely, so you can of course pressure with the Grassy Glide now onto the Urshifu slot, and then Golden Go can consider going for something like a Make It Rain here. You know that the Urshifu is unable to protect, and so you either feint to the Grassy Glide or you switch out whatever switches in, eats up something like a Grassy Glide plus Make It Rain.
Now it should be super, super nice. A lot of offensive pressure coming out at this point. You could see that there is the look at what's in the back, the Xianpao and the Dragonite. I don't think anything's necessarily going to appreciate swapping into a +2 special attack hit from anything the Golden Go wants to be doing this time around. Yep. But losing Urshifu so early on is definitely hurts a little bit.
Yeah, and it's really awkward. Actually, I think if I were Jeremy, I would have maybe preferred for Urshifu to fainted last turn so that I get a free switching, because Rillaboom's not doing damage to either of these Pokemon. So I think Jeremy recognizes what I have in the back is really good. I'm not going to let them risk getting knocked out. So I actually really like the decision here. He's likely going to lose both Pokemon if we see the single target Make It Rain, but I think that trade might actually be worth it because you get your switch-ins into Dragonite and Xianpao, and that's really effective for a late game closer.
At least you can do a little bit of extra damage to the Golden Go as the Make It Rain comes out. Single target, of course, that is going to be a clean one-hit KO, and it will be the special attack drop. So only at +1 special attack now going on forward. So that could make an impact and a difference.
This Golden Go is just healing back so much, though. The combination of Grassy Train plus Leftovers being really critical. I think one other thing to think about in this end game is what do you lock into? Because this is the Choice Band Dragonite, so you have to commit to a move right now. If you commit to that extreme speed, it means that you cannot hit the Golden Go because it is Ghost type. However, Xianpao here, of course, does have the Sucker Punch into the Golden Go slot. But I'm curious, how defensive is Ogerpon on the opposing side? Will you just get the knockout? You actually can't Terra here either, so there is, yeah, no extreme speed, normal Terra extreme speed pressure onto the Ogerpon. So I think this is actually really scary for Jeremy because can you knock out both Pokemon with your Pokemon immediately, right? I think you can get a knockout onto one of the two slots, but not both slots, and that's a big deal.
And looking at that Dragonite and the fact that you have to be choosing what to lock into for the rest of the match. Such a choice. The Outrage, though.
I like it. I think that's actually maybe the best bet here. Outrage does allow you to secure a one-hit knockout onto the Ogerpon, but Golden Go pivots out, is not going to get baited by that Sucker Punch.
No, instead, that'll be the Urshifu coming onto the field. The spiky shield goes off on the Ogerpon.
Where does Outrage go?
That's going to be the thing. You don't get to pick where this Outrage goes, and the Sucker Punch, of course, not going to do anything with the swap.
No, it goes into Urshifu!
Into the Urshifu, though. That is going to be a clean one-hit KO onto the swap-in.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, now you bring out the Golden Go, but the Golden Go is still just threatened by Sucker Punch once again. Oh. that Outrage Dragonite has put in so much work today. I feel like it's just gotten every critical knockout that we've commentated while we've seen it being used. So last turn of Grassy Terrain here, there is still the pressure of Grassy Glide for one more turn boosted by that priority. But yeah, you continue to have that Sucker Punch pressure onto Golden Goal on the opposing side. And Outrage here still just so strong. The thing is that Ogerpon just can't knock out Dragonite easily. Dragonite resists its attacks, and so it's in a very solid position right now.
Yeah, definitely looking good. And this Qianpao Dragonite, or I mean, this is like combo to be feared. So with another well-placed Outrage, this looks like this one could be a wrap going on forward. But wow, that was so fortunate that last turn. There's been a lot of things for both players in this best of 3, these 50-50s that are kind of going right. The Qianpao with the Protect, but of course the Dragonite is going to be locked into the move. If there is that hit though into the Golden Go, then it's just going to be a wasted turn, but maybe wasted turns all around. So the Ivy Cudgel hitting into the Protect over onto the Qianpao, but
where's Outrage going? Oh, 2 for 2 on the right target. That's just another one-hit knockout, and that'll certainly seal the game now. I was wondering, is there any chance in which you can pull off a comeback because Outrage continues to target into the wrong slot, and then you play the Sucker Punch mind game correctly against the Qianpao as well? Maybe then there's a shot, but with Outrage going 2 for 2 on, nailing exactly who it needed to, I think that'll likely just be GG now.
I feel like that's a little bit of revenge from that first game, all things considered. There is going to be the nasty plot though, so no Sucker Punch coming out from the Qianpao. And this will be the final turn of the Outrage. Let the Dragonite take the 3 for 3 Outrage KOs at this point. And that is going to be Jeremy Parson to take this best of 3. What a set!
I just want to comment that it is the year 2023 and we're seeing Clefairy and Dragonite be the most important Pokemon in a matchup. How amazing is that? Clefairy, of course, critically missing the Sing to start off this game, and Jeremy making the adjustment to lean heavily into Dragonite, clicking that Outrage in the perfect time, and Outrage just landing every target that it needed to do and getting those one-hit knockouts. Such a big deal.
It's so good, but hey, reflecting back on the player's fun fact starting into things, now Jeremy can say that he's 1-1 against Borgie in lifetime sets at this point, and in such a fantastic series as well. I feel like, too, that was just such a roller coaster considering we got to see all those things in that game 2. The Outrages in that game 3. So well played by both players, regardless.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking about the most pivotal turns where maybe Nicholas could have been able to win throughout this course of the battle. I think, of course, if the Outrage just doesn't go into the Urshifu slot, Urshifu switches in safely, and then you can pressure with the Surging Strike's Grassy Glide onto the Qianpao slot the subsequent turn. So Dragonite being able to land every Outrage into the right slot there was a really big deal. I think one thing I can't help but wonder is if Golden Go had just stayed in and fainted so that you get the guaranteed free switch in into Urshifu, how would the game look differently as well, right? Because I think it's really difficult for Golden Gold to get much off in that end game, but I think Nicholas is probably thinking, well, it's really hard for me to beat Dragonite with Rillaboom plus the Ogerpon plus the Urshifu, so I need to conserve Golden Gold in order to get to an end game against Dragonite where then maybe I can win. But yeah, I wonder how things would have looked if the Golden Gold just faints, you sacrifice it, you bring in Urshifu for free, and then play the game from there. But Outrage is a move that can be really high variance, as can Sing be, but both moves really clutching it out for their trainers throughout the course of this set. Wow.
Yeah, especially too, the last time that we got to see Outrage on stream, our round 3 match, it was kind of a free Outrage, considering that hitting into either slot was going to be beneficial. There wasn't really any protects that were available, so it was already always going to be doing a bounded damage. So it was always positive, whereas this one, quite a bit more risk to it, because it could have been such a different end game had even one of those turns it did target into the protect and there wasn't those KOs. So it's definitely one that you're kind of putting your life on the line a little bit, but hey, we got to see it pay off, so super well done.
Yeah, I think a big thing to think about is also how do you utilize Dragonite in the set, right? Because I think the way Jeremy brought it out in the end of this game was really smart. I think for a lot of players, when they use a team like this, just want to lead Dragonite Qianpao, right? That's just a really consistent duo, but when you do that, the Dragonite for example, that lead against the Clefairy plus the Golden Go, it'd be a nightmare for the Dragonite because you don't really want to click Extreme Speed because, of course, the Golden Go is immune to it, but you don't want to click Outrage because the Clefairy is immune to it. You can just go for the Follow Me. So figuring out when to bring the Dragonite is actually a really big deal in this matchup, and what Jeremy recognized is, hey, if I knock out Clefairy, nothing on your team really takes Outrage that well. Yeah, you have Golden Go, which, of course, is the Steel type, but we saw how much Outrage did, right? It still secured the game, especially with that defense drop. Like, the combination of Choice Band plus the defense drop from Shampao is just such a big deal. So the way that Jeremy positioned Dragonite for that endgame was really smart. But I also think Nicholas made some really great adjustments. I have to commend him for recognizing Clefairy is just my best answer here. And also, how differently would that game look if the Sing just hits on turn 1, right?
It definitely was such a good set. But of course, we want to make sure we can get Jeremy's thought on the set. So we're going to be taking a short break, but we'll be back with this interview right next.
Hi there, I'm your host, Anna Prosser. We are here in Yokohama at the Pokemon World Championships 2023, and I'm at the prize wall with Travis. Travis, what's the prize wall?
The prize wall is a wonderful wall of prizes we have this weekend for players participating in our side events. We've got, again, Go, TCG, and VG side events to sign up for. Players can have a great time this weekend and come redeem even more fun prizes.
So tell us exactly how it works. Someone plays, then they get what, and then they...
So a player will go, they'll sign up for one of our many side events. After they've completed the side event, they'll receive prize wall tickets, and once they've accumulated however many they're wanting to save up for, they can come back to the prize wall and claim one of their fun prizes.
There are so many things here that I already am like, I want that, I want that. There are a few exclusive world things here, right? What are those?
Just a couple things this time, but we have the World's Playmat exclusive to the Yokohama tournament, as well as a few copies of the World's Promo available for players to get as well. But a lot of fun, mainly Japanese Pokemon Center prizes this time, so that's a lot of fun for a lot of international players.
Which one's your favorite?
This time I'm going to go with the Butterfree Umbrella. It's so cool. It comes with a Metapod carrying case. Gotta love it.
It's so cute. It made me squeal. I'm going to go squeal over some more things. Thank you so much, Travis. We'll be right back with more from the Pokemon World Championships.
Back everyone to the Toronto Regional Championships. My name is Evan Latt, and after that intense matchup, I am joined by our winner of Swiss Round 6, Jeremy Parson. Jeremy, congratulations, you are now 6-0. One more win gets you into day 2, but you had to take out a friend to get there.
Yeah, actually not the first friend I had to take out today, so it's been a little rough for us in that department because I think this is the third time like our friend groups played against each other. We've not had that happen, especially at an event this big before, so it's been a lot of fun to play each other though.
Yeah, it happens to all of us, unfortunately. You end up you play long enough, you end up getting matched up against your friends, but you were telling me coming into this set that Nick was one of your practice partners. This was a matchup you were super familiar with because of that. How did you approach this game?
Well, so it's a matchup I'm familiar with, but I also like fully expect him to be the best player using it. The team's a little weird in my mind, at least. But he knows the ins and outs of it way better than I've seen anyone else be able to grasp it. So I expect him to play it as well as anyone will. So even going in knowing on paper what to do, I'm not entirely sure that's good enough to beat him because he's going to play it as well as anyone. So it's tricky for sure. Yeah, like he knows his matchup better than probably I know mine.
Yeah, you can flowchart as much as you want, but then at the end of the day, you're playing against a human being making those choices as well. So there's only so much preparation you can really get into.
Yeah.
And so, like, especially when you start adding in some high variance moves, like we saw in Game 2, which was the game that Nick was able to take from you, landing both of those Sings. When you saw the Clefairy come out, typically we see that Clefairy and we're like, okay, it's going to follow me, it's going to Helping Hand, it's going to allow Boost to get set up. Once you start clicking the Sing button, what goes through your head? How do you prepare for that?
I mean, you can't really prepare for it. You just got to say, yeah, I mean, the game's going to do what it's going to do. Sometimes Sing's going to hit, it's going to get you, and you're going to get, I had a 2-turn sleep. So it's like, sometimes it just happens. And I knew it was an option he had going into it, but it was kind of tricky because I'm not sure I can afford going into the Clefairy quite as hard as I would need to actually fully prevent that. So at some point, you just got to live with it and hope that you can work around it enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And you made that adjustment in Game 3 when Nick was still bringing the Clefairy, but this time alongside the Goldengo. But you just had so much offense on your team. It seems like this team is, we've seen it a couple times now, both today and previously, or at least the 6 Pokemon on this team.
Right.
Not the exact same team, but it seems like an extremely explosive team that if you are able to get some free turns, and like the Clefairy was trying its hardest to protect those Pokemon with Friend Guard, but the output, like the damage output that you can put with some of these Pokemon, like the Choice Scarf Urshifu, like the Chien-Pao, even the Rillaboom, we're dealing big damage to those Pokemon all the time.
Yeah, the team's just got a ton of damage on its side, so you're able to usually power through Pokemon like that. With him, it's tricky because like the way you want to approach like Ogerpon versus Goldengo is a lot different. And like as you saw Game 1, I brought that Heatran, which at that point when I switched it in and he KO'd it, I was just, that's what I wanted to happen. I was like, this mon's not doing anything. I'm just willing to trade it to get Fake Out back up. Just get that out of here and good to go.
Yeah,
but
we don't want Heatran right now.
Right, yeah.
Free switch is all it's good for.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll take it. But yeah, against the Goldengo, that'd be a more important Pokemon. But I was able to manage it with the Dragonite. But yeah, the team just is able to do a ton of damage and power through stuff like that. Even if there's like problem matchups, like if you just power through the right way, find the line, you usually can win it either way.
Yeah, and I love this adaptation on the Dragonite to have the Outrage option, which, you know, in that end game, in Game 3, like Dragonite didn't want to get locked into an extreme speed, obviously, with the Goldengo on the field. The other options just didn't seem like they would be doing enough damage fast enough to everything, but being able to have that Outrage, able to click it and just realize that, like, oh, I can do big damage to any Pokemon. Like we saw, it got 1-hit KOs on 2 Pokemon and 50% of that Goldengo's hit points at the end there. Like, how often have you been using Outrage on this team so far?
A lot more than you probably expect. Let me think. I think there's been one round today that I haven't clicked it at all.
Wow.
But I've clicked it a lot. There's some matchups where like my opponent had a Farigiraf, so I'm not really able to E-speed. I don't really want to lock into anything, but I was able to KO their Fluttermane, so let it rip. It's going to do damage to something. If they don't KO it, then they're going to take, you know, even on a resist, like you saw how much that Goldengo took, you're going to take that much damage even on a resist. You have to answer it still that way.
It's pretty crazy to think that Outrage could be a standard move on Dragonite now, because when we saw Fluttermane at its peak, when it was on like 66%, like 70% of all teams, like you didn't want to have both extreme speed and Outrage and just get completely walled by Fluttermane. But now that Fluttermane has dropped to insignificant 50% usage in the field, it does seem like it's a little bit safer. Like we haven't seen a whole lot of Fluttermane on stream so far because of that.
Yeah, I mean, against teams, I ran it before even, and against teams that just didn't have Fluttermane, you just clicked Outrage against them, and sometimes that was it. Like that game over. What are they going to do about it? So yeah, it's been good for that. I think Outrage is pretty good either way, even if there's 65%, 60-70% Fluttermane. I think still, if you can KO that one Fluttermane and they don't have a good resist, you're still going to get 2 KOs just going off Outrage, or you're going to force their hand, like where they have to take that out and you can get off something with, say, like the Urshifu next to it, the Chien-Pao next to it, whatever you may have.
Or even if they do have a decent resist like Goldengo, if you can get some chip damage on that, Outrage still bursts through it.
Yep, especially with Sword of Ruin. If you can keep the Chien-Pao around, you're good to go. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we want to make sure that you have time to prep for your next round, but before we go, is there anyone outside of Nick who, unfortunately, who graciously donated his round 6 to get you that win? Who else would you like to thank that got you here, ready for your round 7 and winning it?
Well, I do need to thank Nick for helping me prep for the event and everything as well, because it wasn't just, you know, graciously giving me that win. He really did help me a lot, and he's been great for helping me prepare for the last couple events, so I really appreciate him. And there's a lot of other people I can thank, but they know who they are. I appreciate you very much. Oh, and thank you to my girlfriend, Anne-Marie, who's cheering me on. Love you.
Awesome, Jeremy. Thank you so much for that. And to everyone watching, stay tuned, because when we come back, we will have round 7 and start finding out who's going to make it into day 2 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
My name is Riley Factura. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
Iron Hands now has to take at least 1 turn of sleep, and this Cresselia is in good position to start picking up KOs. Wolf doesn't want to run out the clock. Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the
first regional championships of the 2024 season. It is now our first Worlds qualifier in Honolulu.
Yeah, Wolf's matchup was definitely the hardest this weekend. He played really, really well, and there were multiple turns where I had to make a risky play, or it could have been risky, and there were so many options that he could do that it was hard to cover for every single option that he could do. My strategy was to check my opponent's team, see what holes they had, and utilize either Urshifu and do a fast mode either with that and Chen Pao maybe, or go of a more bulkier slow mode with Cresselia, maybe the Amoonguss and Heatran. This event played into my overall Pokemon journey because I haven't won a regional since 2018, and I took a long break. And then coming back, I felt like it wasn't as good at it as I used to be. So it really boosted up, my confidence. Am I winning Worlds this year? Yes. But there are a lot of good players, so it's going to be very, very difficult, and I have to work really hard in order to do so.
Welcome back to another round of Master of Choice. I am your master here, Leonard König. You might have not seen me. I have only played one VGC regional. Otherwise, you can see me casting Pokemon Go. And as this does not make me an expert, just the master, I have brought David and Ben with me so they can lecture you on their opinion on the age-old question, future or ancient. David?
So I'm going to go with ancient, actually. So you may think, obviously, future, further forward in time, it's going to be better, right? No, not in this case. Because we've got Brute Bonnet, we've got Screamtail, we've got Roaring Moon. So many Pokemon that you already know are really good. And a lot of them we see in VGC all the time. Particularly Fluttermane, the #1 Pokemon that seems to be winning everything at the moment, that so many people are using in so many different ways, and with that fairy type, it is just a must on anyone's team.
I mean, Fluttermane has a whopping, I think, 135 special attack base stat. I think that's kind of a crazy Pokemon. I know my stuff. But Ben, do you agree?
I certainly do not. They have their place in VGC, absolutely. Fluttermane, yes, you know what, it's been top of the usage charts. But a Pokemon that's been gaining popularity right now that I actually really love is Iron Hands. And just because he's so handy to have on a team, he does so many things. That fake out pressure, getting the Volt Switch, and crucially these days, Heavy Slam is able to knock out a Fluttermane in one. That's one of the main things that it can offer a team, especially with terrestrialization. But just going through that and some of the other Pokemon in VGC, I mean, Regulation Set B and C were dominated by Iron Bundle, dropping Pokemon speed, taking KOs with Hydro Pump all over the place. It was such a dominant threat.
Okay, well, on that subject though, a lot of the future Pokemon have Quark Drive as their ability, well, all of them do, which is activated by electric terrain, which we don't really see very much. But all the ancient Pokemon have Protosynthesis, which is activated by Sun, which is a lot more a common usage that you can see even as a manual sunny day, such as on a Tornadus, or in Torkoal, which sets it for you, whereas we don't really see Pincurchin much, Ben.
Yeah, you know what? All of the future Pokemon, they're good enough not to need their abilities. And, I think that really shows in, how good they are that they still get used.
Well, you do say that, but there's a lot of future Pokemon that we don't really see a lot of. So Iron Valiant, don't really see a lot of that, to be honest, at the moment. Iron Treads, we don't really see a lot of, but I think all of the ancient Pokemon we do see a lot of. So there's, it's no contest.
I'll tell you what, let's let Leo make a decision here, because you're standing on the side. We obviously have very strong opinions. Leo, what do you think?
So you were both making great arguments, the Protosynthesis one is great. Also, Icy Wind is such a nice support attack for the Iron Bundle. But for me, this is really about Iron Moth versus Slitherwing. And I clearly have to go for Slitherwing, so I am also Team Ancient here. Yes. Also, Protosynthesis is really incredibly strong. Sun teams are absolutely fantastic. So, thank you very much for your opinion, guys, and we are just going right back to the broadcast.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Regional Championships. It has been such a great day so far, with top players competing and trying their best to look at that day 2 of competition. And for the players that are up next, well, we're that one step closer to finding out who will get to play again on Championship Sunday. My name is Sierra Dawn, joined yet again by Aaron Zhang. We just got to have a really hype matchup. I'm hoping we get to continue that going forward with our win-and-ins.
I still can't believe it is 2023 and we saw a matchup in which Clefairy and Dragonite were the most important Pokemon. I said that at the end of the last match, but that was really cool to see. And I feel like in this format, there have been a lot of unique kind of pocket picks that players have been using on their teams, and I just want to see what else is out there. I had Alolan Ninetales and Clefairy, as well as Dondozo and Hisu and Goodra on my list of Pokemon to watch out for, so I'm very happy to have checked off one of those with Clefairy, even if it did take the L.
I haven't seen my Pokemon quite yet, but hey, maybe going on forward, looking at the players that have that really nice record so far in the day, looking at our Swiss standings, we've narrowed it down to just 8 left at that 6-0, who are now just one match away from making it into day 2 of the competition. A nice little mix there of names that we've gotten to see and that we know and love, and a couple of added new names poking their way up through.
I think after last season, all I can ever think about when I see newer names is, do these players have the potential to win the entire tournament? I feel like Pokemon is a game where obviously you have a lot of seasoned veterans, but with the rise of players like Justin Tang and Abdullah from last season being able to just take a championship at their very first tournament ever, I always wonder if we can see new people join those players. And this round that we'll be casting honestly features 2 players that I say I don't immediately recognize, aren't seasoned veterans, and I think that's actually really exciting.
Yeah, looking forward at our featured matches and the pairings out there that are kind of catching our eye. Quite a few good ones, but we're going to be looking at Jonathan Lin going up against Ollie Zilka. So 2 names, as you said, that don't quite immediately recognize, but obviously at this 6-0, they are evening their way through the competition. So I'm really excited to get an opportunity to get to know what they're about and see how they've made it to this point.
I am really excited for 2 reasons. First of all, we just fact-let Jonathan, this is his very first regional championship. He is 6-0, playing a win-and-in at his very first regionals. And Ollie has one of the Pokemon that we were just talking about, the Alolan Ninetales and Baxcalibur, a duel that some players have been using in the Regulation E format as well. So I am so eager for this one. And of course, both of these players have 3 chances now to make it into day 2. Whoever wins this one will already be guaranteed a spot in day 2. But at 6-0, you have to just win one of the remaining 3 and you'll be playing tomorrow. So it's a stressful match, but at least, even if you lose, you still have a couple chances to move on. But of course, winning on stream would be very nice, as I believe it's both players' first appearance on stream as well.
Yeah, especially too, I mean, taking the loss now, yeah, you're not out for the competition, but if you can get that win and then continue to snowball that forward, you're looking in such a better position on that day 2 to keep on going. So for both of these trainers, it would be such a nice, just a relief to know that you're looking good going into tomorrow. And specifically too, you're talking about that, someone's first event, like can they go all the way? Looking specifically at Jonathan Lin for that, it's always something that is really catches our eye here, especially too since this is just a team that looks to be some of the strongest Pokemon that we have out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point you just made, Sarah, is a really big deal, because if you want to actually advance to the final 8 in this competition, you not only have to do well today to move on to tomorrow, but you also have to do really well tomorrow. So going into day 2 with an 8-1 record or even a 9-0 record, is such a big difference maker versus going into day 2 with a 7-2 record. If you're going in with 7-2, you likely have to win all 5 of your games, maybe 4 of the 5 in order to move on. If you're 8-1 or 9-0, that 4 becomes 3 games, maybe even 2 games at 9-0, for example. So yeah, right now, it's really just important to take it one step at a time. But yeah, if the goal is the top 8 or to win the entire tournament, in order to get to that top 8, the wins today, even towards the end, once you've secured your day 2 spot, make a really big difference. And when you're 7-0, I feel like there's just no pressure at that point, because you're like, oh, I already made it to day 2. Even if I lose the next 2, I still get to play tomorrow. But if I win, well, that's amazing. And so that's why it's a really big deal to continue snowballing those wins, like you mentioned.
Yeah, so, but for one of these players, that 9-0 is completely off the table. We're done past that point, but we'll have to see who it is going to be. But the fact, too, that it's 2 names that we get to be acquainted with at this point. Really excited to actually dive behind that, and forever, whoever wins, to be able to talk to the interview and talk to after it with them. So that'll be a really, really fun time, as you never know really when you get to an event, what event is going to be somebody's shining moment that is then, hey, who's going to be the name that we talk about in 4 months? So when we still see them compete, like, oh, remember who won that Toronto Regional Championships? Like, came out of nowhere. Now they're doing all this stuff.
All right, let's quickly take a look at the teams. Sierra, you mentioned earlier, Jonathan really just using some of the strongest Pokemon that exist in the format. None of these, I think, are really big surprises, but of course, using the Ogerpon with the Wellspring Mask there, as well as the Life Orb Heatran. And on the opposing side, Ollie rocking a lot of really fun sets, especially that Loaded Dice Baxcalibur, as well as that Light Clay Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, the Ninetales, as we got to highlight at the top of the day with the screen, it's definitely something to try and slow down powerful Pokemon. It's something that Jonathan's team is definitely made out of. We haven't necessarily seen the most Flutter Mane today, or the most Landorus for that matter, but both of these Pokemon are so strong. I'm loving, though, that we're getting to see this single striker Shifu instead of that Rapid Strike that we get to see a lot, so that'll be really, really nice.
Yeah, so Jonathan's team really revolves around just dealing a lot of damage before you get the chance to move, especially with that Choice Specs Flutter Mane as well as the Choice Scarf Landorus. Heatran is a really interesting Pokemon because you can run a lot of different sets on it. For example, we used to see Leftovers, Salt Vest as well, but Life Orb just hits really hard, and Heatran is kind of a nightmare for the Alolan Ninetales and Baxcalibur duel, right? Like, the Baxcalibur does have Ice Body, but at the end of the day, neither of the Baxcalibur nor Ninetales can really threaten Heatran with very much, so I expect that to be a potential influential Pokemon in this matchup. And on the opposing side, you know, the theory behind Alolan Ninetales is that with Light Clay, you set up the screens and you just make it really difficult to get knockouts. Talking about Heatran sets, we actually have the leftover set on the opposing side here, running the Magma Storm instead with that Fairy Terra. So the idea is that Alolan Ninetales is one of the faster Pokemon in the format. You can lead it, and then with Rillaboom support, right, you can go for Fake Out onto one slot and then just set up Aurora Veil, and that enables your Pokemon like Heatran and Baxcalibur to just survive for longer periods of time. But I think one of the things that Ollie has to watch out for from Jonathan's end is either like Fairy Terra Flutter Mane just Moonblasting into Alolan Ninetales with that Choice Specs on turn 1, or Iron Hands with Heavy Slam to threaten Alolan Ninetales.
What's a couple of things that are really nice, though, about the Ninetales going into this match is, first off, I feel like one of the biggest weaknesses of this Alolan form Ninetales is all of a sudden if there's weather on the opposing end that can just take that snow away right out of the gate. You all of a sudden get no Aurora Veil, and that Ninetales is as good as done at that point. So the lack of weather on Jonathan's end is going to be really nice for Ollie here. Second, since you are looking at this Ninetales for the screen setter, you don't have to make that pivotal first turn choice of, do I reflect or do I light screen? So where you could potentially get bodied by the other one. Instead, with this Aurora Veil, you get both at once. So that'll be really, really nice at this point.
Yeah, love that point, because I think you often see Grimmsnarl being used to set up the screens, but Grimmsnarl takes a little bit of time to get going. You need to dedicate 2 turns to it rather than 1, and I think this point you just made, Sarah, about the weather is a really big deal as well. We saw the rise of Tyranitar winning the last regional championship in North America. We've seen Rain Dance Tornadoes. Not having to go up against either of those makes it a little bit easier to set up the Aurora Veil. I think my main question is, does Ollie want to commit to it? Because the thing is, at the end of the day, Ninetales doesn't actually deal that much damage. You can see that Ollie's set is also a supportive one with Moonblast and Icy Wind. Doesn't even have the Blizzard that you normally see. And so Heatran on the opposing side can still be really scary. But of course, Ollie has a lot of answers to Heatran. You've got the Stomping Tantrum Landorus, you've got the Earth Power in your own Heatran, you've got the Ivy Cudgel, Wellspring Ogerpon as well. So it's not like Heatran kind of just walls you, but that's something to consider. The Ninetales can just get completely walled, and maybe it sets up Aurora Veil, but then it just faints afterwards. And I don't even think it's that easy to set up Aurora Veil. Plus, you have to go up against Wicked Blow Urshifu, which gets those guaranteed crits through the defense boost from the Reflect.
Yeah, the Urshifu is definitely one of those Pokemon out there that just really makes screens just feel so bad still at this point. And considering we are seeing the single strike Urshifu, then you're not really worried about these Rillabooms on the other ends with these Grassy Glides at this point. You're not really worried about the Ogerpon, the Wellspring version for Ollie that has these options like this Power Whip to be hitting into you. So all of a sudden you can be dealing out these big critical hit moves. As well, you have this access to a priority with the Sucker Punch, but you're not really worried about these grass attacks in return.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really thinking about in this matchup is the impact of Flutter Mane. We were just talking about how we haven't seen very much Flutter Mane so far today, but Choice Spike's Flutter Mane just does so much damage, right? And it can go for that Fairy Terra and just threaten a knockout potentially onto a Alolan Ninetales. Really curious how Alolan Ninetales is trained as a result, but I think Flutter Mane can potentially just put on early pressure. However, the reason you might not want to bring Flutter Mane early is you have to worry about Choice Scarf Landers with Terra Blast on the opposing side. You also have to worry about Heatran switching in onto a Moonblast, and even the Wellspring Ogerpon just going for the Terrestrialization and getting that special defense boost can also be annoying. So a lot of things to consider when using Specs Flutter Mane. It's a Pokemon that can very much snowball through teams, but also can just faint fairly quickly.
Yeah, though the Flutter Mane 2 over on Jonathan's end, I love when we get to see a taunt Flutter Mane, considering the amount of ones that actually go for a move. We got the Choice Specs, so that's a one and done, but assumingly too, that is a way to shut things down to maybe even eliminate that Ninetales even just from there. You can not sure about that knockout, or you just want this Ninetales to be essentially useless. That could be an interesting way to see things go down.
Ninetales is here! Let's go!
It's going to be leading next to Lalandra. So no fake out pressure, instead just a lot of offensive pressure, whereas the fake out pressure over on Jonathan's end with that Iron Hands and Urshifu lead.
I really like Ollie's lead here. I think the theory is, okay, even if Flutter Mane was on the opposing side, well, I can just go for my Flying Terra and just Terra Blast into the Flutter Mane. So right now there is that fake out pressure as you called out. So yeah, you see making the read here. I think Jonathan thinks Alolan Ninetales, there's no way you're gonna let me just click fake out into you, so let me just aggressively target it down Landorus immediately. Let's see if Ninetales decides to protect or whether or not it just goes for Aurora Veil.
Well, at this point, it's gonna be the Terrestrialization to start things off, and it's the Dark Terrestrialization over onto that single strike style Urshifu. Looking to do the most pressure. No protect, fake out into the Landorus. So nothing's going to be hit by the Landorus this turnaround. Ninetales, though, not taking a chance to set up, going on the offensive. Big hit into the Urshifu, but not quite enough. Now the Wicked Blow in return. That will be enough to be picking up that one-hit KO.
Yeah, I was talking about setting up Aurora Veil with the Alolan Ninetales, but Moonblast actually a really solid offensive option. This is the Focus Sash on Urshifu, so even if you had more special attack investment, you'd bring it down to 1 HP anyway, but the idea is to just deal a lot of damage immediately, saying, well, Aurora Veil isn't that valuable right now anyway because you get those crits, but once I take care of the Urshifu, then Aurora Veil has so much more value. But there's that Heatran hiding in the back, and the Ninetales Baxcalibur duel really struggles against Heatran. So I think Jonathan, really good positioning in this early game to just get rid of one of the biggest threats to the Heatran and Flutter Mane in the back.
And it'll be that Heatran swapping in, making sure that Urshifu, as low it is, not going to be taking that much damage, as the Heatran is going to resist this hit and take that Moonblast so well. Baxcalibur taking this opportunity to go ahead and set up with this Sword Stance, getting a +2 attack boost, anything going forward. But no screens on the horizon, as the Heavy Slam into the Ninetales is, of course, going to be enough to be picking up that one-hit KO.
Yeah, that was an opportunity to set up the Aurora Veil, and I think that would make the end game a lot easier for Ollie, but Ollie just wanted to get rid of the Urshifu immediately, so fantastic switch into the Heatran for Jonathan. The upside right now, if you are Ollie, is you know that the Terra was already committed on the opposing side, so you don't have to worry about a defensive Terra from Heatran. Baxcalibur now threatens with a lot of damage as well, that +2 Icicle Spear or Scale Shot, but the Iron Hands here also applies a lot of offensive pressure. So I think one of my big questions is how bulky are Iron Hands and Heatran here? Can it take a potential super effective attack from the opposing side? And who does Ollie decide to Terra right now as well?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and one we'll find out soon enough. It will be that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon going for the Terrestrialization. Wellspring Mask, of course, going to be bringing a boost to the special defense with this embodied aspect. And of course, being able to try and go for the offensive the next turn around with this Ivy Cudgel. Now targeting down into the Heatran. It's going to be enough to be picking up that KO, and the Heatran, now the pressure from that is gone.
Let's see, can Baxcalibur also get a one-hit knockout here?
It's going to be the Scale Shot, so this is one that we're going to have to hold our breath for at this point. So much damage on each one. going to be close 4 times, though, only. And now it will be the defense all coming out from the Baxcalibur. You get a little speed for next time around, but the defense, I mean, that's just going to make sure this Drain Punch coming out from the Iron Hand is just going to be doing a little bit more damage and returning some of that damage dealt.
One of the big things in this matchup as well is the ability to get that speed boost. That speed boost actually means that you now can outspeed the Urshifu and the Flutter Mane, so it's one of the reasons why people are using Skill Shot on Baxcalibur. Now, the Urshifu comes out, there is Sucker Punch pressure, but the Ogerpon on the opposing side has Follow Me, so you can go for the Follow Me to redirect a potential Sucker Punch away, and as a result, I think Jonathan here recognizing, I think I have to click the Wicked Blow, but as a result, how fast is the Ogerpon on the opposing side? Can we just see a double knockout here immediately?
That'll be the tricky one. We'll have to maybe be looking at this Flutter Mane. I mean, and instead, considering how low Urshifu is over on the other end, but it'll be the Iron Hands instead swapping out. You can have that fake out pressure for later. Make sure that is going to be staying safe as this Flutter Mane, this Pokemon that used to dominate that we haven't seen quite as much today, will be hitting the field. Urshifu with the Detect will make it past this turn no matter what. An Icicle Spear targeting right into that.
Icicle Spear, so yeah, no Sucker Punch there. No Follow Me either, but this is just a very powerful Ivy Cudgel into the Flutter Mane slot. How bulky is this Flutter Mane? Can it survive? The answer is absolutely not. It just gets KO'd. Of course, you get the free switch in back into Iron Hands, which has Fake Out pressure, but you can pretty easily just protect with Baxcalibur and Spiky Shield with the Ogerpon, and even without Aurora Veil, this Baxcalibur was actually fantastically positioned. I think the main thing in this game was getting the Terra out of Urshifu early so that the Heatran was just exposed to getting one hit knocked out by Ogerpon. And Ogerpon normally seen as more of a defensive tool, but it's just doing so much damage with Ivy Cudgel. Got a knockout onto Heatran, a knockout onto Flutter Mane, and is still so well positioned right now. So I think we're going to see Ollie take game 1 without Alolan Ninetales even setting up Aurora Veil.
Which is crazy after the beginning of the match and the 2 early KOs that Jonathan was able to take. To see it switch on its head so fast at that point, but it will be no protect. It will be the fake out into the Baxcalibur, because of course it won't be able to attack this turn as the Ogerpon not wanting to protect past that, going to make sure this Urshifu does not get out of hand. There is no opportunity there. It had to do so little to pick up that KO.
This is honestly one of the most impressive Wellspring Ogerpon sets I've seen, because it just picked up every knockout. Like, the Baxcalibur and Alolan Ninetales, I think, draw a lot of attention, so as a result, it commands a lot of resources, but then the Ogerpon kind of just covers for it perfectly, and we're going to see Icicle Spear now finishing off the Iron Hands, but yeah, I'm just so impressed at how much damage the Wellspring Ogerpon did, especially because it is this Follow Me set. It's not even the Sword Stand set, but to see it just pick up one-hit knockout after one-hit knockout is really a testament to how strong this Pokemon can be.
Yeah, that is so... It just ran away with this match. We can't even look at the snow aspect of this team. It's just all about this Ogerpon. So it's definitely something looking into this game too that Jonathan has to try and make sure that he has his answer to, because I don't know, Ollie, they brought this back so well considering how the beginning of this match went.
Yeah, I agree. I think the response of your Jonathan is you need a better answer for the offensive potential of Wellspring Ogerpon. I think in team preview, when I look at the team sheets, I'm thinking, well, this is probably a more defensive Ogerpon. I don't expect it to get one-hit knockouts, but it's dealing a lot of damage, and part of it is if you look at Jonathan's team, there isn't that many great resistances to water. However, he has his own Wellspring Ogerpon, which would be absolutely amazing as a defensive pivot and tool against Ollie's Ogerpon. So I think if I'm on Jonathan's end, I'm immediately thinking, okay, I shouldn't use my Terra on Urshifu immediately. I might want to use my Terra with my own Ogerpon. I might want to just bring Ogerpon, or maybe there's like the Water Terra on Iron Hands as well. One of the downsides with the Water Terra, though, is that then you become weak to Power Whip from Ollie's Ogerpon. So a lot of things to consider, but you cannot let Wellspring Ogerpon just deal that much damage in the second game.
Yeah, especially too when we're looking at the Heatran, it was something like, hey, let's look at the Heatran, but it swapped in. It took the hit for the Urshifu, which is nice. The Urshifu got to try and do something later, even though it did fail at that. But then the Heatran was just so susceptible to this Ogerpon at that point that the Heatran never actually got to be doing any offensive pressure. It was only just a more defensive pivot at that point, and it didn't even manage to succeed at that. So that's kind of where I'm looking at going into this game too, to be that swap up. If there is going to be the Heatran, you do think there is the value in it. making sure it's better preserved. But just even that swap into the Ogerpon is definitely something I don't dislike.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Ice Body for a second on Baxcalibur instead of the Thermal Exchange, because most Baxcaliburs do run Thermal Exchange. It's just such a good ability, immunity to Will-O-Wisp and burns in general, and then also getting attack boost from fire-type attacks. The Ice Body here, of course, allows you to heal, and that's a big deal when combined with the Aurora Veil. So we're going to see a run back here with the Ninetales and the Landorus, but there's that Heatran you were talking about, Sierra.
Yeah, it'll be leading the charge this time on the field next to the Iron Hands, whereas Ollie, they're going to be sticking with the same start that worked out so well this time. This is where we got to see on that first turn that Ninetales hit that super powerful attack into the Urshifu and the Landorus went down. So I'll be intrigued to see how it goes down this time, considering the Landorus should probably be staying around for past one turn.
Yeah, you saw that Jonathan pivoted and looked at the Pokemon in the back. There is the Wellspring Ogerpon in the back this time around. Once again, it's a mind game of does the Ninetales protect, and it doesn't once again.
Nope, it is not scared whatsoever. It will be the fake out into the Landorus. And now, since there's nothing that you really want to be moonblasting right off of the gate, this is the opportunity to go ahead and set up that Aurora Veil. So with that Light Clay, it'll be both types of screens, like 8 turns. That is a lot of damage coming out, though, from the Heat Wave in return, bringing both of them just below half.
Yeah, I was going to say, you thought game 1 was difficult. That was without Aurora Veil support. Now you have 8 turns of it. That just provides so much defensive value. I think right now, Jonathan also in an awkward spot because the Landorus does apply a lot of offensive pressure onto both slides. So part of the question is, if you're Ollie, what do you want to do? Do you want to just go for a safe stomping tantrum into Heatran? I think if you're Ollie, you'd probably be happy baiting out a Terra right now. So the play that Jonathan is making is basically saying, okay, I need to get some defensive pivoting in right now. I'm just going to get in my Ogerpon. I am going to try to make sure that my Heatran doesn't take any damage, and I want to see what move you commit into with the Landorus slot.
Yeah, especially being that choice scarf. What the move is will be it, but wonderfully called. It'll be the U-turn instead into that Ogerpon on the swap in. That's going to be so much damage, and now an opportunity for Ollie to be repositioning and bringing in a different Pokemon.
That is a fantastic play once again. I think Ollie's played this perfectly. U-turn is such a nice move against opposing Ogerpon to deal 50% already, and the Moonblast call there, just hard reading that Heatran is going to protect there. And, you know, the thing is, it's a safe play because Iron Hands can't protect in that position. If you stay in with Hands, well, you still get some free damage off and you get offensive positioning. What's so huge now is that now Ollie gets this Wellspring Ogerpon in safely. It doesn't take any damage, and it puts on so much offensive pressure. So huge turn there by Ollie. You can now pressure with Moonblast to just KO this Ogerpon, and then I think one of the things you might have to worry about is going for the Ivy Cudgel if Ogerpon goes for Follow Me. So I'm curious, the speed interaction between Ninetales and Ogerpon on the opposing side, but that was just such a huge turn for Ollie, and I think the Baxcalibur hasn't even hit the field yet.
No, we're saving the backs in the back, you know? We'll bring that out at the right time, but at this point now, we will see Terrestrialization in our game 2 coming out, and it will be this Heatran. This is going to be going into this Fairy type.
It's a big deal to get that out, though, right? Because Baxcalibur with Scale Shot and Ice School Spear normally struggles against Heatran, but now you've baited out that Terra. So I like this play a lot, honestly. Go for the Spiky Shield and know that the Heatran can survive an attack here this turn. So I think this is really well done to try to bring some momentum back into your favor if you're Jonathan, but it's still going to be a really big uphill battle.
Yeah, Moonblast into the opposing Ogerpon swap just to keep it honest. That's still so much damage, though, into the Heatran despite the Terrestrialization. Heat Wave fired off. It will be, of course, enough to be picking up the Ninetales with this double connect here at this point.
Yeah, now you can just honestly bring out Landorus and then U-turn into the Ogerpon, go for another Ivy Cudgel into Heatran. You could bring out that Baxcalibur, but I think Landorus is really safe to bring out here. So if you're Jonathan, what you might want to consider is I protect Heatran, I pivot Ogerpon out into Iron Hand, so then I have Fake Out pressure the next turn, but it's still looking really difficult. And I think Jonathan right now is at least doing a really good job of slowly stalling out the snow turns. I think that in itself is a really big deal, but yeah, considering that Iron Hand switch out and looks like opting for a potential Heat Wave here instead of a Protect, but that's really risky if the Ivy Cudgel just goes into Heatran here. Let's see, this is a big turn.
Maybe hoping that, hey, they won't target my Heatran. It's an obvious Protect here, right?
Exactly.
So considering that where you're positioned in this match, it could be that winning move potential on this turn, as the other slot will be into the Iron Hand. That'll be the U-turn into the Iron Hand, so a chance for Ollie to be repositioning at this point. but I'm still just more intrigued with this Ogerpon over on Ollie's end, where it decided to target. As we do see the Baxcalibur join its friend over on the field, it will be the Ivy Cudgel into the Heatran, though, to clean up the KO.
Yeah, that's a huge target there. I can respect Jonathan for making that play. I think part of the idea is hoping, you know, I'm already behind in this game, and if I get one big heat wave off, that can slowly swing the momentum back into my favor. The upside is the Urshifu has been conserved this entire time, and so even with the snow up, you get those crits onto the Baxcalibur slot. But right now, you still have the Terra if you're Ollie. You have the pressure of the Sword Stance as well. I think Ollie needs maybe one more really good turn to secure this battle. But Urshifu, honestly, a fantastic final Pokemon to have out here to put on a lot of offensive pressure at least. But the thing is, I don't expect it to actually get knockouts onto either Pokemon here.
Yeah, at least it has the opportunity to try and do a bit more with no Ninetales on the other end. Facing it down with the Moonblast. It does have to take the Ivy Cudgel from that Ogerpon, though. Driving the hit will be enough to be picking up the KO at least.
Yeah, I think what's really throwing me off in this set is how offensive the Ogerpon is. Like, we're seeing outspeed Urshifu, we're seeing it deal so much damage as well, so I'm curious if it actually even has any bulk invested into it. That turn is big because you break the Focus Sash on the Urshifu slot, and you get the Intimidate out here as well, so Sucker Punch will not knock out Landorus, I think, unless you get a critical hit. I don't think Iron Hands can get a knockout here either, so Ollie is so close to the victory, but still needs to actually get it over the finish line right now, and I wonder if you just go for the Sucker Punch crit onto Landorus.
It just kind of try it out, see if it's going to win, because that could be absolutely everything in this moment.
Oh.
We'll have to see exactly how it's going to go. This is a tricky one. That Intimidate is putting in absolutely the most work at this moment, and this is a big turn, Jonathan, at this point. It is finally time, though, to see Terastallization in this late game coming out onto the Baxcalibur into that poison type that we'd love to see.
So I think if the Landorus here just knocks out Urshifu, given that it's not a Sucker Punch, the game is probably just over. And there's the Stomping Tantrum onto Urshifu. That is going to get the knockout, so no Sucker Punch, no chance of a critical hit there. And now the Baxcalibur so well positioned as it just goes for that Scale Shot. Doesn't even need to go for a Sword Stance right now, saying I am pretty well protected behind the Aurora Veil, and I'm going to get a Speed Boost here, which just covers for anything that you have in the back, and I can just outpace you. I don't actually need to get a attack boost because I already deal so much damage anyway.
Plus, you have your buddy next to you doing the most damage, and you're not taking anything. Thanks to that Terastallization, that'll be the least amount we get to see this Drain Punch do. Now, Ogerpon in the bag for Jonathan. Already so low considering the swap in it was before. That's a tough one.
Yeah. This Baxcalibur so well positioned at this point, especially after getting that speed boost. I think Ollie played such a phenomenal game here. Every turn just felt like the perfect play. That Stomping Tantrum now into the Iron Hands is just going to secure that knockout. And what I think is so fascinating about Ollie's team is how they used Baxcalibur to absorb pressure, but use other Pokemon like Landorus as well as the Water Ogerpon to just get these knockouts. And Ollie is going to take a very decisive 2-0 victory here to move on to day 2 here in Toronto Regionals.
So well played. I love the team. We got to see just how well that even pieces that Ollie lost early on in game 1, how impactful they could be in that game 2. And honestly, I'm really excited to see Ollie then compete tomorrow going up against the rest of the field. I don't know, this is a good time for Pokemon, honestly, and there you go. There's your Ninetales in day 2.
Huge credits to Ollie because of how Ollie played the early game with Ninetales in both games, saying, I'm not going to protect. Yeah, you have fake out pressure. Go for it. Try me. And just going for the Aurora Veil. I really love this Scarf Landers Ninetales lead duo because I think a lot of the things that otherwise pressure Ninetales from setting up that early turn 1 Aurora Veil, you've got things like the Rillaboom for fake out, or sorry, the Iron Hands for fake out. That's intimidated by Landorus. And you also have Flutter Mane with that Choice Specs, but that's threatened by the Landers on the opposing side. So I feel like finding just a really consistent lead duo and then also executing it so well. Like turns 1 and 2 in that game 2, oh my goodness, that was just phenomenal play by Ollie.
And even in that game 1 where there was the Landorus Ninetale lead coming out from Ollie and Jonathan got that one-hit KO onto the Landorus, that was still at the expense of the Urshifu just taking so much damage from the Ninetales that hey, maybe it's not a set that's meant to go most on the offensive, considering it's Icy Wind as opposed to Blizzard, but it is still a Ninetales that can be dealing some damage, and into the Urshifu, the single strike, it just did so much. So I don't know, it was just such a nice lead duo and everything. And then that Ogerpon in the back still. I mean, you get through the first two Pokemon, you can't disrespect either of them. All of a sudden you get through one of them and the Ogerpon in the back just sweeps your team. Like, what can you do?
Yeah, it's interesting because Jonathan made the right adjustment of bringing his Wellspring Ogerpon to try to deal with the amount of offensive pressure that Ollie's Ogerpon did in that first game. But Ollie was like, I don't even really need to use Ogerpon nearly as much in this battle. Like, Landers just applies so much offensive pressure. So I was thinking, like, if you do get the Sucker Punch critical hit onto the Landers, you get the knockout there, then it's a 3v1, but it honestly is still pretty difficult. I think Baxcalibur was just so phenomenally positioned from that point on, and Scale Shot is just such a cool new move for it to use, right? Being able to get that speed boost so that you can outspeed the Fluttermane, you can outspeed the Ogerpon and Urshifu is a really big deal in a matchup like this. And it's fascinating because on paper you look at it and you're like, oh, Baxcalibur, like, it's threatened by Iron Hands, it's threatened by Heatran, there's so many things it doesn't want to go up against, but behind Aurora Veil and with the Snow defense boost, it's actually really difficult to knock out, and Poison Terra so valuable in protecting it as well. And this is just so cool to see. I love all these teams.
And Baxcalibur too, especially Poison Baxcalibur, has been a Pokemon that people have used since the beginning of Scarlet and Violet now at this point. So it's cool that we're seeing it stick around. Maybe it's not as old as Dragonite Clefairy, all things considered. But hey, when we get to see a Pokemon have the longevity so long throughout the series, that just gets readapted, especially with the new tools that we got, like in the Kitakami Pokedex, like the Ninetales. It's always really, really nice to see new life breathed into it.
Yeah, and I think what was difficult about that matchup, like, I'm thinking about game 2, right? And it's like, Jonathan has to make the right prediction immediately early on. Like, it feels like the lead matchup is skewed against his favor. And so, like, maybe you have to be really bold and you just go fake out onto Alolan Ninetales and Heat Wave, right? And don't commit your Terra to Heatran, but that seems like kind of a crazy play because the safe play for Ollie to make is something like, oh, I'll just protect my Alolan Ninetales and Stomping Tantrum. So Ollie recognized I already have an advantage with this lead matchup. I'm just gonna make it really difficult for Jonathan by not going for Protect with the Alolan Ninetales. And in front of a potential fake out both games, you know, able to just safely set it up, safely get a lot of value out of the Ninetales. And yeah, I think Ninetales not really very offensive on Ollie's team, but Dark Urshifu is like the perfect matchup for it. Like, that's what Ninetales dreams about going up against, because you just have that super effective Moonblast, and that's just such a big deal.
Well, it was such a well-played set by Ollie, and now we'll have the opportunity to talk to them. So it's time to head over to the lounge to get some words.
Thanks, Sierra. Thank you, Aaron. I am joined by, I'm pretty sure, our first competitor to make it into day 2 of the Toronto Regional Championships. Ollie Zilka, congratulations on the dominant win in round 7.
I really appreciate that.
Ollie, this was your first stream match.
Yes.
And I believe you said your 3rd regional and 2nd day 2 overall.
Yes.
So I'd love it if you could just introduce yourself a little bit to the audience, a little bit about your history playing the game and what drew you to it.
Yeah, so I got into the game in Sword and Shield, and honestly just sort of found it on a whim. Like, I've never really been into Pokemon before this, but I sort of just fell down the competitive Pokemon rabbit hole, did a lot of laddering for a while. But then I started playing a bunch of online tours, which was really fun, and eventually realized, wait, I'm like kind of good at this game.
So you're actually doing some winning.
Yeah, I did some winning and I've done pretty well at the first few tournaments I've gone to. So yeah, here we are.
Yeah, and you said you got day 2 at the Milwaukee Regionals last year.
I did. Yeah.
Well, congratulations on your 2nd day 2 out of 3 regionals.
Thank you.
Personally, I have not made day 2 in a day 2 regional championship, so congratulations on that.
Thank you. I really
achievement.
appreciate that.
Let's talk a little bit about your team. You know, this sort of snow archetype with the Alolan Ninetales and Baxcalibur is something we saw a little bit, especially in Sacramento, where Raghav was running this team. How have you approached this sort of archetype?
I guess, like, all the credits go to Sempra for this, because Sempra was the one who passed me the original team, like, way back in the beginning of the format. And I just grinded online tours with it. I played a ton of practice matches with it, and I got a good sense for the team. And I honestly think it definitely has some problem matchups, but when it shines, it really shines. And, like, the fact that you have this ability to just have like 5 stat monsters on your team and then give them more defense and just bulk with Ninetales is just so helpful into a lot of matchups. So I really love the team. It's really consistent.
Yeah, I love that you described it as 5 stat monsters because especially with Ninetales next to it, that is so powerful. We've been talking a lot about how offensive this meta has been with a bunch of powerful Pokemon coming over from home, from the DLC, and now having the ability to boost your defenses with Ninetales is really huge for the staying power in front of all of these offensive
Yeah,
threats.
absolutely. It's been incredibly useful. I mean, again, it just gives you a lot more wiggle room to play, and it makes stuff like Ogre Pond that is like sort of bulky, very bulky, and then it makes stuff like Heatran or Excalibur basically unkillable for a lot of the game. So I really love playing it. It's been super fun.
Yeah, and I love Excalibur in this meta too, especially with Ogre Pond still being very popular. Not quite as popular as it was at the start of Regulation E.
Yeah.
But, that Dragon Ice typing, both being able to resist basically everything except for the Fire type Ivy Cudgel, and be able to fire back with huge damage from that Icicle Spear seems like it matches up really well into some
I
of
would
these
say
Pokemon.
so. So, I mean, I think a lot of this meta game is based around Fire, Water, Grass cores. Like, not only is it a great defensive option, but it has a ton of offensive synergy. So having Dragon types, we've seen, does a really good job of countering that. And my Dragon type of choice is Excalibur, also because, again, Excalibur has like one of the craziest stat spreads in all of Pokemon. Like whenever I use the thing, it feels like, wow, this thing just has more stats than it should like plausibly be able to have. And then, you give it Aurora Veil, which obviously has its thing, but the big thing is Snow, which heals it and then also gives it it also gives it like a +1 in defense, which is really
boost,
huge. And like the other thing about the defense boost is that you can't crit through it. Like it's much tougher to deal with than just an ordinary stat boost, and I think that's a huge part of it.
Yeah, it's one of the few boosts that Urshifu can't just ignore completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the games themselves.
Right.
I think, obviously you won in 2 games, which is extremely strong. Seems like you had a decent matchup, but I think what I really want to pull from those games was turn 1 of both game 1 and 2. You had your Ninetales out on the field against fake out pressure, and in game 1 you went straight on the offensive with Moonblast, and in game 2 you just went for the Aurora Veil straight up. Were you not afraid of the fake out pressure that your opponent was putting on?
So they were both different scenarios. In game 1, they just didn't have kill pressure on my Ninetales. They couldn't kill the slot, so I have no reason to protect it because like even if you go for fake out and an attack, it doesn't really matter to me because like if you fake out my Ninetales, I get to U-turn with Landorus and get in my Excalibur. It eats a Wicked Blow. You just can't threaten me, so I'm fine with it. And game 2, it's different, which is that there are 3 possibilities related to Ninetales fake out. 1, doesn't get faked out, I get up Aurora Veil, and 2, it does get faked out, Heatran doesn't Terra, and I kill it with Stomping Tantrum. Or 3, Heatran does Terra, and now their only Icicle Spear resist is gone, and Heatran, when I'm playing the team, usually like Heatran, it can be like tougher because both of Back's attacks are resisted from it. So if Heatran Terras, then I'm okay with that. I think that's a fair trade to make. So that's sort of how I saw it. Is that regardless of what happens, it ends up with an outcome that is at least neutral to especially favorable for me.
Totally. Well, it definitely seemed like it worked out for you in both games 1 and game 2. This now solidifies you as our first day 2 competitor. You obviously still have 2 more rounds to go.
I do.
But how are you feeling heading into it?
Honestly, shell shocked. I don't think it's quite hit me yet. It's been a whirlwind of a tournament, and I'm probably gonna be freaking out about it in like 10 minutes or so. But for now, I'm feeling pretty awesome. I'm glad to be here, and I've had a great time. So yeah.
All right, well, hold on to that feeling as you go through the rest of the tournament.
I will.
Do you have any folks out there that you want to shout out and make sure you thank for your...
I have a lot. My 2 biggest ones are shout out to Chuppa and Sempra for helping me so much with the team and like with coaching stuff. You guys are awesome, and I probably wouldn't have made it this far without your help. Shout out to the Pokeball Club and all the people on there. You guys are awesome. Shout out to my parents for getting me all the way here. That's crazy that I'm able to do this. Basically, there are so many names that I owe thanks to everyone who built the team, who helped me get the team in game. But yeah, you all are awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the help.
Well, Ollie, thank you so much.
No problem.
You are now our first day 2 competitor. We'll let you go and get some rest before the next round.
Yeah.
But if you want to follow Ollie's progress, stay tuned for tomorrow as we go through day 2. And again,
hopefully I'll make it back on stream.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You know, just keep winning. And
Thank
you'll be
you.
back here.
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll never let you leave. We got the spider webs. It's sticky.
True.
It's a problem.
Right.
But thank you so much, y'all.
Yeah.
Make sure you stay tuned. We will be right back with more action from the Toronto Regional Championships.
All right.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yakobovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! Wadaz! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great. It really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to go away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Edison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone, because I think I can beat everyone,
Dancing Rob and Amy Riddle. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gedimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition has just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
It would be breathtaking to win a World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
On his team sheet at our local. Like, I respect the team. I do.
Championships. We have crowned our first day 2 competitor in Ollie Zilka, and we are waiting for our round to finish so we can find out who is going to join them in day 2. Things are getting pretty spooky back here, though. All of the Pokemon are out. We have some of them caught in the webs, but I am joined by the treat of the century, Sierra Dawn and Aaron Zhang. Welcome.
Sorry, I should have that. I thought one of us was getting roasted on the
No, y'all are both treats. It's the other two that you have to worry about.
Understood.
Well, congratulations on a great cast for our round 7 match. It was a really fun one to watch. We finally got to see the Alolan Ninetales out there and actually doing a bunch of work.
I'm just happy that 2 of my 4 picks, Clefairy and Alolan Ninetales, made it on stream and we got to cast it. I still haven't seen Hisuian Goodra or Dondozo yet, so I'm eager to see if they make it to tomorrow. But
you are the one person out here eager to see the Dondozo.
It's only because he wants to be right. Like, don't get it twisted.
I do. Come on.
Being right does feel pretty good. Would y'all like some opportunities to feel right?
I'm going to be wrong a lot on this one. But yes, Evan, please, grant us the opportunity.
You don't have to get it, but I'm giving you the opportunity. It is time for one of our favorite segments in the lounge, which is Who's That Pokedex Entry? Spooky edition, because of course, we have gone all out, and there is nothing scarier than a surprise Pokedex quiz.
No.
We're going to take a look at our first question here. Who's that Pokedex? This Pokemon, hiding in people's shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chill it causes makes the victims shake. This sounds like kind of an intense Pokemon.
I feel like it has to be something that's like fire related then, right? If it's absorbing heat. Or maybe it's a really cold Pokemon and that's why it needs the heat, you know?
Mm-hmm. It also hides in the shadows, which I don't know if that's super helpful.
Yeah, we're doing spooky Pokedex entries. They probably all hide in the shadows. Let's be real.
Look, some Pokemon hide under sheets, like Mimikyu.
And what's under the sheets? Shadows. Oh man,
I got nothing. I legit I feel like normally something pops in my head, but like.
It's like I feel like my offhand thing is thinking like along the fire types, like a Chandelure or like a Litwick or something, but like I don't think it hides in the shadows. It also they have little flames on them, so I feel like you'd be seen, you know. Is there an ice ghost? No.
Yeah, there's an ice ghost. There's Frostlass.
I don't think it's Frostlass though.
No, we've had Frostlass before and it was not this.
It hides in the shadows, so like it actually could be Frostlass.
That's what I was saying,
you know?
And y'all just sort of jumped down my throat that all the ghosts hide in the shadows.
If it actually is, like I'll give you a you're right, you know, I'll admit it, but we'll have to.
I'm gonna go with Gengar.
Gengar.
I'm feeling Gengar.
I feel like that's just not a Gengar Pokedex entry. It has other ones, I think.
Well, what's your guess, Sierra?
I'm still in the Frostlass answer.
All right, show me Gengar or Frostlass.
For 500.
Gengar!
CP. Was I right?
It was?
Gengar! Let's go.
Wow.
Aaron, going with the instincts, going with your gut. Congratulations, you got 1 point.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm surprised to see that as a Gengar Pokedex entry. I don't know.
Yeah. I definitely expected.
I think the heat stuff can be really misleading. Like there are a lot of Pokedex entries that just like you think it's associated with one type, but it's just not. So I don't know. I was just like the hides and shadows. Like I'm feeling it.
Yeah, the classic, the very first Pokemon to hide in the shadows, Gengar.
That should have been the giveaway there.
All right, let's take a look at our next one. Sierra, you have the opportunity to catch up here. Aaron taking a early lead. This one, if it finds bad children who won't listen to their parents, it will spirit them away, or so it's said.
So it's said. Find bad children.
I know the answer.
Listen to your parents.
You know this one? Is it like a Bennett or something? I don't know.
Bennett.
Thinking something like
that's a Pokemon I used in 2010.
Bad children? I don't know.
It's I'm pretty sure it's either Drifloon or Drifloon, but I don't know which one of the two it is.
I don't think it was bad children. They just like they carry kids away that like grab onto the balloons. I didn't know it was targeted to bad children.
I think it's Drifloon.
All right,
but I could be wrong.
Aaron's locking in Drifloon. Sierra,
I might be
do you
Blim.
have
Bennett's what I'm going
Bennett,
for.
The puppet ghost. What we got? It's actually Duskull.
Oh.
Aaron,
Wait, what?
You were so confident about Drifloon,
And
but it
so
turns out
wrong.
turns out Sierra was correct that Drifloon is indiscriminate in its targeting, not specifically to bad children. So,
but the entry is similar, right? It also is something about.
Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. I don't.
If we see an entry, I think it's specifically like it likes children that like it mimics as a balloon, but it doesn't like anyone that's like that doesn't like any like adults or anyone that's like too heavy because it can't actually carry them away into the sunset, you know? So
I see.
I'm curious how Duskull knows that these children are not listening to their parents. Is it like hanging out and waiting for
Is it like the Santa Claus thing where it's like the nice list, but then it's all of a sudden the naughty list is who Duskull's coming after?
Duskull's naughty or nice list. I love that for some holiday apparel coming up. We could get some Duskull's naughty or nice list.
I was like honestly 100% confident on that, so my I'm a little shaken up on that one right now.
You're still winning though.
You're still ahead, but confidence being shaken can be a big deal. That gives you an opportunity to get back in this game as we head into our third Pokedex entry. Let's take a look at the next one. Its cries sound like incantations to torment the foe.
What?
It appears not when you most expect it, but when you least expect it.
So asking for those watching right now and not myself, what does incantations mean?
It's like casting a spell.
Okay, I knew that, but like just for like
you're right. We really need to make sure that the people at home
just so everybody is on a level playing field going into this, you know?
Yeah, for those of you in Twitch chat who are also playing along, thank you for that, Sierra. That's a good catch on my part.
I got you. Appears where you least expect it.
It torments the foe. Now there is a Pokemon move called Torment that does not allow you to use the same move twice in a row. Kind of useless, but could that be a hint for this?
So like, I don't think this is like, so I'm thinking maybe I'm just like, I'm going off, but it's like, cries, I think like Fluttermane, but then I'm like, no, it can't be Fluttermane, so maybe Miss Magius is what I'm gonna say.
I think it's a really good guess.
That's sort of a caster Pokemon, I get it. Miss Magius sounds good. Aaron, I'm gonna go ahead and say that whoever locks in first gets to claim that Pokemon answer for the entry.
Rest of eternity?
For eternity, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So Miss Magius is yours.
Where you least expect it.
Yeah.
So that makes me think it's like a friendly, like on the outside.
Friendly, it torments the foe.
No, but
it's a friendly torment.
Curious.
Aaron, I consider you a friend. Is that what you feel like when I'm talking to you?
No, not at all, Evan. Come on. I have nothing. Okay, I need to guess something, but it's gonna be wrong.
Name a ghost.
I can't even think of anything. Like,
name a spooky ghost.
Gengar. I'm just kidding.
Well, you do have Ghastly or Haunter.
Haunter. Okay, I'll go with Haunter.
All right, let's see if it's Haunter or Miss Magius for this final one. That's correct.
Let's go.
Sierra, you caught up. Aaron was shaken to his core after that last one.
Nice job.
Thank you. Let's go. I'm proud.
Yeah,
I'm sure the logic was completely off. I was thinking Fluttermane, Parish song, but it's not Fluttermane, so like, what else?
I honestly think your logic was right on there. You totally worked backwards and got that.
I'll take it.
Aaron, how are you feeling?
You know, that that was really good. You can never feel bad about losing to good competition, you know? And Sierra right now, a great competitor. So I'm eager to continue this best of whatever.
Well, Aaron is back on top of his game now that he has taken a beating in that last Pokedex entry. Let's see our next Pokedex entry. This is entry number 4.
What?
This is the grudge of a person punished for writing the evil king's deeds upon wooden tablets has clad itself in dead leaves to become a Pokemon. Now,
King's evil.
This is a spooky Pokemon. I don't know that this is a ghost Pokemon, so I do want to just give that hint out to everyone.
You take the glasses off to think.
I'm reading the entry.
This is crazy that this is a Pokedex entry.
Yeah.
Honestly.
This is a wild Pokedex entry. Sierra, do you know it?
No.
Okay. I actually think I know it, which is wild.
Really?
Yeah. Why?
Okay, so it's an old Pokemon because Evan is old and he doesn't know the newer Pokemon.
The only thing I can think of is Wormadam, which is not it. So like, I just think the dead leaves. It's like, what other dead leaf Pokemon are there?
Yeah. Would imply maybe a grass type.
No, I'm gonna say Wo-Chien.
Oh, a great guess. Wo-Chien. Is Wo-Chien the grudge? Aaron, you can no longer select Wo-Chien.
You should do game show hosting.
In another life, Sierra, in another life.
Yeah.
Give me a wheel to spin and we're like, I'm set.
I'd watch that. I'd watch that.
Next year, a wheel of topics in the lounge.
When we see a big wheel appear in the lounge area now, we know why.
I'm so lost.
Name a Pokemon. Perhaps a dark type Pokemon? Those are also spooky.
I was gonna guess Kappa Gregus.
Okay.
You know, mummy. Show me the mummy.
It's show us the mummy, or the correct answer, which is Wo-Chien, the snail of ruin.
That is such a dark Pokedex entry for that. Wow.
Let's go.
To be clear, this was a Pokemon released in the most recent set of Pokemon games.
I'm sorry, Evan.
I do know these Pokemon.
So, like, I'm just curious. Is it like Wo-Chien is now like, was that the one who wrote the thing on the grunge, like, evil king thing? Because, like, where are his hands?
Well, I think Wo-Chien is like the evil energy, like the grudge.
Okay.
And like just
But it's so non-intimidating.
You think?
I don't think, okay.
It doesn't even have intimidate, but it still lowers your attack.
Did you know Chien-Pao's entry is about how it like leaps playfully in the snow?
Yeah, it's fun.
But like Chien-Pao is like a cute little snow leopard kind of dude, sort of ferret or whatever, whereas Wo-Chien's just...
That's what they all say until you get flinched in the finals of the World Championships, but, you know. Anyway, well done, Sierra.
Well done, Sierra, taking a lead 2-1 after 4 rounds of Pokedex entries.
Man,
let's hop into our fifth one to see if Aaron can actually catch up or if Sierra is going to run away with it. This Pokemon haunts dilapidated mansions.
Is this
sways
Chandelure?
its arms to hypnotize opponents with the ominous dancing of its flames.
I'd say Chandelure or Lampent.
All right, which one are you going to lock out?
Oh, man. No, don't do
Sierra,
this to me.
you got to pick one.
No.
Well, let me check with the judges to see if we can do Chandelure and Lampent. Let me see.
Oh, I think you're right. I think it is.
It's
no,
one of the two.
I am so sorry, but
Are you just gonna pick the one I don't pick?
Yeah.
Man.
So pick right, Sierra.
No.
I would love to give you both, but we cannot allow it.
Is there anything else it could be?
I'm gonna say first answer, best answer, and do Chandelure, because I'd be really upset if I changed it and I was wrong. But I really do think it's Lampent at the end of the day.
Chandelure does have more arms than Lampent.
It doesn't say if it has more or less arms, though, in the entry. It doesn't say it weighs its 8 arms. So, like, that's kind of the... Man.
Just its arms.
Does it really sway? Like, I feel like...
Yeah, it sways.
Okay, well, I'm going with Lampent if you're going with Chandelure.
All right, is it Lampent or Chandelure? Which Pokemon? That is Chandelure. First thought, best
Sierra's
thought.
on a roll.
Let's go.
Sierra, you're just running away with this. You're now 2 points up over Aaron, which means that he's going to need at least 3 Pokedex entries to catch up, and I don't know what games we're waiting on out there. If we've got some Dondozo mirror, but you may not be able to catch up, Aaron.
Give me another one. Come on.
All right, you heard the man. Let's see what's next. It lives deep within the forest. Even after evolving into this splendid form, it hasn't given up on its petty misdeeds and pranks.
Trevenant?
Trevenant, okay.
Lives deep in the forest?
No.
Is Trevenant a splendid form, though? It's just a tree.
Who could say? I find some trees to be extremely splendid.
Like what?
The redwoods. I have a nice tree in front of my house that's very big, and it makes me very happy every time I see it. It's
Very
pretty
splendid
splendid
tree.
to me.
Okay. Trying to think, well, I'm trying to think if Phantom does like petty misdeeds and pranks.
I actually was gonna guess,
Like the
I was like, it's not Gourgeist, so.
I don't know. I
Or
don't
is
think
it?
Phantom has like petty misdeeds. I actually think Phantom like has cries in the forest to lure like people to their KOs, you know? Like, but I don't know what other Pokemon leave them deep in the forest, so I think I have to lock in Trevenant.
Okay, Sierra is locking in Trevenant. For me,
I know
personally,
it's not
I think
Trevenant.
This Pokemon
You
seems
know.
like it's
I know it's
extremely
not
fun.
Trevenant.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I cannot wait for this to be Trevenant.
Well, then what are you guessing then if you're so confident, huh?
Phantom? Baby Trevenant?
Wait, what's the pre-evolution of Gourgeist?
Pumpkaboo?
I'm gonna guess that.
But it says even after evolving.
Yeah.
Oh, even after evolving.
So like you could say Gourgeist.
Gourgeist splendid?
Well, there are some splendid Gourgeist
Okay,
backstage.
Gourgeist.
All right, show me Gourgeist or Trevenant. Are either... Oh!
Okay, this
Okay.
We have very different definitions of splendid.
That's I'm glad we're aligned on that. Thank you. That is
Yeah, that is all its hair, too. Like, Grimmsnarl is a hair Pokemon.
I don't know. I like saw pranks and I was like, could it be a prankster Pokemon? But Grimmsnarl lives in the forest?
I didn't know Grimmsnarl lived in the forest.
What's it doing there?
Did you guys not go to the Tangly, I forget what the name is, but like there is a forest in Scarlet and Violet that literally has Grimmsnarls and Impidimps and the middle one, you know?
No,
so.
that was too spooky for me.
Too spooky? Okay.
Yeah.
Then you should have gone.
It was full of too many spooky Pokemon. I
It'd
just
be
want to
like
know
that.
what kind of pranks and misdeeds Grimmsnarl is getting up to in the forest. Is it just like taking
setting up
acorns
light
from
screen, setting up a reflect,
Parting shot
Parting
once in a
shot.
while.
See ya.
Yeah.
Thunderwave.
Casual spirit break.
Yeah, maybe a fake out.
Every now and
Can we
then.
list the entire? No, never mind. All right, well, Aaron, you did not get a point on that last round, which means that Sierra is still up 3-1
Let's go.
in this game. Let's see if we can catch up for this next round here. We have one more Pokedex entry coming in. It likes to lurk in the dark and tap shoulders with a gaseous hand. Its touch causes endless shuddering.
Wheezing Garbodor.
Show me Weezing's hand, please.
It's gaseous. Well, we did learn last time we were here 2 weeks ago that Weezing does have a triplet form, the extremely rare triplet Weezing. Maybe that one has a hand.
Is
it actually?
In the Pokedex entry, there are sometimes 3 heads on the Weezing.
Yeah. Never seen that one, but
Did you not watch our
whatever the
stream,
ghost
Aaron?
coffin Pokemon is, that's the one I want to guess.
Which one?
The ghost coffin one.
Ah, okay.
But I forget what it's called.
Am I allowed to offer the name of a Pokemon?
There is over 1,000 Pokemon. Please. It is not VGC viable. It has never has been. I don't know the name.
You are extremely wrong about that. It was extremely viable in 2011 when Wolf Glick won a national championship with this Pokemon.
It's before my time. It doesn't exist.
Well, I have been told from our judges that we cannot accept the description of the Pokemon. We do need
I will take
the
my
name.
half-point penalty, and I'm still going for that answer.
All right, we will assign a half-point penalty for that. That is Kofagrigus, is that Pokemon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna guess
There we go.
Toxicroak.
Ooh, Toxicroak
Ooh.
with its gaseous hand.
Yeah.
This couldn't be Mimikyu, could it? Like, I don't know.
All right, let's see. Is it Toxicroak or Kofagrigus? Oh!
That's just me.
Yo!
They actually put a Haunter in.
This was your chance. This was your opportunity to come back.
Come on.
No, I am sorry. The answer is Haunter.
Would you like a consolation, Piplup?
Yeah, you can have the sleeping Piplup because you are also asleep at the wheel at this game.
GG.
We got one more, but yeah,
we
that is
just
an
know he's not
appropriate
getting it
GG
right.
because Aaron cannot catch up, but just for fun.
Next time.
Let's see what we got for our final round here. Upon hearing its eerie howls, other Pokemon get the shivers and head straight back to their nests.
Nests?
Those are other Pokemon, not this Pokemon.
Is it like Mightyena?
Mightyena does have howls.
It does.
It does howl.
It does. It do that.
It do be howling.
It
and
do
is
be
dark
howling.
type. Are you locking in Mightyena?
It
doesn't really matter because you win no matter what.
True. So I'm gonna guess Pikachu.
The eerie howls of Pikachu.
I guess Ghastly.
Yeah, you might want to take Ghastly off the board here for Aaron. I don't know that he can catch up without it.
True.
I got nothing. I'm a defeated man. Broken and defeated.
Well, I wish I could offer you some help here, but I have no idea what.
Do you have any advice, Piplup?
That one's asleep. Do you want another
you
one?
Need one? We have many. We may need to rescue some from the net back here, too.
Is that one helping out, or do you need a third opinion?
He says he doesn't know.
All right, what about this one?
Okay.
Oh, that one's fuzzy. I like that one.
Is that one no?
No, he's really stressed.
All right. What about this one?
Any answers? Can you speak up a little louder? He's a little shy. He's camera shy.
He's camera shy.
Yeah.
Okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay, buddy.
I got nothing. I forfeit.
Aaron, I'm not allowing you to forfeit.
Okay. Fido.
Fido? Fido.
It howls.
It does howl, and it does get well baked. Let's see if Aaron is baking up a win here on this. No. Mightyena was very close. Actually, it's going to be Houndoom. So Houndoom.
Dang, that one was guessable, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like I just admitted defeat because you said Mightyena, and I was like, it's Mightyena. I'm convinced it's Mightyena.
I'm done.
Well, this has been a rousing round of Who's That Pokedex Spooky Edition. Thank you to Sierra Dawn and Aaron Zhang for playing today. We'll both send you home with some consolation prizes. And Sierra, you will get the grand prize eventually. Probably another slice of baklava or something like that.
Thank you. It's all I want.
Well, thank you all for participating. And right now, we are ready to get back to the tournament with round 8 of our competition. So let's toss it over to the casters.
Who's that Pokedex indeed? I was certainly struggling alongside of Aaron there for some of those, but you know, Jake, you were doing pretty well there, all things considered.
I did okay. I was following along when they did this in Sacramento a couple of weeks ago. Len was getting a lot of them. I got like none of them in Sacramento, but I got Miss Magius, I got Haunter, we kind of like got Chandelure together.
Yeah, it was a collective Chandelure.
I did much better than 2 weeks ago, so I'm proud of my growth in the Pokedex entry department.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about carving pumpkins that entire time. So let's go ahead and carve out our schedule for the 2024 season. If you are just tuning in, you still have many opportunities actually to compete in this year's Video Game Championship Series for your opportunity to compete at the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii this summer. So make sure if you are anywhere near any of these cities on the list, go to Pokemon.com/play for all the information you need to register, sign up, and compete. And if you are near one of our international championship stops, that's going to be Sao Paulo coming up in November down in Brazil, then London, and then New Orleans in the new year. You definitely want to hit those events up, as the international championships just have so much more pomp and circumstance relative to regionals, and Worlds amps it up even higher than that. So it's going to be a fantastic year to play Pokemon for sure. It's already already been a fantastic 3 regionals here in NA, and I believe there's also been 3 in EU and a couple down in LATAM already too. So I can't wait to see where we're going to go, as we're just going to keep going on through this tournament until we figure out who's going to compete in day 2 of Swiss.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. Again, we've had those 3 North American regionals we've brought you guys so far, as well as a couple over in Europe. It's crazy to think that we're almost a third of the way through our regionals for the year. This is our 4th here in Toronto of the North American regionals out of a possible 12. And so, again, a third of the year gone by already, and it's only October. But thankfully, we got a little bit of a break in regionals in the next month. We just have the Latin America International Championships, and then we come back to my lovely home state of Texas for San Antonio in December. So nice little break from the regional action. We get to spotlight the Latin American scene.
There's actually also a regional championship the week after in Gdansk, Poland.
Yes,
so
true.
I would love to get to a Poland regional someday. I've gone a few times with my family, as I have relatives out there. But I will not be at that one because it is too close to Thanksgiving here in the U.S. and I have other family obligations.
No, it's so fun though.
Yeah, it is.
Getting to plan all these trips across the circuit is really cool. Kind of like we talked earlier, especially if you get some prize money at the beginning of the year. If you're Riley, for example, get a cool $6,000 to start off the season, you're kind of set for the rest of the circuit for that season. So really important to keep in mind that roadmap of events, of course, leading up to the World Championships in Honolulu this year.
Yeah, and also if you don't want to commit the big bucks, as they say, to fly all the way across the country, across the world even, to compete at an event, make sure to check out the Pokemon Event Locator as well, because there may be local championships happening to you. We have the PCs, which are smaller tournaments where you can win up to 20 championship points, and mid-season showdowns as well are starting to happen.
Yeah.
We're having our first mid-season showdown in New England in a couple of weeks, which I'm very excited about. Yeah, it's going to be great.
That's good. That's
again,
awesome.
the Pokemon website has all the information you need to compete. Make sure to get out there, make some friends, start playing Pokemon together, as that is really, at the end of the day, what determines, who's going to make it between day 1 and day 2. It's not just about who's there playing. It's not just about, what Pokemon the matchup. It's also a lot about the support network and the friends you have along the way.
Of course. Speaking of making it from day 1 to day 2, we have our Swiss rankings here in Toronto. We have our first 4 players qualified for day 2 with their 7-0 records. We just saw Ollie win on stream, and they're joined by Paul Chua, a very familiar face, Adrian Hurley, who I believe, Gabby, is one of your locals that you play with a lot, and then Andrew Krug. 4 of these players will be guaranteed to play tomorrow in day 2 in Toronto, and they will be joined by possibly some of these other names we're seeing on screen from 5 to 16 there.
Yeah, all these trainers have to do is win one more round of Swiss, and then they've locked in their invite to play in day 2, as there are only 2 Swiss rounds remaining in the day. So that's a true 50-50 in good old VGC fashion. But we also have some notable matchups coming up from this round of 8. Unfortunately, we cannot feature every single match on stream. However, we will be featuring Brendan Zhang versus Raghav Malavia, 2 incredibly accomplished trainers. I'm so excited to see them play, but that did mean we had to pass up on amazing matches like Adrian Hurley versus Andrew Krug, the 2 undefeated in the tournament remaining at this point. Ollie versus Paul Chua, we had Ollie on earlier. Chupa Cross versus Alberto Lara, that was also a very difficult match to pass up. But honestly, with Brendan versus Raghav, they're running some very unique teams that I feel like we would have really missed out if we hadn't featured them on stream.
I feel like Aaron may have gotten a little bit of a whisper from Brendan doing his caster predictions, because Brendan, of course, Aaron's brother, but a very accomplished player in his own right, a world champion back in the juniors division, and I believe he's top cut worlds in every division, which is a really cool accomplishment. But running the Hisuian Gudra, which Aaron has also picked to do very well in this tournament so far. Alongside that Gudra is going to be the Urshifu, the Qian Pao, the Amoonguss, the Iron Bundle, and the Dragonite. And it is the rapid style water type Urshifu.
Yeah, and fun fact about Brendan, you actually already said this fun fact. He did indeed top cut worlds in every age division, and his opponent, Raghav Malavia, has been playing Brendan ever since seniors. So, That's I think they were part of the seniors team building group all the way back in the day.
They definitely came up together. They both have had some great success in Masters as well. But just again, Brendan's team is really cool. I love the Goodra. I predicted Goodra to do well back in Sacramento, then Como did well, and now I switched to Como for this event, and now Goodra's doing well, and I just can't get it right. But they're like spiritually about the same, so I'm going to take at least a little bit of credit.
See, you say they're spiritually about the same, but I would actually argue they're at least spiritually very different, because I feel like Hisui and Goodra just wants to hide in its shell and stay on the field, whereas Como has a bit more pizzazz, a little bit of a razzle-dazzle, if you will.
It like shows off its scales every time. Yeah.
But Brendan's team, that Urshifu, and that is going to be the Rapid Strike style Urshifu, Chien-Pao, Hisui and Goodra, Amoonguss Iron Bundle, and Dragonite. So bringing that Chien-Pao Dragonite combination that we've seen do very well, but running a bit of a newer adaptation to Dragonite with the Assault Vest and Aerial Ace and Thunder Punch, which is something that did very well. I believe it was back in Sacramento.
Yeah, Riley Factura was running this exact set, and it was really cool to see. Riley got a lot of use out of it. Brendan's certainly looking to do the same here, but we'll have to go through Raghav's team. Raghav is running the Choice Scarf Urshifu Rapid Strike style, just like Brendan, and it's accompanied by a Regidrago, the Hisuian Arcanine, Tornadus Incarnate Form, Rillaboom, and Goldengo. And the Regidrago, kind of the standout Pokemon here on Raghav's team.
I was going to say, both trainers have a signature Dragon-type Pokemon, but Regidrago, unlike the Hisui and Goodra, is known to be very, very, very powerful. Dragon Energy, if you're not prepared for just how much damage it can do to your Pokemon, especially when boosted by an item like Dragon Fang, which boosts Dragon-type attacks on top of everything else, can be absolutely detrimental. And it's a unique pivot for sure from Raghav, who I think traditionally this season has been running a lot more, I want to say, you know, top 12 teams, if you will. Like, I don't think I recall them using a Pokemon like Regidrago, and it could just be an indication that this very powerful special attacker is just in the right spot of the metagame to succeed.
I was about to say that too. Evan was talking about powerful special attackers earlier on today, and Regidrago certainly is one of them. Even Jamie Boyd in his winner's interview is saying, I just wanted a strong special attacker that was off the ground. And while Regidrago is touching the ground, it is very much so a strong special attacker. For those like unaware, Dragon Energy is a clone of a move like Eruption or Water Spout that does a lot of damage. It is a spread move, will hit both of the opponent's Pokemon, but if you start losing HP, the power of the move goes down. So you want to make sure that Regidrago is as healthy as possible to fire off those Dragon Energies.
Yeah, and looking at Raghav's team, you can see, I mean, especially with the Goldengo right there as well, that I think Raghav has borrowed a lot from these trainers who are building the, you know, Protect the Goldengo team. While you don't necessarily have a Pokemon that has access to redirection, like the Amoonguss present on Brendan's side of the field, you still can pick your best special attacker for the matchup ahead of you, and then bring those other 3 Pokemon to support it, or even just go, you know, full-on offense with the Goldengo Regidrago core. And because these Pokemon are so different type-wise, they really have some great synergy with each other.
Funny enough, they're also like sharing each other's types.
Oh
with
yeah,
the Terra types.
they are.
Terra Steel Regidrago and Terra Dragon Goldengo, but we get the Regidrago right off the bat next to the Tornadus, which is going to be helping it move faster with the priority Tailwind. So really solid lead here. Something like a Tailwind and a Dragon Energy is going to immediately do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, though, for Raghav, the Chien-Pao is holding a Focus Sash, and the Amoonguss is just a very bulky Pokemon. And it's actually a Terra Fairy as well. So if it does Terastallize, it will take 0 damage from Dragon Energy. So a lot of damage being threatened here, but also Brendan has a lot of ways to like take it on and then fire back.
Yeah, and I really like how Brendan, I think, picked his lead, assuming that there would be something like the Tornadus Regidrago on the other side of the field, as especially in a Game 1 situation, I feel like it's a very safe lead because you can have the option to pivot like we do see Raghav go for. You have the option to just commit and go for a Tailwind and some big damage. But again, that defensive synergy between the Goldengo and the Regidrago already coming into play as Goldengo takes that Ice Spinner from the Chien-Pao, who then dodges a Bleak Wind Storm. It does connect with the Amoonguss, who fires back a Spore into that Tornadus to put it right to sleep.
It's a really nice Goldengo switch. Part of the reason why Dragons and Steel types work so well together, they're part of like a very common defensive core along with Fairy types, is that they swap into each other's weaknesses very well. So in this case, it takes the Ice type attack, no problem. And it would have taken a Spore as well, thanks to the Good as Gold. It would have been immune to that Spore. Unfortunately, the Bleak Wind Storm missing the Chien-Pao means the Focus Sash is still intact. So a Make It Rain here here, while it would bring Chen Pao down to the Focus Sash, would not be able to KO it. That Blink Wind Storm damage, though, means that Make It Rain probably kills the Amoonguss and forces it out this turn.
Yeah, and that Amoonguss will benefit from activating the Regenerator ability as well to get some health back. Dragonite will take its place on the field, again, going to resist that very powerful Make It Rain. But first, Tornadus taking an Ice Spitter. It's super effective and gets that knockout in one hit.
That Rocky Helmet, though, is going to be really big if the Make It Rain comes out here.
It is a nasty plot, though, from the Golden Go instead. So eventually, when the Golden Go attacks, it should be able to pick up an easy KO on that Chen Pao, thanks to the Focus Sash being broken. But now that the Tornadus has been removed and the Urshifu is back out on the field, it feels like Chen Pao really just wants to go straight for a Sucker Punch into that Golden Go.
Yeah, that Rocky Helmet chip means that the Focus Sash now is broken, which is what the Bleak Wind Storm failed to do in the prior turn. So if Raghav did opt to go for Make It Rain there, Chen Pao would be off the field. But like you said, Gabby, Sucker Punch into this Golden Go would probably knock it out, just thanks to the strong attack of Chen Pao and the Sword of Ruin defense drop. And, you know, if you do want to try and call that Sucker Punch, maybe terrestrialize the Golden Go to not take super effective damage, you make yourself weak to ice, and you make yourself vulnerable to extreme speed. So this Golden Go now is in a much rougher spot than on the prior turn.
It will be sticking around, though, as the Chen Pao, interestingly enough, is the Pokemon to switch out on Brendan's side of the field. The Amoonguss taking its spot, and the Urshifu, possibly anticipating a pivot from Brendan, will swap back into Raghav's party, giving them the opportunity to go for their own switch, and actually bringing out the Regidrago instead, who will be the target of an Aerial Ace, but that's not going to do as much damage as a proper Dragon-type attack.
I like that U-turn a lot. Because of the Unseen Fist, there's no chance that Chen Pao can protect its way through it. And so it either takes a lot of damage from that U-turn, or the Amoonguss comes in and you give Raghav the option to pivot out into that Regidrago. The Regidrago now a pretty big threat. The Dragonite is Assault Vest, but it is not multi-scale. It is using the Inner Focus ability. So a Dragon Fang Draco Meteor from this Regidrago, probably still enough to KO Dragonite through that Assault Vest, which opens up the Golden Go here.
And not only that, the Golden Go as well still has the nasty plot boost, and it's holding a Metal Coat. So if it does go for Make It Rain, it is going to do more than enough damage to pick up the KO on that Dragonite, who is left in the yellow after the Dragon Energy. Here comes that Make It Rain. It won't connect with the protecting Amoonguss, but it certainly does KO the Dragonite.
That Aerial Ace chip damage on the Regidrago coming in was really big for Brendan, because if the Aerial Ace didn't go through, then the Dragon Energy most likely KOs that Dragonite with the full power Dragon Energy. Whereas now Raghav had to use the Make It Rain to confirm that KO. And if the Amoonguss protecting, didn't have anything next to it, the Make It Rain wouldn't have gone off, and the special track drop wouldn't have happened. So now the Golden Go is a +1 rather, instead of +2, which is helpful for Brendan. However, a +1 Metal Coat Make It Rain, still very scary. And if you're not targeting this Golden Go with like Sucker Punch or possibly targeting it with Ice Spinner to try and call a Terrestrialization, it's gonna be able to get off one more attack.
Yeah, Chen Pao will be protecting this turn, possibly trying to see what Raghav is going to lock into. Golden Go going for that protect as well. So Brendan keeping the Sucker Punch threat around and keeping the Amoonguss around after Draco Meteor was the attack to target down that Chen Pao. Amoonguss also making the correct play of using Spore onto that Regidrago to put it to sleep. This just opened up the field for Brendan.
It's a really rough turn for Raghav there. Hopefully, possibly trying to call protecting the opposite slot. So if the Golden Go being the big threat, the +1 Metal Coat Golden Go, you probably want to target that down if you're Brendan, and Raghav trying to take advantage of that. But Brendan making a safer play, knowing that, if I protect Chen Pao, make sure it sticks around for another turn and exerts more of a threat.
Here comes the Terrestrialization on that Golden Go from Raghav, and like you called out earlier, it's going to be stealing that Dragon typing from the Regidrago alongside of it. Amoonguss going for a Protect here to ensure it can hold on through to Make It Rain. Here comes that Sucker Punch, though. Thanks to that Terrestrialization, it is no longer super effective damage, and Golden Go more than capable of holding on. Make It Rain will connect with that Chen Pao in return and should be able to pick up the KO, but will bring Golden Go's special attack down to neutral.
It is neutral now. Still a big threat, though, with the metal coat, especially with that 20% damage boost on Make It Rain. However, a really big turn from Raghav there. They do not get punished by turning into a dragon type and making themselves weak to ice. That means the Golden Goat gets the fire off that Make It Rain, and now Urshifu is Brendan's 4th and final Pokemon. This Urshifu, now that the Golden Goat has terrestrialized, it might be a little bit more weary of locking into something like Surging Strikes because there are 2 dragon types in the field, and that won't be doing a whole lot of damage. But at the same time, close combat is still not the most productive move to lock into a lot of the time, especially because I don't know that we've seen Raghav's 4th Pokemon yet. So if it could be something, actually there's nothing left to resist fighting, so I guess not as option there.
We do see that fairy-type terrestrialization from the Amoonguss, though, ensuring that if the Regidrago were to wake up, its only opportunity to deal damage against that slot would be Earth Power. Golden Goat gets knocked out by the close combat from the faster Urshifu. That Urshifu is also holding a Choice Scarf, if we missed that earlier on in the introduction to this match. So just good thing to know here. But Regidrago will wake up, will have the opportunity to attack and go straight for the Dragon Energy. So it won't be dealing damage to the Amoonguss, but the Urshifu with the special attack, or defense drop as well from close combat, gets KO'd.
That is massive. A huge 1-hit KO there from the Regidrago's Dragon Energy. Does immediately go back to sleep, but this is such a good position for Raghav to be in now. That Urshifu is a big threat, and especially because of that special defense trap, like you mentioned, Gabby, that is kind of the pitfall of close combat there. And now that the Urshifu is revealed for Raghav's side, it's going to be really rough for this Amoonguss to withstand this storm, especially because now it does not resist the Surging Strikes anymore.
Exactly. So even though this Surging Strikes looks like it's just going to fall short of getting that KO, and Amoonguss will have the opportunity to put the Urshifu to sleep thanks to Spore, it's really just a matter of time until one of these 2 Pokemon wakes up, because either an Earth Power from that Regidrago or a subsequent Surging Strikes from the Urshifu should pick up the KO on Amoonguss prior to Pollen Puff, it looks like, picking up the knockout on either of these Pokemon, and that's exactly why we see Brendan Zhang lock in that forfeit, giving Raghav game 1 of the set.
Really well played there. I think the beginning of that game looked a little bit dire for Raghav because they lost the Tornadoes without being able to get up Tailwind at all. And I guess the trade-off there was the Focus Sash being broken by the Rocky Helmet. But at the same time, on a team like this with the Regidrago and the Golden Go, you want them to be attacking first, getting off their really strong moves before they get attacked back. But Raghav managing to keep their cool and play out that first game really well.
Exactly, and let's go back to just how quickly that Tornadus was KO'd in 1 hit, again, thanks to that Ice Spinner attack from the Chien-Pao. But ultimately, there was just so much damage pressure being put out on the field by the Golden Go and the Regidrago, especially when they were side by side, that there was really only so much Brendan could do at that point, especially once Raghav locked in their terrestrialization to the Golden Go as well, so it could take the Sucker Punch. I think that was really just the combination. The Rocky Helmet and being able to resist Sucker Punch gave Raghav the lead in game number 1. Going into game number 2, though, there are several adjustments that Brendan could be making here, in addition to just adjusting his playstyle a little bit. I'm curious if you think we're going to see the Iron Bundle at all in this matchup.
I could see it. The Iron Bundle does threaten damage onto the Dragon Regidrago or the Dragon Golden Go if it does terrestrialize again. It also has Encore, which could be pretty cool on a team like Raghav's. Sometimes it relies a little bit on setup with something like the Tornadus. Obviously, you can't Encore the Golden Go because of Good as Gold, unfortunately, but not going to matter here on these first turns because we are not seeing an Iron Bundle just yet.
No Iron Bundle. Instead, Chien-Pao Amoonguss the lead once again for Brendan against Raghav's lead of that Golden Go and the Urshifu. So, interestingly enough, it does look like this Chien-Pao is in a decent position when you consider the Sucker Punch threat, but knowing the Urshifu is alongside of the Golden Go, I feel like really changes things.
Yeah, the Golden Go, I think in this case, is kind of a free nasty plot. There's no crunch or anything on the Chien-Pao, and so no need to risk something like a Sucker Punch coming through. But U-turn it coming out from Raghav's side into the Chien-Pao, hits the Urshifu swapping into the Chien-Pao slot on Brendan's end, and now Raghav gets the chance to position something else in front of the Urshifu and Amoonguss. next to this Golden Go, which has yet to attack. Rillaboom coming out here, not something we saw in game 1, and a really nice swap here because that means that nothing on Raghav's side can be put to sleep.
I was going to say, that seems like the one Pokemon that Raghav could have pivoted to if they were worried about Spore running away with their team like it almost did in game number 1. And indeed, thanks to Rillaboom's grass typing, that Spore is not going to do anything. And now Raghav also has a great counter to that Urshifu on the field as well.
This looks really rough for Brendan right now. That's a really big Nasty Plot and a really big Rillaboom switch because they get Fake Out pressure, you get Grassy Terrain recovery, and more importantly, you just make this Amoonguss like a huge sitting duck.
Dragonite once again out on the field. This time there is no Regidrago to threaten it, so it's possible the Dragonite will be sticking around for just a little bit longer this time. Chen Pao immediately returning to the field alongside of its partner. Fake Out into that Dragonite, not gonna matter. And will take a Shadow Ball now after, and that is not enough to pick up the KO thanks to the Assault Vest, but does get a special defense drop.
Importantly, the Chen Pao again keeping its Focus Sash intact. And now if it wants to try and go for something like a Sucker Punch into Golden Go, it has the opportunity to. However, Golden Go's are often trained to be pretty bulky and possibly even specifically for this exact matchup with the Chen Pao Sucker Punch. And especially when you consider Arcanine coming in here, Raghav picked the exact correct team to deal with Brendan's side this time because this is a really, really smart swap.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if after the Intimidate from that Hisuian Arcanine, another Pokemon we didn't see in game 1 from Raghav, if it is possible for this Golden Go to take the Sucker Punch threat, but there was no Sucker Punch to be found. Instead, it is going to be Ice Spinner to remove the Grassy Terrain from the field. But here comes the Make It Rain, bringing Chen Pao down to just 1 health, Urshifu down to 6 HP. These Pokemon really did their best to hold on, but it does make you wonder just how much longer will they remain in the match for.
And again, the Arcanine coming in here is so good for Raghav because it's an immediate threat to go for those extreme speeds and finish off these very low health Pokemon. That clears up so much space for the Golden Go as well because unless Chen Pao does opt to Terrestrialize with its 1 HP, it will just be knocked out by extreme speed before it can attack. However, Terrestrialization coming through here means that the Chen Pao will not be affected by an extreme speed this turn if that's what Raghav opted for.
It's a risky play for sure, but with Brendan's options slowly running out, he commits his Ghost-type Terrestrialization to the Chen Pao. And while it wasn't the target of the extreme speed, it is able to just barely miss that knockout on the Hisuian Arcanine. It looks like Raghav is opting for a bulkier set on that Pokemon with the Citrus Berry held item to restore its health. A second Make It Rain will pick up the KO on Chen Pao and the Amoonguss as well. Such a powerful attack from this 1,000th Pokemon indeed. Brendan, I think, down to his final 2 Pokemon after those KOs.
Really smart targeting there. I think Extreme Speed into Urshifu might, at first glance, be kind of the worst option because you want to get rid of the Chen Pao that could possibly Sucker Punch or Golden Go. But knowing that the Chen Pao's at -1, knowing that Raghav has trained their Golden Go to be a specific combination of speedy, bulky, and strong, probably knows that Sucker Punch doesn't KO without a critical hit, knows that Extreme Speed into a Ghost type would have been pretty bad, it knows that Extreme Speed into Urshifu is more guaranteed because it can't tear into a Ghost, it can't protect, anything like that. So guaranteed damage coming out from Raghav there. Extreme Speed able to finish off the Urshifu like it was trying to last time, and especially because Arcanine is a Rock type, even if Dragonite went before it, that Extreme Speed goes off, and Raghav cleaning up this game so expertly well.
Yeah, Brendan's really trying to find some options there, just adjusting the play style. I think not even really going for the Sucker Punch option on the Golden Go, just assuming that Raghav would play around it. But unfortunately for Brendan, Raghav just really felt like he had that matchup down. Opting to leave the Regidrago behind in particular for the Rillaboom was a great adjustment, and just recognizing that the Amoonguss on Brendan's side of the field really was the only Pokemon that threatened Raghav's strategy. But even then, one thing that I have to always remind myself is that Golden Go versus Amoonguss typically ends in Golden Go's favor, despite the fact that it's not going to be dealing super effective damage, which you'd assume you'd need to pick up the KO on Amoonguss.
Golden Go feasts on Amoonguss. Golden Go loves being on the field in front of Amoonguss because Amoonguss is kind of just worthless into Golden Go. You can't Spore it, you can't redirect Make It Rain. The best you can do is redirect Shadow Balls or possibly try to Pollen Puff the partner Pokemon, but in this case, there just wasn't enough space to do that. These Make It Rains coming through so quickly. Like, Raghav got the first Nasty Plot off, but after that, the Make It Rains were coming out quickly, and just doing so much damage. There was nothing that Brendan could swap in there. When we saw the Urshifu come in on a Make It Rain, which is resisted and almost get 1-hit KO'd.
Yeah.
So, like, at that point, like, there's not much you can do. Raghav not even needing the Tailwind on this second game.
Yeah, and I really do love how Raghav, they recognized that there was that Golden Go support team that's been going around, and hey, yes, special attackers are the name of the game at this point in the metagame. Why don't I just put Golden Go right next to Regidrago and use that? And if they have a Golden Go answer, they probably don't have a Regidrago answer, and vice versa, and that's kind of what we saw.
Yeah, and the best part about that too is that, again, we kind of hinted on, they're like sharing typings.
Yeah, they are.
The Dragon type is Steel Terra, the Steel type is Dragon Terra, and those typings work so well together, both as partners, but if you can like flip them on the same Pokemon, that makes your defensive capabilities insanely good. And we saw the Dragon type come in very handy for Raghav in that first game. Not even get game 2, but the Regidrago doing so much work in that first game, and then Raghav leaning more heavily into their Golden Go on that second game, possibly trying to catch Brendan overcorrecting there.
Yeah, and also Metal Coat on Golden Go is something that it's such a great item. You know, any of the type attack boosting items really can be very useful, but you have to have a really good understanding of, okay, this is the situation, this is the damage calculations that it makes better for me, especially given that, you know, you're giving up health, you're giving up a possible defense there. We've seen Leftovers, I think, is the #1 item on Golden Go right now, so like you're giving up that recovery option, but in this case, it really did make a difference. And you don't have to worry about recoil damage from Life Orb, which is the other item that I feel like you see a lot. So there's a lot of trade-offs there, but it feels like it's just Golden Go taking a couple of pages of inspiration from its buddy Regidrago there.
Well, it's multiplicative too, right? So if you have the Nasty Plot, the Metal Coat boosts your Make It Rains by 20%, and if you're already doubling it, that's like 40% essentially, and you can do the same with Life Orb like we saw with Jamie Boyd. It's like a 30% boost on top of a double boost, which is like large numbers. It's more quick math, so that's all you need to know. It's very, very big. And not something you ever want to be seeing on the other side of the field.
For sure. Well, we're going to throw to a quick break here while we get ready for our interview with your round 8 winner of Swiss, Raghav. So please stay tuned, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Toronto Regional Championships. My name is Evan Latt, and I am joined at the desk by our latest admission into Day 2 here in Toronto. Raghav, congratulations on a quick 2-0 set.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it feels great because I started the day 0-1, but
then went undefeated since.
Yeah, you know, I think all my sets have been 2-0. It's one of these teams where you're going to win fast or you're going to lose fast. So
Yeah.
I'm glad it's been winning.
I would love to talk to you about this team because it could not be more different from the team that you top cut in Sacramento with, because that, using the snow core of Ninetales and Baxcalibur, had a lot of big power attached to it, but also slowed things down with Aurora Veil.
Yeah.
This one, you just went all in on the power.
Well, I feel like it is kind of a mix of both, but it is definitely more aggressive. Starting with my Sacramento team, I was like, okay, I don't know if I want to use Magma Storm again because that misses a lot.
At least 25% of the time.
At least, yeah. But yeah, I just thought, Tornadus or Shifu is just so good that I should try it. And then I realized, oh my god, this feels like cheating. Everyone's been using this, and I've not been clicking Surging Strikes. So yeah, I kind of started with the Urshifu, Arcanine, Hisui, Rillaboom core, and just Tornadus just fills in so many gaps. Goldie was really good, and Regidrago's fun.
Yeah.
And it works. So yeah, I'm glad I could bring up another fun dragon.
Yeah, Regidrago just brings back memories to me. Of course, the first season I competed in was 2010, where you had the Choice Scarf, Water Spout, Kyogre teams
that makes
alongside
sense.
Hitmontop, and I see Regidrago, I'm like, oh yeah, that looks familiar. That looks like it could work. It definitely seems like it was doing some work in this set earlier.
No, I was really glad I got to show it off on stream because it is definitely like my least brought mon. But yeah, if your team doesn't have Flutter Mane, I feel good.
Yeah. I mean, even though Brendan had like the Terra Fairy on the Amoonguss, you still have to commit the Terra to actually make use of that. So like not having a Dragon immunity, because like sort of what we saw earlier, we saw some Choice Band Dragonite Outrages doing just incredible amounts of damage to resisted hits. It's the same thing with the Dragon energy coming out from Regidrago with that Dragon Fang especially.
Absolutely. Dragon's just a really good type right now because of all the fire, the water, the grass coverage going on. And forcing a Terra Fairy is really good when you have Golden Go on your team. Or now like Urshifu does neutral damage instead of resisted. So yeah, no, that was definitely just part of the game plan, even if they have a Terra Fairy.
Totally. And looking at these two matches, of course, you're going up against Brendan, who won the World Championships in 2013 in the juniors division. Of course, is the little brother of our friend Aaron Zhang. What was it like seeing that this was going to be your win-and-end match before you took a look at the teams?
I mean, I was nervous because Brendan's an amazing player, like you said, and he always brings some cool teams. And I had no idea what he was using other than the Goodra.
Right.
And Goodra wasn't very strong into my team, so I was definitely nervous. But then when I saw the matchup, I was like, okay, this is definitely very playable. So yeah, I mean, I feel like mentality is I'm never too scared of anyone. Just try and be calm and, take it a game at a time.
Absolutely, and it definitely looked like you played that game extremely calmly, especially because, the Goldango was clearly the ace for that matchup.
Yeah.
Very difficult for Brendan to do much of anything about that, unless he forced a mistake, unless he forced a Terra Dragon at the wrong time on that Goldango, or was able to land a Sucker Punch. But it seemed like you were playing that really methodically, really slow pace, just trying to make as few mistakes as possible.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I won as long as he didn't crit, and that did seem to be the best possible option is to just not Terra him and get the Sucker Punch -1. I did mess up game 2 when I Shadow Balled his double switch. I should have just made it rain. But yeah, sometimes I overthink things, but Goldango was definitely the MVP.
Yeah, it definitely did a lot of work there, and it has punched your ticket into day 2, your second day 2 of a regional championships in a row after Sacramento, where of course you made it into the top 4. How are you feeling about your tournament run so far? And of course you still have one more round to play after this.
I'm feeling great. I'm gonna do better than top 4. That's all I have to say.
You got 2 slots better to go.
Yeah, hopefully first, but we'll see.
We'll see. Give yourself a little bit of wiggle room.
Yeah,
there.
I'm not that cocky.
Yeah, I love it. I love it when a player stays humble. It's really important.
It's what I'm known for.
Well, Raghav, that was an incredible set that you just played there against Brendan. Congratulations on the run. Congratulations. The team really seems interesting. I'm fascinated to watch how it's going to evolve in day 2.
For sure.
This is something that I have been was talking about earlier at the start of the day. We don't have enough special attackers in the meta right now.
Absolutely.
And having Goldango and Regidrago here, I think it's really punishing some of the holes in people's team prep.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your time here. Do you have anyone that you would like to shout out before we head off into day 2, recognizing that we're probably going to get some time in day 2 too?
Exactly. I'll save most of my shout outs for tomorrow, but just shout out my brothers Colin and Chemo and my family.
All right, well, thank you, Raghav. We will see you tomorrow for day 2 here in Toronto. Till then, we're going to take a quick break, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, just watch me. I'll be walking, where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home, here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, like, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can. Although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
Hello, friends and Halloween fans, and welcome back to the Toronto Regional Championships, where we've gotten to see so many treats on stream today. And now we have a little bit of a trick here as we hang out in our lounge. I am Sierra Dawn, and I am going to be hanging out for a little bit with Aaron and Evan. Though, Aaron, you look a little bit different. Where'd your glasses go, bud?
They weren't doing me any favors in that last set of games, so I'm prepared. I'm adjusting my play style.
You need to have your eyes clear for what comes next.
And honestly, very well suited. We'll get to that in 1 second. Real quick for those watching, with that last round, it finished a little bit quicker, and there's a lot of matches still going out on the field. So as we wait for our round 9, our final round of Swiss for the day, we're going to be playing a little game called Pokemon Colors. So anyone who's played the games for a while, you might not know, but there is an official color classification for all the Pokemon out there, and some of them are pretty atypical.
Yeah, I had no idea this was a thing.
Yeah.
Genuinely no idea there were official colors for Pokemon.
You're learning today, but yeah, every Pokemon has a color. Of course, Pokemon can be multiple colors, and then the game Pokemon, whoever the higher powers that be, picked one. So we are going to show you a picture of a Pokemon, and you're going to tell me what color classification it's going to be in, okay?
Okay. Now, Sierra, I am colorblind.
No, wait, are you actually? No. What?
So I'm just saying, if I have some issues with this game.
All right, so I'll just. That's hilarious.
I see color. It's not like that. It actually, if I'm remembering correctly, it may be an advantage for this game.
It might be, because these Pokemon color classifications are a little bit wacky. So real quick update, the color classifications that we can have for a Pokemon: red, blue, yellow, green, black, brown, purple, gray, white, and pink. Orange is not an option. So if you see an orange Pokemon, you're going to have to want
Orange, you glad orange isn't an option?
You get minus
Please-
1
please
point for
laugh.
that.
Twitch chat, let's see some laughing emojis.
Please, for Aaron's sake here, for Aaron's sake. But if this segment was easy, we wouldn't be running it. So maybe the colorblind list is an advantage over there. But let's roll the first Pokemon. Let's get started and see who's going to be taking the title on this one. Very first one,
That's
we got
an orange
Volbeat.
Pokemon. Is blue was one, right? Blue?
Blue's the classification, yeah.
Is purple an option?
Yes. I closed the list, guys. Come on. I have to reopen this very subtly. Don't look over here. Don't look
Purple,
at me.
final answer. Lock it in.
Blue.
Take it to the bank.
Blue,
The
final
Pokebank.
answer. And if it's purple, that's because I'm colorblind.
All right, let's roll the answer on this one. I did this a while ago. This one's gray. All right.
I see at least 4 colors that are options here, none of which are gray.
But this one's gray.
Piplup told me that he sees no gray.
Well,
I agree.
Piplup is a green Pokemon, so.
All right. If you're really lucky, you have that 1 in 4,000 or 100 chance that maybe it's a green Pokemon. All right, so neither of you correct so far. Now for our next Pokemon up on our color classification, Illumise.
Great, lock it in.
Is pink available? I think pink was one, right?
Pink is available, yes.
I think Illumise is a pink Pokemon.
Okay, I don't think we're going that crazy
Gray.
wacky, okay?
Gray.
All right.
I learned from my mistakes.
You learned from your mistakes. Did you really now? Because the actual color category is purple.
Purple. You just, I get it. I understand this, Aaron. You thought that Illumise was Volbeat, and you thought Volbeat was Illumise. This makes sense to me. You just had the two mixed up.
No comment.
Plenty of us have mixed up.
On to the next.
On to the next one. On to the next one over here. We're still 0 for 0 so far on both of you. All right, Victory Bell.
That's a yellow Pokemon. For sure.
I've forgotten half of these, I'm not gonna lie.
If Evan's going yellow, I'll go green.
If this is not a yellow Pokemon, I will let Victory Bell devour my head and slowly digest me over the course of a day.
We learned about that Pokedex entry last regional. You can go back and watch that on YouTube. But all right, we got a green, we got a yellow. The real color category for Victory Bell is, little drum roll.
Green! Green!
This game is...
You doing okay, buddy?
It's a very rigged game.
But have I really won this?
So basically what I'm learning from this is that the most important part of Victory Bell isn't its body or the gaping mouth by which it devours the heads of opponents' Pokemon and digests over the course of the day. It's the 2 leaves on its arms and the tail leaf.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I should not doubt because you are the Weepin' Bell master here. So obviously,
That is true.
I should just defer to your expertise on this one.
And now, Aaron, so far, the color category expert on this, up 1-0. Congratulations. Next Pokemon, let's see if you can continue that. See if the no glasses buff is helping you out here. We got Staraptor. Multiple colors on this one. So, which one's the most important? We learned last time it was the leaves.
Oh my god. Was gray an answer? Gray was an answer.
Gray is an answer.
That's what,
I think gray, white, and black are all
gray,
answers, right?
white. Was brown an option?
Yeah.
Brown.
Oh my god.
Basically,
is its Mohawk brown
normal
or
colors
red?
except for orange. We hate orange over here.
Yeah, no orange.
No orange. No orange allowed.
I think this is a red Pokemon.
I was actually thinking, yeah, because of the... Okay, white.
White. No, this is a red Pokemon.
White. No, brown. Okay, brown. That's my answer.
Is that your final answer? Yeah, we're
Would you
going
like to get
for
a
it.
closer look at the Staraptor?
Or lock it,
lock it in.
send it.
Red
Let's
and brown.
see.
Red and brown.
In brown?
Brown!
Careful here. I think the roof's right about here in the lounge. You don't want to hit your head, all right? Congratulations, though, brown. I was confused because I thought Staraptor was a gray Pokemon.
I honestly feel, I think it's the Mohawk, right, that's getting the color. I feel like that's red. Am I wrong?
I was going to say red because of the Mohawk.
But it's not the most important part of the Pokemon.
I thought it was.
So
I guess the beak is? Or the talons?
But those are orange and those aren't an answer. So
orange is
there's a
brown
list
is
of
what I'm
criteria
learning.
we're going down, all right? So it's either the most important or orange. We're crossing those out. So there we go. So Aaron up 2-0 so far. Now let's see the third one. Evan, I believe in you.
I am
you know,
garbage at this.
we're learning. We're learning how the categorization works so far.
Show
all
me
right?
Garbodor, because that's how I feel right now.
I don't even know what colors that would be, but let's get our next Pokemon out here.
Oh,
Dipplin.
It's not red, is it? Like
no, I think this is a green Pokemon.
It's gonna be yellow.
Green.
Like
This is green.
Yellow.
You got a yellow, and you said
It's
you said
gotta
green
be
down
green.
there.
It's gonna be red.
It's gotta be green.
But
Just that'd be so evil if it was red at the end of the day.
Please be green.
There's no, it's not
need
red if I'm remembering right.
Yellow,
I believe
yellow,
this
yellow,
one
yellow,
was a drum roll. I think this was green.
I need something. Thank you. Oh,
Let's go.
Oh man, this is so much better than being down 2-0.
At least you're down only one now, right?
I'm on the board, and that's really all that matters.
That's all that matters. Congratulations.
You know, I knew this because I used for the Kitakami run, I used a full Dipplin team. Or Dipplin.
And then when you were using Dipplin through the Kitakami region, you were like, this is a green Pokemon.
This is a green Pokemon.
I believe it. It checks out. All right. 2-1 so far on our color classification here.
Orthworm.
Oh.
My boy. We love Orthworm.
it's gonna be like blue or something.
You okay, buddy?
No. This game is.
This is a good game.
Boy, howdy. Golly gee.
There's some real. All right, so what color do we see? What colors do we see on the Pokemon? Let's try and narrow it down here, okay?
I see gray.
You see gray? Okay.
Gray? Where do you see gray?
That's like the little shell thing.
Yeah.
That could be like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right, so we got gray or white, whatever one.
Brown, like a light brown.
A light brown. All right. What other colors do we see? Blue.
Not an option.
Not an option.
All right, that's like 4 colors. What other colors do we see? You guys didn't put red on the list.
I see red. Yeah.
All right, so like 5 different colors.
It's like a burnt orange, so I guess that's a red.
Yeah, we don't have orange. We hate orange.
Orange isn't real.
We hate orange.
Is not a real color.
I'm saying red. I'm going with the obvious.
You're going with the obvious? All right.
Oh man, I gotta go with brown then.
Oh, no,
All right,
I think it's
5
brown.
colors to pick from. We got red, we got brown. Let's
You
see
mentioned blue. This is
the
gonna be a
real
blue.
color of Orthworm.
Pink? Pink? Yeah, no, Orthworm's pink. Look at how pretty, what a pretty shade of pink this Orthworm is.
I went back and double checked this one. I was like, there's no way. The list I'm reading is wrong somewhere. No, this is a pink Pokemon.
For the relaxing living room, like salon vibe, I'm gonna go back home and paint it Orthworm pink.
Orthworm pink. So what's my favorite color is Orthworm pink. Aaron looks so done. So done.
Just go on to the next.
I think that was the most evil one, okay? I think that was
I should
the
have known
worst.
that. I feel bad.
I like how out of like the 12 colors, it's 5 of them, and then like Orthworm actually isn't a single one of those colors whatsoever, but...
You mentioned blue, and I was like, oh my god, it's going to be a blue
That would be
Orthworm.
crazy, though. That would be crazy. All right, next. Is there more Pokemon here? I think I put more Pokemon than this. Yeah, here we go. Snorlax.
Oh no.
Y'all are VGC oldies,
Green.
so I feel like you should have this one.
Oh no, this is blue.
Green.
This is the blue Pokemon.
All right.
If Orthworm is pink, then this is green.
No, Snorlax is blue.
If Orthworm is pink, wouldn't this be blue because it already is green? Like if you're looking at it, you would logically think it's green, right?
Wait, really? I feel like you would think it's blue.
I don't know. That's like green.
That's like a aqua.
Y'all, color is weird. The way we process and see color is very strange and different for everyone.
Green,
that is
lock
coming,
it in.
That is so deep coming from the color.
Lock it in, lock it in. Green.
All right, yeah, we got green, we got blue. Let's see what color Snorlax is. I heard someone out of the crowd just yell, "What?" I don't know if it's about this, but I really hope it is.
I want to talk to whoever created these classifications.
No, that's clearly, I can see the black on Snorlax. It's every little section of that Pokemon has a black outline around it.
It's all the outlines.
And thus, that's a black Pokemon.
All right, that's yeah. So good job. I think we're still 2-1 over here. Still 2-1. That's
Oh boy,
okay.
we're
That's
struggling.
all right. All right, our next Pokemon here. And nose
Red.
Oh my.
Red.
All right, we got the red guess.
Oh no, it's blue, isn't it? Come
I feel
on.
like this is also where the blue versus green debate comes in. I think this one's more blue.
Or gray. Presumably it's gray because it's a rock.
Well, isn't it a nose?
Yeah, I'm going with red. I agree.
Do you think Nosepass is happy? Like, what is the face that it's making?
I think he's like
It looks
sleepy.
kinda sad.
I think he's sleepy. I think that's what he's doing.
Have we ever seen those eyes open? Or is it just like always closed? I think Nosepass is the nose.
Maybe he doesn't need to see because his scent is so good.
Could be.
You know?
I'm gonna go with the obvious answer because at some point it has to be right. So blue.
Oh, you would think, right?
Yeah, that's
you
a
would
red
think.
Pokemon.
But
Come
all
on,
right,
buddy.
let's see what color Nosepass is for our color category. We got a blue guess, we got a red guess. It is gray. Sorry, Evan, you're close.
Actually, the most obvious answer.
I don't get any of these. Where's the gray?
I am watching my good friend Aaron Zhang's little brain explode and his sense of reality. His sense of reality disappear moment by moment as we get deeper and deeper into the recesses
Aaron's
of
not
this
showing
game.
up for day 2 after this segment. He's gone. We need a replacement caster over here. He's just gonna be sitting in his room like, how is Orthworm pink?
Gray?
How is
it
Nosepass
pink?
gray?
Tell me.
All right, so we're still 2-1. I think at this point, neither of you are getting any of these right. I'm gonna be honest.
Are you getting these? Would you have guessed any of these?
I made this.
Sierra made the game.
I made the game. I've been
to blame
waiting.
her for this.
That is true. That is true. Aaron's just like, I don't want to
evil.
cast with you anymore. I'm over. I'm done with this. All right, our next Pokemon. Drum roll on this. Ooh, a Gliscor.
Now this Pokemon,
It's definitely not purple. It's probably gray. Maybe pink. Who knows?
Not orange though.
definitely not orange. We do know that for a fact.
That's a gimme. Yeah. Helping you guys out, you know?
Also, we know that this Pokemon grabs other Pokemon with its pincers. So this.
While you get thinking real fast, 2 seconds. I just have to let you know, anyone who is watching, that there is a vote going on right now to try and determine which round should be our round 9. So make sure you're getting your votes in to make sure you get to see the players that you want. So this is your opportunity now. All right.
I definitely thought we were getting a vote for what color you think Gliscor is.
No. But did you guys get to think about what color this is? I gave you guys some time to mull this over.
This is a pink Pokemon.
Okay, that'd be crazy.
Purple.
All right, we got purple. We got. Do you want to re-guess the pink?
No.
All right, you're lost. I'm pretty sure it's not. I think it's not pink. I hope it's not pink.
Please be pink.
If I see gray one more time.
All right, let's see the color. Oh, Gliscor.
Purple.
It is. There we go. Aaron's like, thank goodness. I can go home to my family after this. Yeah, it's definitely not a purple Pokemon either. It's definitely blue.
Is it
but,
not purple? It looks purple to me.
No, I think that's definitely blue. I don't know. It's not pink though, so that's all that matters here. Aaron's up 3-1, regaining a little bit more of his sanity back, I think.
No,
All
not
right.
in the slightest.
All right, well, let's see if this next Pokemon will break you then, all right? That's the new name of the game, is Break Aaron's
Mandibuzz. Now
Zang.
this is a pink Pokemon.
There is pink on this Pokemon.
I see pink.
You see pink?
For sure.
What's the most important part of this Pokemon, Aaron?
Yellow.
The skirt?
Yellow.
The bone skirt?
How have I never noticed the bone skirt?
Lock it in.
What is this? All right. So we got pink, we got yellow. Mandibuzz is actually the moment of anticipation.
Brown.
Now you're giving us the obvious one. I don't know
This is how they do it. This is how they do it, Aaron. They ruin your sense of reality. And then once you start accepting the fake reality, real reality comes back in.
If you ever have an enemy that you're looking to get revenge on, just let me play this Pokemon color category game with them. It'll break them for sure. That
Aaron
is a
is winning and
promise.
it's breaking him.
Hey, it's the slow demise, right? But yeah, there you go. Mandibuzz, a bit more the obvious answer here. The next one, though, was that the bait, or are we going to the trend back to the obvious answers? You're never gonna know. It's Chimecho next.
It's not going to be white, red, or yellow.
Because it's pink. This one actually is pink, though.
All right.
Right?
You locking that guess in?
I'm
not
locking in
telling you
pink.
yet.
I lock in
Not
pink.
just on account of the fact I forgot, but
Either that or it's yellow, because the most important part is the little bell at the top.
Aaron, you doing okay?
No, I'm going to say white. And I'm going to be wrong, and I'm going to walk off.
All right, we got it. White. We got pink. The actual color.
What are we doing, Aaron?
This is blue.
All right, we broke Aaron. We broke Aaron.
In what world is that blue?
Buddy, it's gonna be okay.
In the Pokemon world. Thank you very much.
Point to the blue. Show it to me.
Genuinely, because I don't see colors. Was there blue on that Pokemon?
No!
All right, our final one. Our final Pokemon of our Pokemon color classification. Hi, Shark.
Come on. Like, what are we supposed to do here?
You have plenty of options. There's pink, there's blue, there's not orange, there's yellow.
No orange. But this is probably a white Pokemon.
I was actually gonna, I was thinking that.
Because of the claws,
Yeah.
the feets, the blades.
This
but
could
then
be a
is that
pink
gray?
Pokemon.
Red, red,
you're just
red.
going
I'm,
red.
I'm done trying to get out of the box, just.
I'm gonna go with black.
All right, our final Pokemon of the color category. Who's gonna get it right? If anyone will get it right, it is red.
Sure. All right, cool.
All right, real quick, how are you both doing after that?
Here's the thing, I already know that my view of colors is skewed, so I'm not taking it anywhere near as hardly as it looks like Aaron is.
It's like when you win, but like you got super lucky to win, and you feel like you don't deserve the win, and you want to assess what you did wrong in your victory. But I don't know what I did wrong. You know, why is Chimecho blue?
You were just hitting your fishers.
Why is Orthworm pink?
Orthworm is pink.
Orthworm pink. It's the best color.
That actually looked.
That's the same color. That's the same color on your jacket. Is Orthworm pink.
Orthworm pink.
All right. I think we need to give Aaron some time here. And I believe our round 9 is underway, getting ready. So I think we'll send it back over to Gabby and Jake for our final round.
No, thank you, Sierra, first of all. And maybe condolences to Aaron and Evan over there. I think it's great that we are in our final round of Swiss here today, not just because our players are probably tired and in need of a good snack and maybe a condolence hug or two, but I think our casters now as well are in need of a good snack and a condolence hug or two.
I think Aaron specifically.
Several.
Aaron needs like a few hours to just like process everything that just happened. I'm still gagged that Snorlax is black. That's the one that got me. I don't know. I'm not seeing it.
You know, technically, black is the absence of color, and white is the inclusion of all the colors.
Yeah.
So therefore, Snorlax is just no color.
We got quick math. We got color theory on stream.
Oh, dude,
so
we
much
could
science.
really break into physics if we wanted to, but instead, let's actually take a look back at our notable trainers that we predicted coming into today, as it's been a really exciting day one here at the Toronto Regional Championships. Casters, mentality, mental state, mental health aside, Abdullah, Marcus, Dion, Kylan are all, we're all competing here today, and I do think we need a bit of an update from standings, and I think Jake has the answer.
Unfortunately, we may have cast or cursed all 3 of these players. Abdullah and Marcus are both 5-3. Kylan is 4-4. So maybe not their best tournament so far. Abdullah not being able to take home his like 2nd Canadian Regional Championship. We do have some other fantastic Canadian talent in the room though. There's one Canadian at 7-1. Nate Wright has booked his way into day 2. And we have a lot of other Canadians sitting in the tournament at 6-2, hoping for that one last chance. But nothing, one, less than optimal tournament can't get past this tournament. Those players are all very capable of bouncing back for their next one.
Oh, 100%. And there are certainly plenty of opportunities for them to do so. And that's the wonderful thing about the Play Pokemon circuit overall, is that you can have a bad day and bounce back and still make it to the World Championships. But speaking of making it to Worlds, all of these trainers that you're seeing on your screen, these are our top 16 trainers so far in the tournament. All of these trainers have locked in their opportunity to compete tomorrow, as regardless of what happens in this round, none of these trainers will dip below the 19 match points needed to proceed. So congratulations to everybody for making it this far. We've seen a lot of these names on our stream already, which is really exciting. And we'll certainly see them again tomorrow when we kick off our next couple of rounds of Swiss to bring us closer and closer to that top cut.
Of course, some players we've seen today, some players we've seen in past tournaments. Obviously, players like Maddie Morgan just had a really deep run at Worlds. Alexander DeAndrea, Gavin Michaels, players that have made deep runs at other tournaments in the past. Of course, Gavin being, I guess, the forever Oceania International Champion, now that that tournament doesn't exist anymore. But certainly a player to watch going into day 2. And of course, all the players we've not covered yet. 2 of them we're going to see very, very soon. But so much talent in this room that there's a long list of players that could still take home this win.
Yeah, and even though we spend a lot of our time here on stream talking about who's going to win, who's going to make it to day 2, who's going to make it to top cut, and so on and so forth, I think, honestly, anybody competing here today that locks in any championship points has made a huge accomplishment. And yes, we only do see, the best of the best here on the stream, but there really is a ton of incredible play going out in the hall as well. And I wish all of our competitors best of luck and have fun in our final round of Swiss, because it has been a very long day.
Yes.
Some of our casters have taken psychic type damage to get here, but we have made it. And I'm so excited that we're going to be able to cast our next round, and that's going to be Eric Rios versus
Kyle Livinghouse.
Kyle Livinghouse, thank you. I had it right here, but then it wasn't right there. And someone played a little Halloween trick on me, so thank you.
Thank you to Twitch chat, of course, for voting on our round 9 match and picking what I think Gabby and I both agreed is a consensus, like, very, very good match for this last round.
For sure.
Kyle Livinghouse was in the same exact position about 2 weeks ago in Sacramento, playing his round 9 on stream. Unfortunately for him, did not make it to day 2 with a tough round 9 loss, but hoping to go one further and then even beyond that here in Toronto. And of course, Eric Rios, a very, very talented player, an IC champion, a regional champion, has made top 8 at Worlds before. And so someone that is kind of cool to see, another member of the kind of European invasion, like Jamie, who we saw earlier on stream, and who is in day 2 already, hoping to join Jamie there.
Yeah, and both these trainers are currently at X and 2, which means the winner will be able to move on into our day 2 of competition, and unfortunately the loser will be eliminated. So there is a lot on the line as these trainers are getting seated and getting ready to go. And I'm also excited just to give a little bit of a sneak peek of the teams we're going to see play out, because I think that both these trainers are bringing their own unique spin on some of the more common cores that have been taking over the Toronto Regionals this weekend.
We saw Kyle expertly maneuver his Weezing a couple weeks ago. Still doing it again this time around. He's got the Weezing with the Citrus Berry, with the Gunk Shot, with the Will-O-Wisp.
So basically the same Weezing, I would hope.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's got the Taunt as its fourth attack there. And the ability Shield Landorus Therian, which I think is so cool. The ability Shield being an item that blocks anything from removing your ability, including your own Weezing's neutralizing gas. So making sure that you're the only thing that can have the Intimidate going when neutralizing gas is on the field, which is really, really important. It's a really powerful way to control the match.
Yeah, and I believe neutralizing gas also interacts very well with Unseen Fist, which is the ability of Urshifu.
Yep.
Forgive me if you just said that. I was not paying attention.
No, just Landorus.
Okay, good. Good. I took a second to just check my notes on something, and I was like, oh no, I've reached the point of the day where I have a one-track mind. Also, you have the ability to turn off any of the Ruins abilities, so Sword of Ruin. You can turn off photosynthesis, or protosynthesis, excuse me, for Flutter Mains. So there is a ton of options and a ton of playability that Weezing has. And I think it's one of those Pokemon that hasn't been really explored yet, because it does take a bit of a different play style. It does require you, I think, to be very passive in one of your slots. And like we've seen on stream already today, if you have a Pokemon like Dusclops, if you have a Pokemon like Weezing that is going to struggle to deal damage otherwise, sometimes that can maneuver yourself into a bad position. But I think it was you who was telling me earlier about, this Gunk Shot Weezing, that it just does damage anyways. So
I think one of the, if you think about Weezing, often you default to just Sludge Bomb as your attack.
Yeah.
The poison chance is nice. It's perfectly accurate. 90 base power isn't anything to scoff at. But then when you turn around and look at Gunk Shot, the base power is a lot higher. It also has a poison chance, which is nice. But a lot of the things that are very good in this metagame, like Flutter Mane, for example, have a much lower defense stat than special defense. So Gunk Shot from Weezing might 2-hit KO, if not even 1-hit KO, a Flutter Mane, whereas a Sludge Bomb itself most likely doesn't. Speaking of Flutter Mane, though, we do see two of them staring each other down. Not the most common Pokemon we've seen on stream so far this weekend, but we are getting a mirror here. Kyle has the Iron Hands, the Flutter Mane, the Roaring Moon, the Wellspring Ogerpon, the Cantonian Weezing, and the Landorus Therian, going up against Eric's Hisuian Arcanine, Cresselia, Tyranitar, Rillaboom, Kommo-o, and Flutter Mane.
Yeah, and what I really love about Kyle's team in particular is it's really built to not only take advantage of Weezing's neutralizing gas ability, but also not necessarily suffer from the neutralizing gas, as the ability shield in particular on the Landorus Therian does mean that his own Intimidates will still be activating. And if you look at the other abilities present on that team, Water Absorb, Photosynthesis on Flutter Mane, Quark Drive on the Iron Hands, those aren't necessarily going to be relevant in the matchup, given that there is no sun or electric terrain in play. Eric Rios on the opposing side of the field is running a team very similar to the team that took home the crown in Sacramento as well, running Hisuian Arcanine, Cresselia, Tyranitar, Rillaboom, Kommo-o, and the Flutter Mane. And an interesting thing to note here is that the Cresselia is a unique adaptation from what did well in Sacramento, as it was an Iron Bundle, I believe, on the winning team.
That's correct. Iron Bundle was the 6th Pokemon from Michael Zhang in Sacramento. And what Eric has opted to do is, instead of Icy Wind with the Iron Bundle, you opted for the Trick Room on Cresselia. And if you look at the rest of Eric's team, I think that makes a lot of sense, especially with Tyranitar. Cresselia, Tyranitar, and Trick Room is a age-old combination from metagames past. And especially with how strong we saw Michael's Tyranitar be, if you want to try and feature that more on the team instead of something like the Fluttermane or the Arcanine, or even the Kommo-o, Trick Room is a better adaptation for that.
Yeah, and I also think that Eric Rios, unlike some of the other Trick Room teams we've seen in the metagame, is running more of a situational Trick Room. So I think that he's going to be looking to take advantage of maybe a Tailwind or two from Kyle's side of the field, which is certainly in play, as his lead is going to be that Roaring Moon with the booster energy to boost its speed by a little bit versus the Rillaboom and Kommo-o out on the field for Eric.
The nice thing about Kyle having 3 of the Paradox Pokemon on his team is that the neutralizing gas actually doesn't affect Quark Drive or Photosynthesis. So we still get the speed boost, especially with that booster energy from Roaring Moon. It will be able to be moving first. It has the option to go for Tailwinds or Knockoffs, and it's not Breaking Swipe, it's actually the offensive Flying Terra Acrobatics on Kyle's Roaring Moon. So that's actually a big threat here. The Kommo and the Rillaboom both being weak to flying makes this Roaring Moon a great lead.
Yeah, the one downside to Kommo-o is that because it is a Dragon and Fighting type Pokemon, it does ultimately take super effective damage from Flying type attacks, and Roaring Moon would certainly take advantage of its Terastallization into that Flying typing here. We will see Rillaboom go for the Fake Out into that Pokemon turn 1, so no attacks this turn from the Roaring Moon. Kommo-o going straight for an Iron Defense to boost its defense up by 2 stages to hopefully hold on through a Flying type attack the next turn, but will be burned by a Will-O-Wisp from that Weezing for its trouble.
I like that play a lot from Eric. You make sure that no acrobatics come out that turn. There's not really a way you have to prevent this Weezing from going from Will-O-Wisp long term. Like, sure, you could have faked it out this turn and then had it make it wait a turn to get that Will-O-Wisp off. But you kind of had to accept, like, okay, Kommo is getting burned at some point. What can I do to just immediately go for these Iron Defenses to get myself defense boosted? 1, take on this Roaring Moon a bit better. 2, boost my Body Press damage output. Because even though Body Press does use your defense stat, its damage output is still mitigated by the burn. So it's going to be doing half damage as it was before. So a smart play there.
Exactly. And I think Kommo-o, while it can stay on the field for a couple more turns, go for some more Iron Defenses and try and recover the lost attack that it had from that burn, ultimately will not be doing too much damage to the Weezing nor the Roaring Moon, but will also be Terastallizing, interestingly enough, into the Steel type, so no longer taking super effective damage from Flying type. So possible here that Eric is just not concerned about that burn whatsoever long term. We do see Tailwind now from the Roaring Moon. Taunt from Weezing will stop any additional Iron Defenses, but the Kommo-o did unfortunately fall for the taunt.
Really smart taunt there. I think getting more Iron Defenses up makes your life a little bit harder if you're Kyle, both because the Body Press damage starts getting stronger and stronger, and because the Kommo gets harder and harder to take down. Now, in this case, though, the Weezing is now kind of stuck on the field against 2 things that can't be burned. One is a Fire type, one's already burned. You're up against 2 things that resist Gunk Shot, and this Weezing is now in a place where it's not really doing a whole lot on the field other than the neutralizing gas. And in this case, the Intimidate, it's nice to block that for the Roaring Moon, but you're kind of already doing no damage anyway. And the Bulletproof on Kommo-o is something that could come into play later if you are sitting your Fluttermane in front of it, because Bulletproof blocking Shadow Ball makes it much harder to damage.
It does. Hisuian Arcanine starting this turn off with a Protect and a Taunt into that Pokemon means that Weezing will not be doing really much of anything this turn. Body Press from Kommo-o into the Weezing, but you can see that burn and the natural resistance of that attack coming into play. It just does no damage.
I like that taunt. It means that there's no burn coming out from the Arcanine on Eric's side. I believe it is running Will-O-Wisp, like Michael's was a couple weeks ago. And so the Iron Hands comes in here against a Steel type and a Rock type, 2 things that it really likes to Drain Punch. Now Arcanine, if the Weezing stays on the field and goes for another taunt, will not be able to burn the Iron Hands, and especially because that Body Press, it is a +2 defense, but that is just mitigated by the burn entirely, and Weezing, a very physically bulky Pokemon, taking very little damage from that Body Press.
Indeed, and I think the really scary thing about this Weezing as well is that it could go for, another taunt into that Arcanine slot and try and punish his Rillaboom in on the switch, or it could just go straight for that Gunk Shot, and that's indeed what it does! Unfortunately, though, does not land Drain Punch, connecting with that Rillaboom for a little bit of damage and yet another Body Press. This Kommo-o is slowly making progress here, but really accuracy on Gunk Shot, unfortunately for Weezing means that Rillaboom will be sticking around for the next turn.
That is so unfortunate. That's a really smart play from Kyle there because the Arcanine couldn't protect. It already protected the prior turn, and a Drain Punch would have done a big chunk of damage, but what can take a Drain Punch really well is Rillaboom. So you cover that really well with the Gunk Shot. You get some damage on Arcanine even if it stays in, but that Gunk Shot missing is really big for Eric because now the Rillaboom sticks around. It has the option to fake out. If the Weezing ever leaves the field, you can get the Grassy Terrain going, which is going to keep your Como-O more healthy. And that's a really unfortunate swing there for Kyle because he made a very good read where with that Gunk Shot. Just unfortunately, that's one of the pitfalls of Gunk Shot. It's one of the reasons you wouldn't use it over Sludge Bomb is that accuracy.
Fake out into the Weezing means that there will be no taunts or other shenanigans this turn. Drain Punch into that Como-O though, but the Iron defense already covering for that Pokemon, and now that taunt has expired as well. Como-O free to go for yet another. That Drain Punch was super effective against that Pokemon, but it just was able to take that attack so well. Really going to show just why Como-O is such a threat right now.
Especially looking at Kyle's team, like the Flutter Mane is the only special attacker, but its Como-O is now a Steel type. It's going to be resisting Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam. And more importantly, if Bulletproof is active, if Neutralizing Gas is not on the field, it is entirely immune to Shadow Ball. So if you can get this Como-O boosted up, the Iron Hands, the Weezing, obviously Weezing can't even touch it at all because it's Steel type, but the Iron Hands and the Roaring Moon will have a tough time dealing damage to it.
Cresselia is the final Pokemon revealed from Eric on the opposing side of the field.
No.
And Como-O makes it all the way up to 6 defensive boosts throughout the game. Gunk Shot into Cresselia, who can take that way better, will be poisoned for its trouble. So there will be a bit of residual damage there for Eric. But again, Drain Punch into that resisted Pokemon as well. Cresselia is more than happy to stick around on the field, and especially with access to recovery for both the Como-O and itself, puts it in a really unique position right now to turn the tides and open things back up for this Como-O.
Lunar Blessing is going to be massive for Eric here. Unless the Cresselia and Weezing are trained, unless the Weezing is very fast and Cresselia is very slow, this Cresselia should be able to act before the Weezing can possibly taunt it, which would allow Cresselia to get a Lunar Blessing off, cure its own poison, cure the Como-O's burn, and heal them for 20% each. And then, as Kevin just pointed out to me, it is holding a Mental Orb as well, so you can even taunt it.
Yeah, you'd have to basically taunt to taunt again in the future, and I don't know if that's time that Kyle has at this point in the game. He does have time to make a switch into the Roaring Moon for that Iron Hands, and this Flying-type Pokemon certainly will take this Body Press a little bit better. We do also see the Como-O outspeed the Lunar Blessing, so this is great information for Kyle moving forwards. You will be able to burn the Como-O on the tail end of the turn and have that burn applied to its next attack. But this the health here and the loss of the burn certainly will benefit the Como-O. Cresselia dodging the Gunk Shot.
It's an unfortunate dodge there again. Kyle's Weezing is not, it's not gone to an eye exam in a hot minute. The Gunk Shot, kind of relevant there because that damage might have put Cresselia in range for a knockoff from this Roaring Moon, and now that Cresselia is still pretty healthy, there's a pretty good chance knockoff doesn't KO it just because Cresselia is so bulky. Might come down to how this Roaring Moon is trained. We did see the speed boost and booster energy, so it's got to have at least a little bit pumped into speed and maybe not as much into attack. But this Como now is at +6 defense. It's not burned anymore. This Weezing is having its health whittled away, and especially because this Cresselia carries Psychic, that's a threat to the Weezing as well. But this Como is now in a really prime spot.
Yeah, and swapping in the Arcanine to take a potential knockoff on that Cresselia was a great play there from Eric. He does lose the Citrus Berry for his trouble, but that means the Cresselia is around to heal the Como-O once again. Body Press will miss out on the KO on the Weezing, activating the Citrus Berry, so it does get some recovery back. But more importantly, Weezing tries to land an attack, but once again is just unable to connect it with the opposite side of the field.
This Como now is looking pretty untouchable. Kyle not even going for a burn on that turn means that it's going to be able to stick around this following turn. The best you can do for the Roaring Moon to Como is knock off the leftovers, which could come in handy later on because you lose that recovery. But if the Rillaboom comes back on the field without Weezing, Grassy Terrain goes up, and that's just the same as leftovers for 5 turns. And now, especially because the Como should be able to knock out Weezing with one more Body Press, you kind of eliminate the threat of a burn for the rest of the game.
Yeah, honestly, you definitely need the Body Press to knock out the Weezing, but the Arcanine is more than capable of picking up the KO onto that Roaring Moon with a Rock Slide here. And now Como free to move prior to the Weezing does finally finally land the KO on that Pokemon, and now Eric is up to a 4-2 lead in game 1 of this final round of Swiss.
Yeah, this is looking very close to unlosable for Eric at this point. Because Weezing is gone, that means that there's no more neutralizing gas. There's no more way for this Flutter Mane to deal damage to Como, essentially. Because again, Shadow Ball is entirely blocked by Bulletproof, and Como will be resisting Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam and Power Gem, which is the move of choice and the 4th slot from this Choice Specs Flutter Mane. We saw the Iron Hands do very little damage, even with just 1 Iron Defense earlier in this game, so this Como is looking like it could easily clean up this game from here.
Yeah, and I love that the adaptation from Eric in the team building phase of getting ready for this tournament was to bring the Cresselia with Lunar Blessing, because like you see in this game, if your answer to Como is burns, is status, is just trying to whittle it down despite its defenses, Cresselia just opens up that opportunity. And it does make me wonder if maybe there's some potential for some other synergy there with the Cresselia on his team as well. But for now, we see a double protect from Eric as we see the attacks from Kyle miss. I believe we did see him lock into the Moonblast on that Flutter Mane though, so like you were just saying, not going to do a lot of damage to that Como, unfortunately, but could potentially knock out this Hisuian Arcanine. Unfortunately, just falls short.
Yeah, this Flutter Mane is just kind of doing the best it can now. You cannot lock into Shadow Ball. Like, you just can't, because then you just can't touch the Como. The Como could ignore that slot for the rest of the game. Iron Hands will get burned now, kind of sharing the burn love from the other side now as that Arcanine. Iron Head comes out, is not able to KO the Flutter Mane, even with the Terrestrialization boost, and Drain Punch does nothing. That probably did less than leftovers.
That's super effective, too.
I know.
Yeah, it's thanks to the +6 defenses on the Como, thanks to the burn, and it looks like Kyle will just forfeit this game number 1, which makes me wonder, how do you stop the Como
I don't
game
know.
number 2?
I think what Kyle was trying to do there is get himself into a spot where the Flutter Mane is next to the Weezing and it can actually Shadow Ball the Como. Looking at what Kyle brought, the Weezing, the Roaring Moon, the Iron Hands, if Como gets an Iron Defense or 2 and Terrestrializes, it's just kind of curtains. And so the Flutter Mane there has to be next to Weezing to damage that Como again. That's a really important piece there. And earlier on in the game, you saw Eric going for body presses into that Weezing, even with just the +2 defense burned Como, just to get that damage into Weezing. And I think Eric recognizes that because, again, if the Weezing goes down, Flutter Mane is not a Pokemon anymore. It's like into this Como.
Yeah, so just a quick replay here. You know, we saw so many key KOs here from Eric, but it really was this one turn with the simultaneous knockout of that Weezing and the other Pokemon from Eric, the Roaring Moon, that really put things in his favor, so to speak. I can't help but wonder as well, especially given just how Eric approached that game number 1. You know, you lead Como, you basically give it the best opportunity to get those iron defenses up. If there's even any way that you could like pivot that around, like I feel like the challenge here from Eric to Kyle is, here's my Como, here's my fake out user, here's my intimidate user. You know, let's see what your answer is. And you know, I think that the Weezing was a great attempt at finding an answer, but maybe in game number 2, you try and pivot to something like that Ogre Pond and find an additional opening.
I do kind of like the idea of Ogre Pond, because if the Como terrestrializes like it kind of has to, Ogre Pond is able to get us some Sword Stances possibly, but more importantly has the elevated critical hit chance with Ivy Cudgel.
Yes.
And especially if it terrestrializes, it's no longer resisting that water type move too. So maybe that's your best option if you're Kyle, trying to break through the Iron Defense with a critical hit. But at the same time, I really like how Eric approached that first game, because leading the fake out with the Como means that you can fake out the Roaring Moon. Like looking at Kyle's team, that's really the only thing that threatens it turn 1 if you have to terrestrialize, or even if you don't. And you can fake it out, make sure you get the Iron Defense up, even if that means you get taunted or Will-O-Wisp that same turn, and then just kind of go from there. Because you saw the +2 defense Como really just was not threatened by anything, just from that one move.
It was not threatened by anything, and it's looking to run that back in game number 2 as we see once again the Roaring Moon and Weezing out on the field from Kyle against the Hisuian Arcanine and Como combination from Eric.
Yeah, I like this lead here again from Eric. In theory, you could have gotten the Intimidate off, but unless the Weezing is led. But it was here, so no Intimidate. But again, Como is in a spot where if it just terastallizes this turn, it's going to take very little damage from possible acrobatics. You just have to worry about knockoff. Like an earlier knockoff could be something Kyle goes for to get the leftovers damage, or sorry, the burn damage ticking down as opposed to the leftovers kind of neutralizing it every turn. But again, this Como, if it terastallizes, nothing is really threatening big damage here, especially because it should be able to get up an Iron Defense this turn.
Yeah, and I also wonder as well if you just recognize that your opponent's going to sort of hyper-focus on this Como early on. Maybe you just opt for a Protect early here. You could also opt for your Terastallization immediately like we do see here with the Como. Once again, terastallizing into that Steel type. But really just recognizing, you know, this was the key to my win in game number 1. In game number 2, I'm going to protect it. Como will not protect literally this turn, though. And it looks like it'll dodge the Will-O-Wisp from
Kyle.
that Weezing. Rock Slide from Arcanine now connecting with both the Pokemon on Kyle's side of the field. And Como unburned, free to go for an Iron Defense to once again start building up its defenses.
Kyle's Weezing is not cooperating today. I think that's 3 gunk shots and now a Will-O-Wisp that have been missed. And I do like that play a lot. You know, you have the option to get the Como burned right away. And with that Tailwind, I think it's funny to think of like Roaring Moon setting up a Tailwind. You would think, oh, next to an offensive thing that can do a lot of damage. But no, he sets up the Tailwind for the Weezing so it can attack with that Will-O-Wisp first. There's no taunt that came through, luckily for Eric, so the Iron Defense does go up right away. And again, we're in a position where this Como is not going to take any damage at all from the Roaring Moon or the Weezing, literally from the Weezing, 0 from Gunk Shot. And even a knockoff from Roaring Moon shouldn't be doing too much.
Yeah, I mean, there is an interesting sequencing question that you can raise here. You know, is it more valuable to go for the Will-O-Wisp or the taunt first?
Right.
It looks like Weezing does opt to go for the taunt this turn. So Como does have +2 defenses right now. Will not be getting any more. Arcanine will go for a Rock Slide again, and now the Iron defenses have been stopped. But at +2, I feel like this Como is still going to start doing a decent amount of damage to both these Pokemon on Kyle's side of the field.
It should. A Body Press is nothing to be, you know, especially because Roaring Moon has not terastallized. It is still a Dark type. Body Press should be able to knock it out still. And you do have the option to go for a Will-O-Wisp this turn and burn it, but if the Cresselia is in the back, especially if this Roaring Moon gets knocked out this turn, that Cresselia is going to be able to Lunar Blessing right away and just heal the Como, get rid of the burn.
We see the burn connect with that Como, and it looks like Como lost its leftovers as well. Arcanine just barely missing the KO on that Roaring Moon. Will activate the Citrus Berry on to the Weezing. Como is locked into an attack, and I do like the targeting here from Eric, recognizing that if Roaring Moon got knocked out by the Rock Slide, great. If not, you're not going to pick up that knockout on Weezing regardless of the burn in that turn. So you just double into the Roaring Moon and just hope that you're able to indeed lock in that KO. But we do get the reveal of Kyle's major adjustment in this game number 2 of that Ogerpon. And with Tailwind still on the field, and with Como still unable to protect thanks to that taunt, it does seem like this is a great opportunity for Ogerpon to start setting itself up for success.
I like this, yeah. Ogerpon here, you do have to worry about a possible burn from Arcanine, but you do still have the Weezing with the taunt active, and like you said, Tailwind is still up, so we'll be able to get this taunt off before Arcanine can attack on this coming turn. The Como being only +2 and burned means that Body Press shouldn't do a whole lot to this Ogerpon, and we have the set up option here with the Sword Stance. Gunk Shot coming out though straight away.
Yeah, finally connecting with the Pokemon. It's going to be Arcanine. It's able to hold on, and Flare Blitz doing neutral damage to that Ogerpon, dropping it to below half its health. Is it enough? That's the big question, as here comes the double, and it is enough to pick up the knockout onto Ogerpon.
A really big turn from Eric there. I think the Ogerpon going for Sword Stance is really Kyle's win condition. So very, very smart targeting there with the Flare Blitz, not getting baited by a possible taunt and going for Will-O-Wisp. Straight away with damage, and now that the Fluttermane comes in, we are in a spot where it's kind of what Kyle needed last game. The Fluttermane is on the field, so Bulletproof is not active. You do have the option to Shadow Ball this Como here. At the same time, if you just Shadow Ball the Como, you leave the Arcanine open to go for something like a Flare Blitz itself. Kyle recognizes that. Eric just has too many resources left and forfeits. So unfortunately, Kyle falls at the 9th hurdle once again, but Eric joins Jamie Boyd in the Europeans in day 2 in Toronto here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for Kyle, that was such a tough matchup. You saw him just throw everything that he had against the Como, but ultimately did not have the right combination of tools to break through that Pokemon. And And at the end of the day, you know, it's such a varied metagame indeed. We spend a lot of time talking about the top 12 Pokemon, but it really is those unique picks that separate the trainers who make it through day 1 into day 2 and who make it through day 2 into Top Cut. And in Eric's case, I think it was, again, the combination of the Como-O and the Cresselia, assuming he did bring that Cresselia in the back of that game number 3, that really just opened things up for him. You know, looking back, we do have to admit there was a little bit of unfortunate luck for Kyle, missing all of those gunk shots in game 1, missing the Will-O-Wisp in game 2, but ultimately that Como-O really did have the support that it needed to succeed and do very well.
I feel like all that Will-O-Wisp missed in that second game did for Eric, was just kind of accelerate the game by 1 turn.
Yeah.
Like, you had to Will-O-Wisp at the following turn, but even if that Will-O-Wisp connected when it did, you're still kind of not stopping that Como-O. Like, you're not doing any damage. You're just setting the Como-O back in damage for a few turns, but like you said, Cresselia probably just comes in and Lunar Blessings it anyway, especially after the Roaring Moon went down to the body press. I really like what you're calling out with the Cresselia in the team building. It makes so much sense. I saw the Cresselia and first thought, oh, Trick Room instead of Icy Wind. Like, different speed control, and it is, but Lunar Blessing pulled in so much work in that first game, getting rid of the Como-O's burn, healing it back up, and keeping itself healthy in front of that Roaring Moon as well. So I really like that adaptation from Eric, both in terms of how you can kind of control the game from a speed standpoint and an HP standpoint.
Yeah, and I think having that preparation going into the tournament, you know, maybe seeing how well Como-O did in Sacramento and just sort of reflecting on that and tweaking the team to accommodate for some of the, you know, shortcomings of at least the Como-O mode was a really strong play. It does make me wonder, like, what do you lose by having Cresselia over Iron Bundle, as while they both know Icy Wind on paper, they play functionally very different.
Yeah.
And that's a question that we'll just have to hear from Eric himself at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's something to talk about with him, especially the Mental Herb. I think that's a really cool adaptation. Taunt is pretty common in this meta. It made Cresselia so much better into Wheezing, like you pointed out, and so a really cool adaptation.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just love Eric's team because it's 6 Pokemon that I actually could see myself running, and I may go home tonight and just try to see if I have those Pokemon in my boxes available.
Yeah.
You put Como-O, Cresselia, Tyranitar on a team, like, that's just hi.
Gabby's interested.
Gabby's interested, yeah. But I'm also very interested to see just who else is going to potentially make it into day 2, as there were so many really key matchups going on in this last round of Swiss. And, you know, there's always that big question of what does day 1 top 12 usage look like versus what does day 2 top 12 usage look like. And I mean, we won't know the answer to that until tomorrow morning, unfortunately, but it does make me wonder, like, could Como-O show up? Is Cresselia going to be on there? Iron Bundle? You know, there's just a lot of questions and
I think
answers.
I'd be surprised if Como made it to the top 12. I think it's a very strong pick, but I think it's something that people might be a little bit scared of running, because I think you have to be very particular when you're playing Como-O about, you know, when to bring it out, when to not even bring it to a certain game, when to Iron Defense, when to go straight for body presses. Like, it's a very difficult Pokemon to use. And we saw Michael run it very well a couple weeks ago. Donald Smith also did it very well with it in day 2 as well. And obviously Eric making day 2 here, but it's something that you can also fall flat with pretty quickly, I think, if you're bringing it to the wrong matchups. And so it's a very particular thing that the people who are very good with it will succeed with, but I think that kind of scares people away from bringing it en masse.
Scares. Halloween.
Boo.
Yeah, no, I see what you're setting up there. But we're going to set up for an interview here at the desk in a moment. So we'll be going to a quick break to get that ready to go. So please stay tuned, everybody. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Eric Rios, who just punched his ticket to compete in Day 2 of Swiss tomorrow. Congratulations, Eric.
Thank you so much.
How does it feel?
I'm feeling pretty good because the team I made it with 1 week before.
Oh.
Yeah, like it was the night before Lille, so I didn't practice that much, like 10 best of 3. So yeah, I think the team is pretty good. It's maybe like I think it's better than the Sacramento team that won that regional because I had Cresselia to support my Como because like in this matchup I played when I faced Withing with Will-O-Wisp and Town could be really annoying for me, so that's why I bring Cresselia with Mental Air that can help me a bit. So I feel pretty good about the run. So.
For anybody who was not watching Lille Regionals last weekend, I believe you made Day 2 of Swiss with this team, right?
Yeah, I made top 16.
Top 16.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you got very close to top cut.
Yeah.
Did you make any changes from last week based off of the matches that you played?
So it's the same 6. I only made some Eevee Spirit change to maybe Flurry Mane and some Pokemons that I think that could be better than the old version. So yeah, it worked really well this weekend, so let's see how it goes tomorrow, but I feel pretty confident.
Yeah, are you nervous at all? You said you're confident, but are you nervous about the rest of Day 2?
No.
No?
No, I'm not nervous.
Awesome. So tell me about your day so far. Were you running a lot of Como-O, or were you focusing on the other mode of the team a little bit?
I think I played all my 6 Pokemon, but it's true that Titer, for example, it's only for some specific matchups, like Hard Trick Room that I didn't face today. But yeah, I think Titer is pretty good against that. I tried to switch out my Titer to another Mon before this tournament, but it's impossible. I think that Titer is only for that, and if I switch Titer and I face Hard Trick Room, I probably lose. So yeah, I think all the team is pretty good, and I know that they have bad matchups. It's not perfect team, but I think if you play better than your opponent, you can finally win. So
yeah,
that's it.
And you're no stranger to playing in high-stress situations either, so that probably helps a bit too.
Yeah, it helps.
So in terms of your battle against Kyle, I noticed you led Como-O immediately, and both games you went straight for the Iron defense. Was your goal just to get it to max defense as soon as possible so you could, threaten body press regardless of burns and everything?
When I saw that team, he has Tailwind plus Town and Will-O-Wisp from Withing, and also knockoff, so it's impossible to play Cresselia in the beginning of the match, so I prefer to boost my Como to like +6 and then do cheap damage with body press, burn Como, so if I maybe try to defeat Roaring Moon before I put Cresselia on my field, I can probably win because I can use Lunar Blessing that I did in game 1. Then I don't have the burn, so I can do a lot of damage with body press. So that was my game plan against Within Roaring Moon.
Yeah, it worked out pretty well, all things considered. I was very surprised that body press still did a good amount to Weezing despite the resistance and its bulk, so that was pretty cool.
And also to Roaring Moon, that it's probably the Mon, the worst Mon for my team because it has knockoff for Cresselia, so yeah, it worked very well. So.
Yeah. What were some of the other difficult matches that you played today? Were there any opponents that you just did not want to face?
I don't want to face Goldengo Clefairy. I faced that today and I couldn't do anything because Goldengo was faster than all my mons. Like, I think it was timid Goldengo, and if it's timid and it's near paired with Clefairy, it's impossible for me. I tried, but it's difficult. So I don't want to face that in Day 2. So.
We'll see. We definitely saw a decent amount of Goldengo here on stream, so...
I know there are a lot of
Clefairy.
If it's not with Clefairy, I can play against that. If it's with Clefairy, it's difficult for me. So let's see.
And one other thing I want to touch on. So you are currently one of the leaders in championship points in the EU region.
Yeah.
Is it possible for you to earn your Worlds invite this weekend?
I think I need to win.
You need to win?
I need to win. Yeah, I need to win.
Cool. Well, easy.
So,
just win, right?
Yeah. I want to win because my last 4 regionals, I made top 16 due to resistance. So the only regional I made top 8, I won. That it was Utrecht special event that year. So
yeah.
I definitely want to top cut to show that I can be there again. So I will do my best tomorrow.
Yeah, well, for sure, best of luck. Hopefully Resistance smiles on you a little bit more.
Hopefully.
Is there anybody at home that you would like to give a shout out to or say hello to?
To my friends that helped me preparing the team and matchups, also to my family that always supporting me playing Pokemon, and also all the people that have been watching from home, and to my Twitch community. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of them.
Well, Eric, muchas gracias para tu tiempo back here.
Gracias a ti.
And we're going to go ahead and take it to the lounge with Evan, Sierra, and Aaron to wrap up day 1 of Swiss. Take it away, y'all.
Thanks, Gabby, and congratulations to Eric Rios for punching his ticket into day 2 of the Toronto Regional Championships and setting a marker there that he intends to win this tournament. And if he plays like the way he did in that set, I think you might have to put some money on that one. It was a really fun day here in Toronto. We saw a bunch of crazy Pokemon, crazy teams. I'm really excited to see what day 2 is going to make. What day 2 is going to look like. I know we saw some excellent teams on stream already. Here are some of the players, and I see some of our players who are running that Salamence Rain team that we saw earlier. Justin Tang is there. And Gavin Michaels also running that same team. Of course, some of these players we already saw. Paul Chua here is our 9-0. He has gone undefeated today in day 1 of Swiss.
It's a remarkable list of players. I'm trying to count like the number of regional titles across all of the players in this list. Paul and Riley, of course, 2 of the 3 winningest VGC players in regionals of all time. But and Riley, I mean, he's just been on a tear. He's made day 2 of every regionals he's attended. He's top cut all 3 for 3 North American regionals so far, so potentially looking for 4th. And so many incredible players here. And a couple of new names that I don't recognize as well, which is really cool to see, including Ollie, who we featured on stream, who had a really cool Alola Ninetales Baxcalibur team.
And it's cool to see the talent that actually came and made the travel out to Toronto too. I mean, you're seeing multiple people from overseas. I mean, we just saw Rios there, Maddie as well, Jamie Boyd. So it's been really, really cool to see that people are willing to travel all the way here to make sure that they could try and stamp their name in the competition.
Yeah, it's been a truly international regional here in Toronto, and I'm really excited to see how some of those players fare. Of course, now we have multiple rating zones competing for both the championship points and the guaranteed Worlds invite at the end of the day tomorrow. So we're gonna have to see how these players are gonna fare in day 2 of Swiss. For you back at home, you can follow along all the action using our social media accounts. Post using that hashtag PlayPokemon. Watch the VODs at Pokemon, YouTube.com/Pokemon, Facebook/Pokemon, Instagram.com/Pokemon, and use that hashtag PlayPokemon there as well to see all the images from the day. We will be pulling our favorite social media posts over the course of the day to broadcast here on the stream. So make sure you have your best posting hats on and get posting.
There's a lot of posts of you on there as of recently.
Yeah, we've seen some things from the colors fall out.
Look. No more color quizzes tomorrow. I want more Alola Ninetales, Clefairy, Hisuian Gudra.
I make no promises about colors.
And Dondozo.
That's on Sierra.
Okay.
I won't. It's a Halloween weekend. I'm not promising anything.
Well, speaking of Halloween weekend, we have been busy backstage carving out our pumpkins. These are some of the nice professional pumpkins that our team has done. Ours are, well, I should speak only for myself. Mine is not looking quite as neat and tidy as those, but...
Mine is dreadful. Cody, who carved those ones that you saw up front, I showed him the outline of my pumpkin and he laughed super loud and he goes, "No, it's really good."
I have total faith that you can do it. It should be really exciting to see. Of course, you will be able to vote for the winner of our caster pumpkin carving contest right before Masters Grand Finals tomorrow. And like I said before, there is a prize for the person who wins the caster pumpkin carving contest. And I'm gonna have to go think about my pumpkin a little bit tonight because I don't know if I'm quite there yet, but I'm hoping. I got my fingers crossed. I think we can make something out of this.
Aaron just looks done.
Have you started yours yet, Aaron?
I abstained from all competition this weekend. I'm not doing great. So
if it's not VGC,
I'll cut my losses short.
Yeah,
that is it.
We'll get Aaron behind the desk to cast the Pokemon carving contest instead of competing in the carving contest. But tomorrow is day 2 of our regional championships here in Toronto, but it is only about a third of the way through our season and the road to Worlds in Honolulu. Of course, we will be wrapping up our competition tomorrow here in Toronto, but then about a couple weeks later, we have the Latin American International Championships, our first international championships of the season in Sao Paulo. And of course, continuing on for the next leg of our season, starting in San Antonio and ending in Honolulu. Should be extremely exciting. I can't wait to see what's going to happen at that Latin American International Championships. I feel like we're kind of getting a bit of a preview here from some of the players who have traveled to Toronto. Definitely all of the players who made day 2 from the European rating zone, I would expect to do well at the Latin American International Challenge as well, competition as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting because there's not that much time between this tournament and LAIC, so I am curious. We saw a bunch of team compositions throughout the course of today. I think most of it were strategies that we had seen previously. I didn't see anything brand new like the Iron Defense Komo.
You didn't see the Rain Salamence team?
That team is like, it's so interesting to see that team because I was like, this feels like a Series 1, Regulation A, whatever it was called, team, where like 4 of the 6 were used at the very first regionals back in San Diego in Scarlet and Violet. So, but Salamence is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon, so it's cool to see that make a return. And I think all of the team building group like used that made it to day 2. Really well-known players. Everyone who has used that team is a champion, regional or international champion previously. So curious to see how deep that runs tomorrow. But yeah, it's I think just really amusing to see so many teams that don't use any Regulation E new Pokemon perform so well. And you know, Sierra and I casted like 3 or 2 games where there were just the same Rillaboom, Dragonite, Champao, Heatran, or Shifu kind of comp.
Yeah, Sierra, what are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, I'm just looking forward to some good Pokemon. I have to go and scope out all the teams, kind of see the spiciest picks out there, but already a couple of the things that we got to see today, I'm hoping we can really expand on that in the day 2 pool, because it's fun to see when a regulation goes along what weird Pokemon might be that new sort of meta thing. So.
Yeah, who would have thought that we'd be seeing a repeat of a Komo team because it won the last regional championship? And we just saw it make day 2 here, so who knows what's going to be coming for Latin American International Championships. And if you are excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow, you can tune in to us here, right here, where you're watching right now at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, that's 7 a.m. Pacific Time, to catch the Day 2 Swiss action here in Toronto and then our top cut. So all of that action will be happening right here tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern, Day 2 Swiss into top cut. And that's going to wrap us up here for the first day of competition in Toronto. Sierra, Aaron, thank you so much for your time, your consideration, and your sanity. Sorry, Aaron.
Or lack thereof.
Or we'll work to recover you for tomorrow, so make sure you're at the top of your game.
I'm really excited. I think it's a really stacked day 2 field, you know, trying to keep my spirits up, but in all seriousness, the best players in the game are just so darn good, and day 2 is just a completely new competition, it feels like. And everyone is still trying to get their points to get to Worlds. It's still early on in the season, but the bar to get to Worlds is a lot harder this year. So every win in a day 2 really can go an extra way, secure another 10, another 20, another 40 championship points to get you closer to Worlds. And so, yeah, a lot of ex-regional and international championship champions in that field tomorrow. So I'm eager to see who takes it.
All right, well, thank you for that. And for all of you watching at home, we will see you tomorrow bright and early, 10 a.m. Eastern. See you there.